DJ said was over mixed. What Professor M. He's a scientist who studies all the music. If a guy grabs a girl, he can surely get into this game of computers that we use. Also simple to create. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The X-Men trained to improve their mutant skills. Computers that we create. The X-Men trained to improve their mutant skills. The systems that we display. Working in my laboratory, making mutant tests. Strange reactions came upon me while sitting at my desk. Clearance must be achieved before I can tell the rest. The result is the creation of the great Professor and Professor S. Professor S. Professor X.
All right, everybody. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. All right. Well, this joint right here, man, this is going to go out to my man Tony Snow. Tony Snow hit me up in the comments section, man. I don't know if y'all have had your ear to the YouTube streets, man, but we got some things to basically speak on with this Negro. Some of y'all have heard me speak on him before. You've heard Tony speak on him before. This Taz Exclusives dude, man, you know what I mean? We went ahead and we spit venom on this cat. I don't know, man. This is going back three years ago, is it? I'm not necessarily sure. But my man Tony, he wanted to know me and Tony's take on what's been going on in the YouTube streets pertaining to Nyla Says and Taz Exclusives, because there's been a lot of people coming for their head. And my man Tony Snow wanted us to get on here and reiterate our position and give our take on what's been going on, because there's a lot of folks that's trying to deplatform Taz Exclusives and Nyla Says, man, for their scamming ways. So I wanted to come on here and I want to see, you know, what y'all think about it, man. You know what I mean? Do y'all think that Taz and Nyla getting a bad rap? Do y'all think that they deserve what they getting? Do y'all even know what's going on? You know what I mean? And like I said, I went ahead and hit my boy Tony up, Tony Maceo, Magneto. So Tony Snow, I'm gonna let you know. I don't know if he gonna show up, man. He did not confirm, nor did he deny that he would do this show. He just kind of left it wide open. So I don't know what he gonna do. I sent him the link and everything, bro. So I don't know. So we'll see. I don't know how long this joint gonna be, because if no one wants to join in, if no one wants to speak on the issue, no one wants to speak on the topic, you know, it's gonna be a short show. You know what I mean? Y'all know me, man. I don't really get into, you know, talking all goddamn day. I ain't no what you would call no chatty patty ass nigga, man. You know what I mean? It helps if I have other cats on here, man, that's gonna carry the load, bruh. You know what I mean? So if there's anybody that want to get on here before Tony jump on here, You know what I mean? Let me know, and I'm gonna just go ahead and put the link in the what you call it in the comments section, man, in the chat section, man. So if anybody want to come on here, you more than welcome. But man, I really hate to start this without Tony because he was supposed to give y'all the history behind him and Taz Exclusives and why they had a confrontation, why they had so much to say about each other, man. You know what I mean? Really all goes back to the whole pedophile accusations that Taz was just way out of pocket with this pedophile shit, man, calling everybody pedophiles. You know what I mean? He called my man, he called my boy a pedophile. You know what I mean? And I'm like, God damn. You know what I mean? Just because my partner said, he likes them younger than him. Tony Maceo said he likes women in the 20s and 30s. You know what I mean? And he got the rap of being a pedophile according to Taz Exclusives, man. Now, understand this. I did not have any sort of venom towards Taz at this particular time. I heard there was some new nigga in the manosphere and he was talking a lot of shit. And he was, he was rubbing a lot of people the wrong way, bro. You know what I mean? But I found the nigga hilarious. I did find him informative. And, I never really thought too much about the dude, man. But then he started on this pedophile shit and he called my partner a pedophile. And that's where I'm like, okay, then. Yeah, we're going to have to get this nigga to business, man, because that's penitentiary rules, man. You don't just be calling my partner no pedophile, you know what I mean? And you basically saying that I'm hanging with a goddamn child molester, man. So we got to get on here. We got to read this nigga the riot act, man. You know what I mean? So, it is what it is. We had to give him that business, man. A lot of y'all who have been here a while have seen our anti-Taz videos. They are now in the Patreon. So if y'all want to get a bite of some of those are in there. We had to grill this nigga, man. But right about now, there's a very big push to get this nigga canceled, to get this nigga deplatformed. Because right about now, he is using Cynthia G as a springboard. It's quite obvious that Nyla and Taz, they don't have anything else in life but this goddamn YouTube hustle. You know what I mean? So they hoping and praying, man, that they can hang on to Cynthia G's coattails and garner some sort of success and some sort of monetary gain from that shit, man. Hold on one second, y'all. We'll go ahead. Just for shits and giggles, I'm going to put the link in the chat. Control. Just in case anybody want to speak on this. But yeah, man, like I said, I didn't have any sort of issue with the dude, man. His whole energy, his whole vibe was something that I was used to. Something that I wasn't no stranger to it, you know what I mean? So a lot of cats, I guess, was a little bit shocked and dismayed to see a dude come on here and just be so bold and so brash and so goddamn confrontational, man. Like I said, I found him being actually as a breath of fresh air, man. You know what I mean? I believe that when you have echo chambers, man, when everybody's saying the same goddamn thing, man, that ain't no goddamn fun. So you got a dude up in here, he's agitating folks, man. You know what I mean? That's what your washer does. You know what I mean? When you get your clothes clean, you gotta have an agitation cycle. So that's how I see the nigga, man. I say, oh, he's like the agitation cycle in the washing machine, man. You know what I mean? And that's what's needed. I think that's what's needed to further certain sort of arguments, certain sort of debates. You know what I mean? Because if everybody says the same thing, that ain't no fun, man. But he had to step on that landmine and he had to do that pedophile shit. You a pedophile, and you a pedophile, and you a pedophile, and you. It was just, I'm like, oh man, no, we can't do that, partner. We can't do the false accusation shit. We can't do. Hold on, one second, bro. Oh, unmute mic. Add the stream. Bam. How you pronounce that? Guinness Vale?
Yeah, Janice Vale. I've been listening to you. Shucks, man, maybe 2014.
Damn.
Back when y'all had a little pop before y'all even hopped on YouTube. So
Yeah.
I've
Good
been listening
Lord.
for a bunch of years. Hold on 1 second. Let me get my earphones.
All right, cool. Man, that's a day one right there. Jesus. But yeah, like I said, he on this bullshit, man, where he calling everybody pedophiles, man. And we can't rock with that, man. For these false accusations. That's a serious ass false accusation. And the latest victim of that has been this brother. I think some of you brothers know this dude. His name is Red Supreme. Red Supreme do a lot of good content, man. He calls a lot of cats out for their bullshit. And so Red Supreme was grilling Taz, basically telling Taz that he's just a black male feminist. And Taz couldn't really, he didn't have no comeback for it, man. So he had to reach into his, I'm going to accuse you being a pedophile grab bag. You know what I mean? So yeah, the shit done hit the fan in the YouTube streets, man. And cats is really getting sick of these false accusatory, you a pedophile ass bullshit false accusations that this nigga is on, man. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
it's sorry to cut you off, but
go ahead.
like being in the environment and the black manosphere, even before it was a thing, because I started off feeling in the quote unquote white manosphere, so I've seen the entire space grow and evolve, right? So
Right.
anywhere where some hot, new, fresh movement, you always gonna get all types that come in. And I think the two people who you mentioned, the aforementioned, couple, they knew it was a hot spot and they could get some attention because once people started, getting cash apps and super chats, I think they wanted to buddy hustle off of that movement.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the things that he does in order to get eyes on him is he likes to
Mm-hmm.
manufacture chaos.
Oh yeah.
So when you a bottom feeder, when you a buddy hustler, when you a hook or crook type of cat, you have no scruples, right? So
Right.
you do anything to get eyeballs on you so you can capitalize off the attention, even if what you're saying is a lie, even if it's irrational, even if it's not linear or reasonable, because they know this person, a skill manipulator, skill liar, skill con man, grew up on, you can check his pedigree. He's and I think he has some Ohio roots, which I
Yeah.
know that's your stomping ground.
Exactly.
So
Yeah. He
you
from
know the
Lima.
flavor. Yeah, so you already know that type of get down because that's your region. So you've
Right.
seen cats like this, especially in your previous occupation when you
Right.
work in a facility where you were in charge of making sure that dudes like this, behave themselves while they, had to get that F on their report card and, go on vacation for a couple of years. So you know the steez. Like you can
Right.
feel it.
Yeah.
So the thing of it is, a lot of people are not hip to the game with respect to how to deal with a person like this. People like this are very dangerous because they're incendiary and they have no logic to what they say because all they want to do, it's like a shark will die if it stops swimming. A con man will cease to exist unless they have a good fresh con to work.
Mm-hmm.
When you have no marketable skills, and especially with guys like you, because you and Tony have a track record of being industrious, being very forthright with respect to your endeavors, whether it be romantic or business wise. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you detailed in great measure the extent to which you've lived a life where you were a military man, you were a family man, you were a foster parent. You had a worked in the state facility. You also did some other things that were a little bit more lascivious in
Yeah.
nature. You know what I mean? And you made money off of it. So you ain't
Right.
know you've really done it. You've lived that life. Now
Right.
the thing of it is, when you have a person who may tangentially look at you from afar and be jealous, and especially a guy like Tony, because Tony, same thing. He had the bail bonds, thing going, and he's an industrious cat. He's very loquacious. He's very smart, very cerebral, a good explainer, a good archivist. He has his recall is incredible. People are jealous of that when they can't do it themselves. So
Right.
I think the person, especially his wife is, I think she's the brains of the operation. I think she uses him as kind of the muscle, but at the same time, I think she got into a relationship long term with somebody who she didn't fully understand. Now she's enmeshed with him. So the
Mm-hmm.
abuse, because it's obvious that the way that he behaves is not just abusive toward the people who he interacts with in this YouTube environment. It's obvious, and it can be seen that it's perfectly reasonable to think that he's probably abusive to her, at least emotionally and psychologically, in their interaction.
Right.
Now, one of the things I know about an unbalanced couple, two fools will always find each other, right? So they're both on the same wavelength with respect to the fact that they leech on to movements and try to siphon off as much energy, and in this case, money as they can. Suge did a whole summer. Suge is an Ohio cat. He did a whole summer where he just went at them and revealed some things with the Bayou Bunny situation when
Uh-huh.
they did what they did to her allegedly, which sounds totally reasonable and believable from her perspective. And then the way that they tried to explain it away didn't even make sense to a reasonable person that has a modicum of intelligence, because they knew they got caught in that situation. And their defense was, she never gave us the money. Well, just because you're bad at being a criminal doesn't mean that you didn't attempt to commit a crime, right? So
Right.
if I try to break into your house, the fact that I didn't get in the house doesn't negate the fact that I attempted to burglarize your domicile.
Mm.
So the fact that they failed to properly scam her doesn't mean that they didn't try. So that
Oh
right
man.
there is a red flag to somebody who has, you don't even have to be streetwise. You just got to be paying attention a little bit. So, and the mistake that a lot of people make in this space is they feed it and give it energy with respect to going back and forth with the incendiary comments. But you can't outwit somebody who has no scruples, because they will always go lower than you will, even if they have to lie, as evidenced by the fact that he said some very untrue things about your main partner and a lot of other guys with respect to the referring to them as the P word, which there's a difference between liking women who are of age, who are younger than you, and have agency versus being child attracted. Those are two different, that's not even in the same ballpark, Jack. But he says things like that because he knows it's going to get people upset. And when you are a nobody that's never built anything,
Mm-hmm.
you have no respect for ruining the reputation of people who have. So it's been well documented. We even got photo evidence of this dude being on somebody's couch, going live. You understand what I'm saying? Just on some
Yeah.
raggedy. And YouTube is a great hustle for people who want to log on and pretend to be somebody who they're not. So, and being that you got a lot of people in here who tune in to shows just for the back and forth, the nastiness, the overall general ambiance of filth, kind of that trash. It's the trash TV aspect of the game, but it's on
Yeah.
YouTube now, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So whether you want to get, I don't want to get esoteric about it. What they would call the low vibrational. For women who, have a bunch of stones in their house. They say they're low vibrational people. It's enough of that audience here, and I'm guilty of it too, because I've
Oh yeah,
indulged,
me
because
too.
you
Me
see,
too.
I know the whole rundown. You see
Oh
how I'm
man,
running
you
it
ain't no
down.
joke, boy.
Yeah, you see what I mean.
You ain't skipped a beat. You know
But
all the
but
bullshit.
but that's by virtue of just when you were flying on the wall and when you be in the clouds for years and years and years, just listening, going from people's channels, you pick up the full story. So the thing of it is being in the manosphere for as long as I have, and I'll wrap it up because I know I'm talking a long time.
No, you good, man. You good. That's
But
what you're here for.
this is akin to being a officer or a VP, or AVP, in a corporate organization, because those tend to be the people that they know everybody's history because they're the ones that have access to the personnel file.
Mm-hmm.
So being in the space for as long as I have, it's almost like I'm a VP or AVP in a large organization where I'm privy to everybody's personnel file.
Okay.
So I know the backstory on who doxed who put false allegations on who did this, who met up at a truck stop to go fight. But long story short, I think the individuals in question are not as harmless as people may think. And the mistake I see some content creators make is trying to be quote unquote friends with these people to their own detriment. You got to understand, like, trying to be cool with somebody who has no moral compass, who
Mm-hmm.
has no boundaries or no limit, or just doesn't know how to conduct themselves in a friendly manner, even with people who they disagree with, eventually you're gonna get pulled down to where they are quicker than you're gonna lift them up to where you are.
Okay.
So you gotta don't ever claim to be cool with them publicly, and don't talk to them privately, because everything that people like those two individuals touch burns to the ground.
Yeah, this what I'm trying to understand, man. I'm thinking to myself, how is it that people don't understand a hustle when it's in their face? How they don't see
Game goofy.
scam artists coming a mile away like this? I can see if you just get on YouTube and you just run into these cats and you just meet them, just on the fly. But as a year or two goes by, you don't see that these two people are, I mean, they bad news, man. You know what I mean? I've seen them actually hop, skip, and jump from platform to platform, stealing everybody's swag, stealing everybody's
Mm-hmm.
talking points, capitalize off of it and whatnot. And I'm thinking, man, people can't see who these
Mm-hmm.
people really are. I'm tripping off that, man. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
so that's why uh I'm basically titling this show, you know what I mean, as far as, black people are concerned. I don't really have a lot of hope for black folks as a
Mm-hmm.
whole being able to see through the bullshit, especially black women. Black women have this weird ass love hate relationship with Negroes in the hood that just don't that want to do them wrong. And they
Oh,
don't
I'm in
have any.
Atlanta, man. I live in
Yeah,
Atlanta, so we started that. We the
right.
epicenter for that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm tripping off of it, man. I'm like, all the time when I was working in the joint, man, I was just mystified, man. I mean, not only me being out in the streets, but I was just tripping about how many times I ran into females that were just hooked up with dudes that just don't mean them any good, man. And me putting on my white night hat, you know what I mean, going around
Mm-hmm.
saying, "Hey, baby, you know what I mean? I don't think you should be fucking with this dude." You know what I mean? And the broad to be like, nigga, mind your business. I got this. You don't know what you talking
Mm-hmm.
about, nigga. And that's the same thing I see going on right now on YouTube, man. There's a lot of people coming to the front trying to warn all these buckethead broads out there about Taz. You know what I mean? But he
Let them
still
fail.
has a say what?
Let them find out the hard way. You can't say
Yeah,
these when you are used to being abused.
right,
And number one, we have to understand that even if you're a victim, you still have some agency, because sometimes people are complicit in their own downfall.
right.
Right. So it's important to understand, even if somebody's being abused, they're not totally innocent either, because they keep going back to get punched in the mouth again.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing of it is, a lot of times it's the company you keep. Right. So I've listened for years the conversations that you and Tony have had, when you all have been very authentic and very expressive about the real life situations. You all have talked about y'all losses openly
Right.
to each other. So when you have that level of authenticity, iron sharpens iron, to use a cliche. But when you have that open dialogue with somebody else that operates on your same wavelength, and y'all can be honest with each other and share war stories, but then also on the flip side, you all went into issues regarding professional growth,
Mm-hmm.
because you all had a culture that you understood with respect to the women that you all dealt with. So you understood that you were dealing with sociopaths.
Right.
But you and Tony still managed to be able to negotiate with crazy women
Mm-hmm.
in a market that was designed to make sure that you all failed, and then you flipped it, turned being a trick and it's being something powerful, coined the term power trick,
Mm-hmm.
basically came up with an informal handbook on communication habits that help you and Tony manage and navigate treacherous seas dealing with women who were plotting on your downfall, and y'all came out smelling like roses.
Man, you done
You
studied
understand
the
what I'm saying?
lessons. You done studied the
So
lessons.
I'm telling you, man, I've been around. I've been around for years. Y'all got me through some dark times. You and Tony
Man.
got me through some dark times. So I've definitely been understanding and listening to the market. And the thing about it is, people think emotional intelligence is not a thing. Emotional intelligence is a very real thing.
Okay.
Being able to pick up on social cues, being able to pick up on body language, being able to pick up on voice inflection. Y'all call it a disturbance in the force.
Right.
So it's just like when
Mm.
somebody is investing in the stock market, you got bear markets and you got bull markets. A good investor knows how to read the market and they know when to buy, when to sell, when to hold still. It's the same thing when you're dealing with the economy of personalities with respect to different people, especially when you're dealing with people who are dangerous.
Mm.
You got to go into it with your eyes open and not fooling yourself, and even you have to be very open and honest with yourself, even in the midst of you making a mistake, right? So the thing of it is you got a lot of people out here who don't understand that entire process that I just laid out. In essence, they're game goofy.
Yeah.
And if you game goofy, you're gonna always link up with somebody who's willing to play you. So when you walk out your house dressed as a lollipop and you get licked, it's almost like it's a good thing because that's the only thing that you know. Because if you were to actually stand up for yourself, it would be in a position of discomfort because you are so comfortable being a victim. If you don't
Mm.
want to be a victim anymore, the first thing you gotta do is change how you feel about yourself.
Man,
But
all I could do.
some of these grown people like getting picked on. They like getting used.
Mm.
And Taz know that.
Man, you tripping, man, because oh, excuse me, I'm tripping, man. You bringing tears to my eyes, man, because, man, you done studied the lessons, man.
I've been
You done
around, man.
studied
I'm
the
telling you,
lessons, man.
I've been
Hey,
around. But that was
do
when
me
you guys
proud.
y'all were really in the y'all were doing it a lot more frequent back then.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I would, listen to the podcast on iTunes when I was at work. So I listened
Wow.
to it. I would listen to podcasts over and over and over and over and over and over again and really get it in my head because you all were having conversations at a certain level or phase of maturity that the manosphere had yet to catch up to.
Right.
Right. So you all were really about 4 or 5 years ahead of where the manosphere is now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah,
Ten,
but I can
10 years
verify.
ahead. 10 years
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right because by the time I picked up on y'all in 2014, and y'all were kicking it as far back as 2009, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Hmm.
See what I'm saying? So, like I said, I've been meditating on it for years, almost because I went through I bought the 48 Laws of Power in 2003. I bought the Art of Seduction in 2005. I bought I have the same origin story that a lot of guys have. Went through the pickup artist community and all those books, the game with Neil Strauss, and had that evolution, and then went to the narcissism and codependent studies, personality cluster B, DSM 4 and 5 studies,
Mm.
all into the manosphere. So I have the same evolution that a lot of brothers have. But back then, when we were doing it as lone wolves. So now people who come into the space that's been created, they think it just appeared out of nowhere. Man, this has been building for really, if you want to be honest about it, since maybe the early aughts, 2001, 2003, on message boards and chat rooms, stuff like that. But it's coalesced almost 2 decades later. But it's churned.
Right.
So as you get new people coming in, they don't even know the 101, 201, 301 master's level dissertation, PhD. They don't even know all the stuff that's already been covered. So you have to end up, it's like the head of a business department in a business school. You always got your 100 classes to get the people up to speed.
Hmm.
Then as they build their competencies, you can slowly reveal, if it's even possible, the greater lessons and things that they may need to learn or things that they don't even know that they're going to face. But like I say, man, Taz, and I'll digress because I see Tony's here and I know he's the one that really needs to be having the stage.
Right.
But the people are right for the picking for somebody who's as devious and sinister as Taz.
All right. Well, damn, man, Mr. Vale, appreciate you coming on in here. We're gonna pass the mic to the man of the hour, man.
Yeah, I'll drop now and watch from the clouds, but I appreciate you letting me come up.
All right, appreciate you, man.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
All right. Okay, Magnus, man. What the deal is, boy? Why you on this black folk time, man, showing up late?
Negro,
Oh, late ass nigga.
Negro, I was
5 minutes late.
Negro, 5 minutes. Negro, I was actually
Oh,
sleeping.
oh, that's even
But
worse.
anyway, but anyway,
Yeah,
uh,
man.
I don't know. What happened now?
Well, see, basically what I want to do, right, is we got this thing going on now where Taz and Nyla, they on the hot seat again for
For
all
what?
they scamming and shit, right? So actually, it's like a lot of old stuff, but it's being dug back up because a lot of people see that they trying to ride Cynthia G's coattails to the promised land, you know what I mean, to get bread and shit, you know what I mean? So there's a female by the name of Black Woman's Fear that's come out and just dropping all sorts of receipts about how shady and scandalous they are. There's a brother out there by the name of Red Supreme going in on them, talking about how shady and scandalous they are and shit, you know what I mean? And so that's bringing out, you know, you know how you like pop a pimple, you know what I mean? Bring the pus out the wound and shit. There's a lot
Yeah,
of old shit that just coming to head. And I'm hearing cats out here talking about, oh man, we got to get them. We got them on the run. We got to deplatform them. We got to cancel them. And I'm like, man, I'm down with that, and I'm for that. But
that shit ain't
uh,
gonna happen.
yeah, that didn't see. Yeah, that's what me and you we've dealt with this a lot doing what we do out here in the hood, man. When we try and swerve, we try and give women constructive criticism about fucking with no good niggas, but it just goes over their head and they don't care because it's all about emotional content. It's not about logic and it's not about reason because Taz still has a pretty good following, even though there's a lot of stuff that's coming to a head and these broads should swerve this nigga. They still like, nah, they ain't trying to hear it. You know what I mean? And I have a whole bunch of input and a whole bunch of experience of a whole bunch of females that I tried to talk to, be like, look, I gotta admit, in the beginning of the game, I was a captain, had my cape on trying to save broads and shit.
You
And they
can't
wasn't,
save them.
yeah, and they ain't trying to hear it. That
Do
they
they
want
ever listen?
no, they never do listen. So, when we go to from the microcosm to the macrocosm, you know what I mean? When we go to this YouTube shit, we got a whole bunch of bubblehead broads out there that still ain't trying to hear what we trying to say about this scam artist, man. I wanted you to speak to your experience about this nigga and on how y'all came to butt heads and what your general opinion of this cat is before we even go any further.
Well, butt heads meant he was an equal. He was never my equal. I don't
Okay,
butt heads with fleas.
I got you.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The shit was an irritation to me. What it basically was, you know, um, I don't even know what happened. I think it was on O'Shea Duke Jackson's channel. And so what happened was, I think I was on there with uh O'Shea. I think it may have been my boy George. I forget what George's last name is. Oh God. And he's a good dude too. George Mason, I think that was his name.
Okay.
Myself, George Mason, I think him and some other people. And so he's one of these people, he's an agent provocateur. It's the same shit. I mean, the nigga got out of jail selling bootleg DVDs. How would you expect anything different?
Mm.
He don't
Okay.
sell real music, so how would you expect him to be authentic? I mean, it's the same stereotypical shit. Nigga go to jail and get righteous and think they come out Malcolm X. Go in there and read a couple of scriptures or go in there and make average or better than average use of the library and then start thinking they coming out thinking they Malcolm X. We know that pro-black shit is a hustle, man. We've always known that. What
Right.
did I always tell you about these pro-black niggas? They savages, man. These
Savages.
niggas are animals, man. That's what they are.
Right.
So he came out and they asked me, said, "What did you do for?" "Oh, I was selling bootleg DVDs." For me, it was over right then and there.
Mm.
I knew, what his path was going to be like because
Right.
it fits the profile. It fits
Mm-hmm.
the profiles. Okay, I knew right away. Okay, this is a nigga that's gonna be living off of a bitch. He'll be living out of a hotel. He can't even get a library card, and this is a hustle. That pro black shit is a hustle for them. It's the only way they can make money. But he can't. His wings ain't strong enough to fly on his own. So a nigga like that always find a bitch to lay under. He always find a chick to lay under that he can sell that pro black shit to. He always find one of them to lay under and nest under and feed off of because a lot of them are bored. They don't really have a chance to find anything decent. And it's always these average bonettas, these average bitches in the hood that really ain't got much going on, but they got more than him going on. But anyway, we were on a panel or something like that. And so we were talking. I I think it was about some shooting and something that Louis Farrakhan said in a speech. And so what happened was he meant to in some way imply that Louis Farrakhan was somewhat fraudulent. And I think I called it on him, and I think I may have mixed up his words. He jumped on it like there was some major fucking victory. And so it just went, and then he wanted me to give him an apology. I said, nigga, I'm not giving you an apology. Fuck you.
Right.
And so he went back and forth, and I think he even came over to our um our channel on one of our videos, and he was trolling in the comments section, talking about we too good to give up. Nigga, I'm not apologizing to you. You're not an intellect to me. You're a whole flea to me. You have the right moniker. You a goat. Goat eats paper and shit.
Mm.
That's your diet, paper and shit. So no, I'm not apologizing to you. So then he starts, following me around. Well, he started trolling the podcast that I was on, because I think it was me, Kevin Samuels, and Obsidian were on that particular on O'Shea's podcast. I think that's who it was. And so we were talking about, tricking and, being able to, supplement for all the deficiencies that niggas like him bring to the game. And so he heard that and he got in his feelings, and he said something about 75, and he did a some kind of response video or some shit like that, and I heard it, and I think we did a response, and I'm like, okay, is this even worth going back and forth? But nevertheless, we did the response. So what else happened? See, I'm getting old, so I'm forgetting. My memory ain't as sharp as it used to be. So he does this little weak ass response video, and we did one to him. And so what I did, I said, okay, well, let me figure out who I'm dealing with. And I went and pulled up this nigga's record, and then I'm telling you straight up, I called a friend of mine that was on the U.S. Marshals, and I said, who is this person? Because I had his real name. So who is this person? And he said, yo, he said that guy's like a low level mule. The
Mm-hmm.
guy's like a low level drug mule, is what he is. He
Okay.
says, he's not even high priority. And so I'm like, okay, why aren't y'all, why aren't y'all taking this nigga off the streets? But then when I looked at his record was like, the most serious thing he did. I think he beat up a homeless bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did beat up a homeless bitch, because they couldn't find the girl when it came time to testify and shit, and the
Okay.
charges got dropped. And I said, okay, I know who this is I'm dealing with. And so when he told me that, and we did the video, he was silent for months on end.
Mm-hmm.
And then Christmas of 2020, he got our video, and he calls himself doing a breakdown of our video. And so I heard that, and I went to his section, and him and her were over there talking all kind of crazy shit. And I said, well, okay, well, let me go back, because usually when if I dox somebody, I dox them. And then
Okay.
I started looking at the shit, and I said, well, okay, well, let me look at this. I'm like, is it worth this? And then I'm like, okay, the most serious shit he had was the only reason he went to jail. He was what they said he was, a low level drug mule, right?
Okay.
So then when I looked at it, and I said, well, the only reason the nigga went to jail is because he ran from his PO.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, this is a nigga that doesn't even go. He can't even pass a piss test. How
Mm.
you flunk a piss test? Okay, because he liked to smoke. You would think he would be smart enough, to clean up so he could stay on the streets.
Okay.
But he's not even that smart. So I said, well, is this really worth it? Is this really worth my time for me to even get involved with this flea bag ass nigga? I mean, was it really worth my time to do it? And I had other shit going on. I'm like, okay, whatever. And so I had been known about this because another person, hold on, that's the background. Another person had gone through had gone through damn it, hold on. Another person had gone through uh, the uh, the criminal record, had pulled the receipts on the criminal record, and they
Okay.
basically found what I found. It's like, okay, okay, this is a small time, dirty ass $300 corner dealer dude. The only person that the nigga was a threat to was any bitch he was living with. He was
Okay.
any bitch he was living with, he was gonna be a threat to them. And the only person he was a threat to was his PO, and he ran from his PO. And I was like, okay, Tony, I mean, is it really worth you getting perturbed about a nigga named Shannon? I mean, come on, dog.
Mm,
Is it Shannon? I don't, this was ridiculous to me.
mm.
It was ridiculous to me. So then when I looked at it, I said, well, okay, I know, I've seen this movie before. And he reminded me of, you remember CB4? You didn't see CB4, did you?
Yeah, I seen
Chris Rock from CB. You remember Bubba Ock? I carry the message to the black man,
it.
my
Yeah.
proud black warrior. Uh, the book costs
Yeah.
24.95. That
Right.
type of shit. That's what it was. Why is this revolution shit so expensive? A revolution must be marketed. That's what he was to me. He was Bubba Ock to me from
Okay.
CB4. And so I'm like, okay, this shit is ridiculous. And then it's like, okay, well, I know what happens here. Okay, you drift from spot to spot. Okay, you drift just ahead. You got to be doing something illegal.
Hmm.
You got to be doing something illegal because a nigga ain't gonna go to work nowhere.
Right.
So you know, I just took it for granted that the nigga would be selling, dope at a low level corner boy, $300 corner boy, pulling scams. And then when somebody else actually dropped information, that basically showed that, the nigga was pulling payday lending scams,
Hmm.
where they were just going and, borrowing, getting payday loans from people and not paying the shit back. I'm like, okay, well, that don't surprise me because that's what niggas like this do, and that's
Hmm.
what chicks like this do. They go, they give a checking account and go get old stubs and shit and get payday lending loans from the people, get the shit, get the money, and then never pay the money back, close the account, and disappear and shit like that. Okay, I'm not surprised about anything like that. I'm like, okay, this is what I'm dealing with. This is petty shit. And then he started talking about, he start this pedophile shit. I'm like, I don't know, where does he get that from? Where does he get that pedophile shit from? And
Shit.
he starts, I'm going in on these pedos, but then here's the wrinkle of the whole thing, right?
Hmm.
He tried to get a crusade behind me, and niggas wouldn't fall in line for that.
Right.
They wouldn't join that lynch mob of him against me. Well, except for them little dirty ass bum niggas over there on his channel, them little dust mites over there on this nigga's channel. They were talking that shit, but most of the people, none of the people in the manosphere did that. None of the people in the manosphere fell behind that shit. I think he even went to Cynthia G and
Hmm.
tried to get her, and it didn't even wash out with her.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So it was bullshit, and everybody knew it was bullshit, and they ignored it when he said it with respect to me or with
Right.
respect to Mac City. They didn't even pay that shit any mind. They didn't get that shit any rotation. They laughed him, up off the platform. And I'm like, okay, well, they said everything I needed to say. They didn't get that shit any rotation. It didn't get prime time. It didn't go platinum.
Right.
They knew that shit was a joke
Hmm.
you know and so I said, well, there it is. I mean, how could I respond any better than that? I mean, look at the nigga. I mean, just
Well, check this out. Can you give us, some information on why he considered you a pedo?
he said it because when we were talking about on the channel is that for the younger chicks, and he
Hmm.
thought younger meant below 18, even though I
Hmm.
said on the podcast and he played it on his podcast where I said, I didn't mess with any chick below 25. And then he
Right.
got caught, his mouth was left open, he was like, yeah, nigga, go ahead and clean it up. And so he got caught with his dick in his mouth,
Hmm.
and so he couldn't say nothing then. And then I said, well, I wasn't even talking about anybody that was 18 years old. That was Kevin Samuels. And then he said, yeah, that's right, that's true, that's exactly who it was. Well, nigga, if that's exactly who it was, why is my name in your mouth?
Right.
you know and it was just, I don't know what it was he was thinking, but nobody jumped on board with that shit. Nobody cared because they knew what it was. They knew that I wasn't saying that. And I think
Right.
he went on, he was on, and he tanked her channel too. He went on Ren's channel.
Hmm.
Him and Obsidian was on Ren's channel, and he went on there talking that shit. And Ren asked him specifically, she said, did he say that? And he was like, I don't want to throw him under the bus. I know damn well you don't want to throw me under the bus because I didn't say it.
Right.
So nobody co-signed it.
Hmm.
Nobody co-signed it. it was something that Kevin Samuels had actually said when Kevin Samuels was actually amongst niggas at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So it was something that he said. It was a comment that came from him, but he tried to put it in my mouth because he thought he was gonna humble me, and that's never gonna happen. Dog, I don't bow down to niggas that don't have addresses. You see what I'm saying? I don't explain myself to niggas with negative incomes. I just don't do shit like that.
Oh
You
shit,
see what I'm
man.
saying? I don't do that. I don't I don't let you know I don't let nut residue shake me. I just ball residue. That that that's what it was.
Man.
You taint sweat to me. That's how I saw you. You taint sweat, and so I didn't really pay that shit any attention. I didn't care, and I said, well, does it really matter? I mean, because look at this. You already know what this dude is. And so what he wanted was when he came in here, he came on the people's channels, cussing and all that. The bitch ass nigga, the bitch ass nigga. That's all he knew how to say. Bitch ass nigga, fuck nigga, pussy, the bitch ass. Okay, all right. That you may be scaring them with that, but you're not really scaring me with that. You're not. You're not. I mean, you're a nigga that runs from your PO. I mean,
Right.
no. I mean that you're not scaring me with that. And
Mm.
so, that's where that shit came from. And, he went back and forth, and it's like, okay. When I actually started looking at the shit, um, the charges, the one where he jumped on the homeless bitch, I'm like, okay. I've
Mm.
seen this nigga is all too familiar. I've seen this before. I know what this is. And I understand why. Well, I understand it. I don't necessarily agree with it. You know, a lot of these chicks just need direction and they need guidance.
Right.
And so when they don't have anything else going on, this nigga come in, he's exciting, or they think he's exciting. He comes in, and what they do is what he does is what they all do. They throw a little cash at him, make they think they doing big things, and they doing this and that, but they never gonna take them anywhere. You see, whatever cash they throw at them, they're gonna get that shit back 10 times, and they're gonna always take you under. You'll never be above board with them niggas. You'll never be above water with them. They're always going to take you down. They're always going to take you. And I just looked at, I said, oh, this is another chapter from the Mac City Chronicles. I've seen this shit before.
Mm.
This is this plan. The what do you call it? The formula. The formula is flawless.
Mm-hmm.
The formula is flawless. I'm like, okay, I could see what this is. This is the same old shit done over again. Okay, this is okay. He gonna beat her. I mean, stop me when this shit sounds familiar. He gonna beat her.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
He gonna be involved in various scams that's gonna always have her in the radar of law enforcement. He ain't gonna
Man.
never be able to halfway pay no bills.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? He ain't gonna
Right.
never be able to do anything worthwhile that a man should be doing except, puff his chest and cuss and all that shit. And that ain't going nowhere because the nigga can't afford to even be stateside. But
Mm.
that pro-black shit that obscures all that failure. That pro-black shit obscures all of your deficiencies, shortcomings, and downfalls. You don't think about how deficient this nigga is because he talking about how black he is.
Mm.
So that's a hustle that works for niggas like that. And the minor charges, which is nothing, because I don't think he served a full year.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that gets for some strange reason that gives him street cred, you know. And I'm like, okay, this shit is ridiculous. This is a geeker. These are geeker charges. These
Mm-hmm.
are geeker charges. And so when I
Wow.
looked at him, I said, okay, well, this is familiar. I said, then I instantly went back to okay, this is Crybaby Nish here. This is Darling Nikki here. This is
Mm.
KBK here. It was the same kind of nigga.
Right.
So the niggas the future was predictable. It was
Mm.
predictable. It was ridiculous. I knew where this was going, and so another YouTuber, another chick on here just went in on him for hours on end, breaking down his record and so forth and so on. I said, well, it's good to be right, but I didn't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. It's
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, what is this about? And I said, well, okay, again, this is chapter and verse. of life experience. This is chapter and verse of life repeating itself, of shit that I've already seen, shit that we've seen, shit that we used to, shit that we experiencing. And so I was like, okay, this is petty. This is this
Well,
is
you
this
know, he ain't
bullshit.
necessarily doing pro-black shit right now. It's kind of like flip the script because now he's into the divestment movement. You familiar with that? Where black women don't want to have anything to do with black men, and they're basically co-signing the abortion and the murder of black male fetuses. You familiar
Uh,
that's what he's on right now? You know, he basically follows any sort of movement, you know, or any sort of philosophy that's, you know, that's hot
but
at that moment is going to
but
get put some
that
ends in his pocket.
the divestment community, they don't want nothing to do with black folks. Period.
Exactly.
Period.
Yeah. Hmm.
Period. Period.
Yeah.
Oh, so he done a 180 now.
Yeah. He done a 180. Now, you know, he,
Oh,
like I
okay.
said, he's championing and he's co-signing the divestment philosophy now.
Oh
Yeah. And
well.
so if that don't necessarily tip you as as far as letting you know that, you know, he's a hustler, that he's a shyster, and that, you know, he's just on whatever is popular at that time to put some ends in his pocket. You know what I mean? And once again, this go back to me trying to save quote unquote hoes. Me trying to tell broads, hey, look, don't you see? Do you see this? Do you understand this? But yet, it's still, he got a whole bunch of clucking hens over there in his chat section, man, when he go live, that just love his dirty draws, man. And I'm like, God damn, boy, you can't fix stupid, son.
Nah, water seeks its own level. I mean,
Right,
what do
right,
we expect? Water seeks its own level because they're like him.
right.
They
Mm,
are him. He's their constituency. He's not only the client, he's their president.
right.
You see what I'm saying? Pig peeing ass niggas draw pig peeing ass bitches.
Wow,
I mean,
man.
what it ain't, it's just nothing to it. It's not scientific, it's elementary. You know what I mean? What do you expect of it, man?
Man.
What do you expect of it? I mean, these pro black niggas never let a good scam go unutilized.
Man, bro. And
You know,
also, you know, we go back to, you know, the prison politics, prison psychology, man. I broke this down in one of my videos where, you know, when I was working in the pen, you know, it was always some bottom feeder ass dude, man, that was going around, you know, pointing fingers at someone saying that they was a pedo. He's a
yeah,
pedo. He's a
yeah.
pedo. He's a pedo. Now, typically the cats that would do that, right?
Will be the nigga that's the pedo.
Yeah, either he's the pedo or, you know, there's two things that's just as bad as a pedo or quite possibly worse, and that's prison snitches and rapists. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So a lot of times you have a prison snitch going around saying he a pedo, or if you had some dude who was guilty of rape, you know, he a pedo, or excuse me, there's another one, a jailhouse thief. Man, niggas can't stand jailhouse thieves, man. So rapists, thieves, and what was the other one I just said? Rapists, thieves,
Snitches.
and snitches. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So those are the type of dudes that would go around in order to elevate themselves in the hierarchy of cats that was in the pen, right? They would,
Hmm.
oh, he a pedo. He a pet. So it would seem like, from a psychological standpoint, he know where he's standing in the pecking order of men. You know what I mean? So in order for him to try and boost himself, like he all that in a bag of chips, you know what I mean? He remind me of the prison snitch, or he remind me of the prison rapist, or he remind me of the prison thief going around pointing fingers, talking about who a pedo is, man. I mean, the minute he started doing that shit, I said, I know what this is. This is a nigga that's trying to build up his rep, man, by just casting aspersions and doling out untrue, unfounded allegations against cats, man. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is disgusting.
Yeah, because it keeps the niggas in there for double murder off of his ass,
Mm, mm,
right?
mm. Man, bro.
Because they would either kill him or turn him into a prison bitch and have him, prostituting for cigarettes, something
Yeah,
like that, or
something like that.
commissary, or victimizing them or shit like that. Yeah, they're at the bottom of the pecking order. They're at the bottom
Mm,
of the pecking order. So, I mean, shit's ridiculous. I mean, it's not even ridiculous. It's pathetic. It's not ridiculous. It was just pathetic. You know, and but you can't. This is the nigga that they live for a letter from. These type of women, they live for. Oh, let me go see this nigga. They live to they be there bright and early on visitation day. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? They gonna be the first ones in line, the first ones off the bus to go see a nigga like this because, they want to be conned. Yeah, they want to be conned. They want to be played. They want to be.
Mm.
Some people just they're architects of their own disaster, and that's what a lot of these chicks are. I deal with them all the time. They're architects of their own disaster, and that's be honest. That's how you got some of your best film material, right?
Right.
That's how you got some of your
Mm.
cheapest footage, right?
That damn right.
You know,
Yeah.
that's how you got shit for bargain basement prices, right?
Right.
I mean, you were operating on a shoestring cheeseburger budget in this bitch.
You damn right, Jack.
So I mean,
Shit.
that's how you able to do it. I mean, ain't no mystery to the shit. There's no, uh, it's not magic. It's not
Oh
magic. It's like
man.
stealing candy from a baby.
Mm, mm,
So
mm.
it's. I mean, what else can you say? I mean, that's what she liked. That's what they want. So fuck it. Let them toot coke. I don't say
Mm,
let them
mm,
eat
mm.
cake. I said let them snort coke.
Let him snort
Let
couch.
them snort coke. Fuck it.
Goddamn right.
You
Yeah,
know.
yeah. But we can't necessarily like trash the females. Because it really overall, this is an overall problem in the black community, wanting to be hustled, wanting to be scammed. You know what I mean? It's a situation where it just doesn't matter how much information and how much facts you present to black folks in general. You know what I mean? As long as they feel good and as long as you speak to their emotions, they're good to go. What was that a long time ago? You gave me a quote by this FBI agent. What was it about brothers and sisters protesting, but let them go ahead and
Oh,
protest
oh,
because it
Tyrone Powers. He said let them. He
right,
said the FBI said that they're an emotional people. FBI did a cultural profile on us,
right,
and they said that we're an emotional people. We're not an analytical people. And they
right.
said in times of heightened um, in times of social hysteria and social chaos and upheaval, don't bother them. Let them march, let them protest, because their movements will come to no logical conclusion.
Mm, mm, mm. Man, and that's
Their,
exactly what I'm seeing, man.
their movements will come to no. I mean, think about the shit, right?
Right.
We watched the police put a niggas put their knee on a nigga's neck and deprive him of his life. They sent the man to prison, and they were around here to my defund the police. Now that shit wasn't gonna happen. That shit wasn't logical.
Right.
But that's what they were talking about was defund the police. And then, Pelosi got down on one knee and talked about the George Floyd bill. She got kente cloth around a fucking mug and got down on one knee. And now what happened is the bill ain't been heard of. The
Mm,
fucking bill is dead. They came out with an anti-lynching bill that's 122 years too late, that does nothing for police brutality.
right.
And niggas think that that's progress.
Mm,
You see what I'm saying? A
yeah.
bill that does nothing. Joe Biden, when he got in office, he told niggas, look, y'all shut down that shit about defund the police. We're gonna get ripped apart on that. And that's what he did. And they killed the George Floyd bill. And when they did that shit, they gave these niggas something else to get happy about. The Emmett Till Act, the anti-lynching bill, and that shit didn't go anywhere. Again, your movement came to no logical conclusion. Meanwhile, the bitches that want Black Lives Matter made off with $4 million, and they went and bought 2 or 3 mansions.
Oh
You
man.
see what I'm saying? And
Man.
the people behind that shit got a fat tax write-off.
Good
So
Lord, man.
it came
Mm,
to no logical conclusion. Nothing tangible came out of this shit. Nothing on the books. They feign all this shit about, the police reform and shit. The police still doing the shit that they doing. Well, they don't do the chokehold no more. Okay, well, they don't do the chokehold. They beat your ass to death with that nightstick. Hey, Jeff, what? You want to come through? What?
oh
See what I'm
man.
saying? You know,
Yeah.
Jeff Webb.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Jeff
I don't,
Webb.
I don't have to choke you. I can Jeff Webb your motherfucking ass and beat the shit out of you. You see?
Right.
So I mean, um, again, the movements come to no logical conclusion. Ain't nobody been lynched in 100 years. Ain't nobody hanging niggas from trees no more. Now you got these niggas dying under a mysterious circumstance, which they're calling lynching, but none of that shit is never proven. And then the ones that die in police custody, the police are not being sued for the shit because they got qualified immunity. A and then on top of that, the police unions, they quiet that shit right on down when they started. They give a public statement. The PR campaigns come out. The PR managers come out. They spin that narrative. That narrative gets reverberation and play in the public, and then before you know it, the shit is swept under the rug.
Mm.
So again, their movements come to no logical conclusion, and that's what it is. So when you're talking about the broads, it's like it's almost like it's really so when you stop and think about it, as predatory as he tried to say we are, he's 10 times more predatory because what you did was you played three card Molly with a retarded kid.
Hmm.
You're just gonna take his money.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You're playing three-card Molly with a motherfucker with Down syndrome.
Hmm.
You're playing three-card Molly with someone that's retarded.
Mm.
They're never gonna win.
Oh man.
You see what I'm saying? You can't even give them a win to keep them playing so you can actually, dig into that because that's what they do. They let you win a couple hands, set you up double the bet, and clean you out. Well,
Right.
you can't even do that with a retarded kid. Because he's never going to pick the right card, even when you tell him the black queen is the one on the end. He's still going to pick the one in the middle. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, that's what it's like. That's what it's like. I mean, can you say anything different? Wasn't the warrior queen, Xena, the warrior princess, wasn't that like dealing with a retarded child?
Yeah, it sure was.
See what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Wasn't Diamond Cut Diva? Wasn't that like dealing with a retarded child?
Yeah, I think they were. When I think about it now, I think they may have been touched a little bit.
You see?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So I mean, it's it's inherently unfair. It's
Okay.
grossly unfair. And because see, you had a conscience. You were like, well, I can't do this. Let me take these videos down. Their kids at school are teasing them.
Right.
Because you get them calls, my kids, the kids at school are teasing my kids, talking about they saw my mama on the internet, and it's their grandkids now. And it's like, you were like, well, they don't deserve that. And I was like, shit, if it wasn't you, it'd be somebody else. And he
Wow.
was like, no, no, I have to be kind to them. I must balance my scales with the universe magnets and all that shit, you know.
Oh, you got jokes, nigga.
And I said, I must be balanced. I must be righteous and all that shit. I was like,
Right.
look, fuck that shit. I
Mm,
said, fuck that shit. Look, man, let Virgil sell that shit on Broadway and Third.
man, you tripping, man.
Let Virgil sell that shit on Third. And no, I can't do that to my babies. I can't do that to my baby. Look, fuck that.
Man.
Look. I have to keep the scales balanced, Magnus. I have to keep the scales balanced. Look, man, fuck them scales.
Oh shit, man. Well, this is what I'm saying, man. You know what I mean? When I'm sitting back and I'm watching everything that's transpiring on YouTube and I'm seeing the hustle go down, right? And game recognized game, man. But you know, once again, we looking at the microcosm, and you just explained the macrocosm. You just explained, the hustles and the scams that go on at a government level. You know what I mean? So when cats, me and you sit here and we see this stuff, man, it's like child's play. We can see it coming a mile away, man, but it's still hard for me to sit here and just even fathom how they can't see it, man. It's like we live in an alternate reality,
I
an
just told
alternate
you.
dimension, man.
I just told you why they can't see it, man. They're retarded, man.
They retarded.
They're retarded, man. I mean, you the ones that's
Mhm.
always saying it. IQ, IQ, IQ.
Right.
You, it's what it is, man. They're retarded. The
Mhm.
man up here said that there's such thing as emotional intelligence. They are emotionally retarded, man.
Right.
They are emotionally retarded, man. What do you expect from an emotionally retarded kid, man? What do you
Man.
expect of it, man? You say you can't understand why they can't see it. It's like, okay, like this nigga went out and bought you a knockoff purse with the proceeds from your own tax returns, and you gonna say he loved you.
Right.
I mean, you gave the nigga the money to buy you the purse. I mean,
Mm.
come on. But you said you don't understand. I don't understand why you can't see why they don't see it. It's
Mm,
IQ.
well, hold on.
You won. You won the argument. I'm not
I
arguing with
got
you
you. I
anymore.
got you. Okay.
You
Well, hold
won.
on
It's
1 second.
IQ.
Hold on. Okay, we got someone who just joined the chat or joined the show, man. A brother by the name of James S. Mr. James, what do you have to contribute to the conversation, sir?
Well, first of all, gentlemen, thank you for having me on Mac City, Mr. Tony Maceo. Like, I've been fans from day one, man, and I truly appreciate y'all. Like, I really do, man, because there was a time in my life where I was jammed up in a situation, and there's one particular episode that really changed my mindset, and it was both of you brothers. And I just, what I'm saying, want to give praise
Yeah,
um,
that's
to
what's up.
y'all. No, seriously.
Okay.
Um, I think with this particular topic, man, I feel like I've always said this. We Americans enjoy being at Disneyland. The
Okay.
problem is we like being at 24/7, 365, and bills are not getting paid. It's
Mm-hmm.
like I remember the episode you guys talk about. All right, niggas, let the hood rats and the bottom of the pit of society operate with no rules,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what we have. Like brothers that still want to go in they still want to participate in the environment with no rules, and then still and turn around and be like, oh, that's not right. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay.
and that's a huge problem.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, I'm right, brother. I didn't know. I know if you intervened. I didn't want to be rude.
No, I didn't want to cut off your flow.
No,
You
no,
know?
it was just
Yeah.
and that's all I'm saying, man. Like you see this on and on and on and on within the female society, within the male
Mm-hmm.
society, even like I was just on Obsidian. We talked about this whole Supreme Court ruling, right?
Okay.
And there was so many, and I'm sitting here like, okay, I can see the pros and cons. And then you had a lot of sisters all of a sudden just come up, well, what about this? And all these super hypotheticals, and I can't take birth control. I can't do this. And I'm sitting here like, you just want to function in society with no fucking rules.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's it.
Sure. Yeah.
You
Well,
telling me, go ahead, brother.
let me ask you. So, are you familiar with the individual in question who we're speaking on? This Taz dude. Are you familiar with him?
I am familiar. I've heard some of his contact, but I don't know the in depthness. But he does
No.
go off the rocket from time to time.
No. Okay. I just wanted to know what your personal opinion of him. Did your red flags, did your spidey senses tingle whenever this dude was doing this thing? Because I mean he's a prolific con artist. You know what I'm saying? So there's a thing that's going on right now where people want to cancel and deplatform him. But is what me and Tony are pointing out right here. We ain't holding our breath to see that happen because the sisters out there, man, they seem to be stuck on stupid because that's all he has in his comment section when he has his lives is a whole bunch of broads and stuff, man. So I was trying to get a good gauge, man, of
I
cats
mean,
out here what they thought about that.
let's keep it 100, fam.
Right.
A lot of sisters like that. They like that. They like Hollywood in a crib, if that
Okay.
makes sense. And it's
It,
been like that for a long fucking time. Excuse me for my language. And it's just like when you get played, what do you expect? It's like you see shorties all the time. They're like, "Oh, he fly," you know what I'm saying? But he got like six baby mamas. I could change him. I could still fuck with him.
right.
And you see that shit, and it's sad. It be the chick with the 4.0 GPA. It don't be the chick that they say she a jump off. It be the bright one.
Mm.
You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Yep.
This is like it's very disingenuous.
Mm.
But again, let's be honest here. We in our community, it's when sisters see a dude with multiple women, that's just a turn on, even if the nigga's a con
Right.
artist.
Right.
That
Yeah.
deception, that like I say all the time, if you really want to just get women, all you gotta do is a crazy marketing campaign. Take
Mm.
notes, create the facade, create the energy, and there you go. You have them dripping all over you, even though they won't. Even, it's crazy. They know something's off, but they gonna say fuck it anyway. I'm gonna take my chances
Just to belong.
just to be a
Mm-hmm.
part. It's Russian roulette.
Mm-hmm. Shoot, you familiar with what was that dude's name? Goddamn, Nature Boy. Familiar with him?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the same thing going on with that Nature Boy. That his whole thing was just off the rails, man. The stuff that he was doing and getting away with, man. But that's all in the process of females, not just females, but dudes wanting to belong,
of
wanting
course.
to, be they want to belong to something bigger and better and greater than themselves. I mean, I went ahead and tapped into that shit, man. You know what I mean? I had my best turnouts, man. You know what I mean? When I was, doing that. I hate to say it, man, but people were saying I was running a cult for a while because they couldn't understand why I had all these females coming into the fold and just, doing their thing for
Nigga, you
basically
was
free.
smiling with glee. You were breaking your neck to get in that car to go to McDonald's and get them cheeseburgers and fries and shit. Just so you can keep getting that footage and shit, going to
Man.
Pizza Hut. That I mean that was it got to be it was almost too easy. It was almost too easy. So my man says escapism. No, it's not, dog. They really
No,
are retarded.
no. This
They
is
really are retarded. Not see, you think we're talking about, well, in a sense it is, but no, they really are retarded, dude. It's not escapism. They really are retarded.
and
Really.
you know
It's like, hey, we over here hungry. Shit, that bitch. Get downstairs, get in that car. McDonald's was just around the corner. Can I get 10 cheeseburgers and fries? You know, $10, please. Bet. Take that shit over there.
and let's keep it 100 in our community. Motherfuckers like taking that hard road.
Right.
That's for some odd reason. You can give them resources and all this other shit, and they'll make up some type of shit like, "Nah, I don't deserve that shit," or, or you know what I'm saying? Or they gonna fuck it up anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it ain't no different with them chicks. They see a nigga basically, oh he could be paying these bitches,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, oh look at her, and he could be paying bad bitches just to be there, like
Right.
buying like mine. What do you call it on Instagram when people buy what's that shit they pay for followers,
Okay. Subscribers and followers and
subscribers or
stuff.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, they paying for the subscribers, right? But as long as they can create that illusion, you got oh shit, he's popping. And that
Mm-hmm.
motherfucker ain't got a pot to piss in. But again, bitches get turned on by that shit, man.
Yeah. And that's exactly what's going on with your boy Taz, man. He got all them broads over there. You know what I mean? And and females just want to belong. They just want to be just with a nigga. Especially since God, man, I hate to say this, man, but the archetype or the stereotype of the thug nigga, you know what I mean, that just get the broad wet, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just a situation where, I mean, bruh, I've had many a counseling session with a chick who would come over to my crib, man, and I see her eyes been black or, her arm is broke or whatever. And she's crying to me, oh, he beat me and he did this. And I'm like, I thought you said you was done with this dude. Well, and I'm just like, look, don't come over here whining and bitching about this nigga
Mm-hmm.
whooping your ass. You know what I mean? Because I'm tired of talking to you about it. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? If you don't give a fuck, why should I give a fuck, man? But it's just hard for them to leave an abusive nigga alone, man.
No,
I'm like, what is going on with that?
but you gotta understand, black bitches, you know what I'm saying? I love them, and they're not all the same, right?
Right, right.
But
No
them
doubt.
bitches, man, they like, it's like you know, like, you know how we like sports boxing? These bitches love violence,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
emotional violence, right? They
yeah.
like the fact that they can get a nigga riled up and be like, get the fuck out the house, and then
Mm,
come fuck me later.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
this psychological dissonance, right? Like it's just it's so irrational where
Mm,
they don't even realize how detrimental it is to their personal mental health.
mm. Shoot, like Tony, like, well, what did you say? What was the best commodity in the black community? Was not intelligence, but it was some other
Aggression.
aggression.
Yep.
Aggression.
That's the main currency in the black community. It's
Aggression.
a yeah, and it looks
That's the
like
highest form of sexual currency in the black community.
Yep.
It's not intelligence. Intelligence is a feminine trait. in
Mm-hmm.
in the black community. You
Right.
remember Idiocracy? He talks like a fag. You know,
Yep. Uh-huh.
he want to put water on the plants. You mean out of the toilet?
Mm-hmm.
You
That's
know,
right.
intelligence. There's that fag talk again. You
Yep.
Right.
know, he sounds pompous and faggy. You know, so in the black community, intelligence isn't at a it isn't it doesn't carry a great premium. It's not at a premium. The only way it's a premium is that if it results in you stacking paper. And then at that time it makes you a target. If you're
Yeah.
intelligent because you're making money, now you become food for everybody that's preying on you. You
Yep.
become food for every chick. She don't look at your intelligence as a masculine quality. She looks at your intelligence, you're a lick now. You're a
Yep.
potential target for her, or because she assumes that because you're intelligent, you don't have very much experience with women, so therefore you tend to dig. So all she
Mm-hmm.
got to do is come in and run the same old prostitute playbook on you. Okay, then before you know it, she eating your pockets, she going to you. You buying her all kind of gifts, you doing
Yep.
all this shit because you don't taking advantage. I call it nerd. They're a bunch of nerd whisperers. You got a bunch of nerd whisperers. So they're looking for the intelligent, socially awkward dude that doesn't have much quote unquote street sense. The Sean Jameses of the world. My
Right.
Yeah.
mom told me not to wear the hat in the
In the
house. That type
house.
of truth. You see what I'm saying? So they're looking for that kind of nigga. So if
Right.
they're looking for that kind of nigga with money, then they lay on that kind of nigga, and they lay on that kind of nigga because he's a lick. That's his sole motivation. His intelligence is not even recognized. It's not
Yeah.
even there. It's just non-existent. It's just the means by which they calculate or they psychologically profile you and size you up, before they go to you. So to them, if you're aggressive, if you're hyper aggressive, if you're violent, that's masculinity to them because it says that at least that they're going to be protected. It says at least someone's going to protect them. But then, okay, the next question is, okay, who going to protect you from him?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Who going to protect you from him? Because it was a standard rule where our rule was, look, we do not do domestics.
No, we do not.
We do not
Yeah.
do domestics. We don't call me. He beat me. Did you call 911?
Mm.
Did you call somebody? We ain't coming. We ain't coming. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and I recall this vividly. I recall this vividly. I recall when you picked up the Hydra and she had a whole ring around her eye,
Mm-hmm.
like like Petey from Little Rascals. She had that little black ring around her eye and shit. And
Right.
then what did she do? She was sucking dick with that ring around her eye.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So, that's just, I mean, that's what it was. It was aggression.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. They need that daily dose, and it's bad to say that. You
It
look at me
is.
sideways when I say it, but that aggression is a form of sexual currency.
Yeah.
It is. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why it doesn't matter what they do, it doesn't matter what you say, it doesn't matter how many times you explain you know what they did wrong. It doesn't matter. It's like if you look at Will now, the
Mm.
women, they used to call that nigga corny as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Will
Nah.
Smith was corny as hell to bitches. He was corny.
Yep.
Right.
But you slap a nigga on stage, now all of a sudden, look at him, he defending his wife. Look at
Wife.
that man stand up for his wife. Wait a minute. Y'all
Fuck
was saying
out of
this was
here.
the corniest nigga alive 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all were talking about how he may be undercover gay when
Yep.
Jada Pinkett got exposed. But he slapped another dude on stage. Now all of a sudden, you know, he's the
He a
new sex
man.
symbol.
Hmm.
That's the way it's always worked in our community. Aggression is the highest form of sexual currency. I've always understood that. So that's why when I told these other dudes, I said, look, you can talk all that shit about them being, Pookie and Ray Ray. They don't hear that shit. They don't care because the fact of the matter is, unless you face off against them dudes, they don't want to hear shit you got to say. You
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
don't you don't get their attention unless you willing to go to war. If you ain't willing to go to war, then stop talking about them dudes.
Yeah.
Stop talking about those dudes if you're not willing to go to war with them, because the only thing you're doing is you're becoming their press agents. The more you sit up there and talk about how bad they are, the wetter their little twat's gonna get for that type of dude.
And check
Shut
it
up
out.
and stop
Check
doing
it out.
that.
And this is the dichotomy or the predicament that we're actually put in, right? Because right about now, that's what we're doing. We're basically giving him press. We're basically giving him credence. We're basically giving him props by you know what the phrase was. There's no such thing as bad press. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what we doing? I mean, we low key building this nigga up. In the eyes of the broads. You know what I mean? But in another sense, we still have to do our due diligence, man, and we gotta warn folks about this nigga, man. I mean, he's a con artist, you know what I mean? So you kind of put in a pickle here. You're like, man, you know what I mean? I like to basically mind my own business, not even get involved in it. But I'm like, this dude, man, he's just running off with a bag of chips, man, and it's just kind of irritating to me because I remember how females was always like trying to down me, you know what I mean, to other dudes, and I didn't do anything but make my presence even bigger, more I don't know what's the word I'm looking for.
You were more attractive.
Yeah, it made me more attractive in the eyes of the broad, you know what I mean, when dudes was talking shit about me. They were just like, "Ooh, well, I really wonder what Big Mike is really all about." Since everybody and their mama hating on him, you know what I mean. Let me go ahead and sample the goods. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, bro, we kind of like in a pickle here. I mean, typically, y'all know me at Mac City, man. I don't really get into actually, hating on dudes and talking crazy about dudes, man. But this dude, man, what was really irritating to me is him going around talking that pedo stuff, man. I'm really disgusted by the fact that this dude go around making them false allegations, man, about the pedophile shit, man. One thing that really irritated me, him and his broad, they out there talking about if you have a young girl meeting an older man, let's say she's 18, and she meets a 30-year-old dude, that 30-year-old dude is a nasty, disgusting old man because he's messing with a baby. That's their thought process. That 18-year-old is a baby. But at the same time, I don't know if y'all know that they had a brief interaction or interlude with this dude named General Tito. Y'all familiar with him?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yep.
I
Okay,
remember
well,
him.
with General Tito or Hardcore Tito, he actually had he had a run in with the law where he had an allegation of the female that he was messing with was 12 or 14, but he was like 17 at the time. And so they go all out, balls out, talking about, oh, Tito's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. And I'm like, wait. Let's, pump the brakes. Now, like I said, the female was supposed to be in between 12 and 14. I'm not necessarily sure what it was, but he was actually 17 at the time. But if they were talking about a female is at the age of 18 is just a baby, but at the same time, a black male child at the age of 17 is a full-grown man to them. So he's a monster. You know what I mean? If he gets caught, doing anything with a female child that's under his age, you know what I mean? So I'm like, no, wait a minute. How come he ain't a baby? Why you
Well,
giving? Go ahead.
if you flip it, turn it around.
Right.
Okay, if he's 30 and she's 18, he's a monster. But if she's
Right.
30 and he's 18, he's a player. You see
Exactly.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in other words, he could be underage. He could be underage and she could be overage and there's nothing wrong with it. So if she's 30 and she picks up an 18-year-old kid, then that's just fine. You know,
Mm-hmm.
she's just fine because she need to get her back broke. She
Mm-hmm.
needs to get her back rolled. Whatever the saying is, she needs to get broke off. She
Mm-hmm.
needs to get broke off. She needs her back broken. So ain't nothing wrong. That's a stud there. It's a
Mm-hmm.
stud when he's 18, but when she's 18, he's a predator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean,
I'm like,
I
you
mean,
listen
I
to this
couldn't
shit?
understand that.
Tony, you probably know about this more than I do. Like, how many female teachers are having affairs with young little boys in their
Mm-hmm.
classrooms?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's the simple fact that the key word to me is projection. They always want to project this young boy as this masculine, hyperactive, world class athlete, and he got all these superpowers. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? And the truth be told, there's a lot of sisters, low key, they like that shit. Anything that can project into their imaginary world
Well,
is like, oh, that's what I want. That's where it's at.
Mm.
I just for me again, I looked at this shit and I saw it for what it was. I see it for what it is, and I saw it for what it was. And to me, it was just more of a symbol to me, that a more of a sign to me, I should say, that really, man, truth be told, if we just be honest, man, it's over for us.
Okay.
Facts.
It's over
Yeah.
for us. It's
Mm.
just a slow demise down the drain. And it's filled with a lot of flash, it's filled with a lot of pomp and circumstance, it's filled with a lot of gadgetry, social media, technology, all the fun shit while you going down the drain, while you going down the drain. And so I
Mm.
said, okay, well, if that's the way it is, I don't relish the thought, but that's just the way it's gonna be. What is it used to say? Look, if you can't do the small shit right, you're not gonna be able to do anything else right. You have
Right.
people at war with the idea of the basics.
Mm-hmm. Just
You
basics.
literally have to argue with niggas that it is advantageous to have a mother and a father in the home. That's
Mm.
an argument now.
It
Right.
is. It's sad.
That's an argument. They will argue you down that it's nothing wrong, you know, with just your mama raising you. It's nothing wrong with that. They will
Mm.
argue you down that it's not the best thing to have two parents in the house. The basic shit, the basic, the bare, the fundamentals. And I told somebody before, I said this before, and I'll say it again. We have become. You remember the show we did where I said the black community is like, a hood rat. The
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
black community is a hood
I
rat
remember that
community.
show.
We are a race of daughters of bastards and sons of bitches.
Mm.
That's what the black community is now. It is a collection of daughters of bastards
Mm.
and sons of bitches. So we relish illegitimacy. And in a climate of illegitimacy, this nigga's king.
Mm.
So
Wow.
I have a
He's
question for
king.
both of y'all.
Shoot.
So with that being said, Tony, how does an individual who comes from, let's say, a different social economic class, right? You got this. I'll use the square brother, the square sister. How do they protect themselves or their families or themselves from these type of environments moving forward, just to be productive and be part of a healthy society?
Well, the only thing you can really do, man, you can, avoid that. You can do the best you can to immunize and avoid it. You immunize yourself, you inoculate yourself against it and avoid it. But you have to understand it more than anything else. That's what I would say. You have to understand it, and it's hedonism, it's lethargy, it's a lot of different things. All it's a gumbo of niggardry, all mixed in one pot. And so you have to understand what moves them. You have to understand what directs them. You have to understand, what guides them. And when you understand them, nothing that they
Mm.
do or nothing that they say will catch you by surprise. But they're gonna surprise you. They're gonna
Mm.
surprise you. For the simple fact is, you wouldn't think somebody would be that stupid.
Mm.
You wouldn't think that somebody would be that slow. You wouldn't think that somebody would be that off, but they are. So somebody will ask me, they say, well, Tony, are you surprised? I say always and never,
Wow,
Mm-hmm.
that's deep.
because you would never dream in a million years that they would be able to get this shit off. You would never dream in a million years that somebody would be able to do this, con a chick like this. But then if you stop and look at it, it makes sense as to why you can con a chick like this. You
Mm.
have to start at the beginning. 9 times out of 10, and we don't like to tell the truth about this either. They dad, there's no father there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And when they say the father is there, what they saying is this: he's around, he's not in the house. So in other words, their daddy is a lightning nigga. He's there in a flash and he's gone in a flash.
Wow.
So it's one of these situations to where if they're looking for their daddy, just pick up the phone and they can find him. You know, he's a tramp, he's a mangy, transient, tramp-like figure. To where if they need him, they call a number and he come, but any other time they can't find him. So they got a relationship with him. It's not an adversarial relationship, but it's not a healthy relationship that will give them the lessons that they need to navigate through life. They don't have that. So, you know, that colors their perspective on how they deal with men. And of course, if there's, you know, sexual molestation, if there's abuse, if there's physical abuse, sexual abuse, that compounds the problem.
Wow.
So it's not a secret. Okay, this okay. Why did you think when you gave this nigga your tax check for him to flip it? Why did you think he would actually pay you back? Why did you actually believe that you could give this nigga your money for him to quote unquote flip it and you would see it again? You know, why did you think that when you put your name on his car, why do you think that if you put your name on his car and it's not his car, it's your car, why did you not think that this nigga would drive off in your car in your name and the car lot is calling you asking you about what? I mean, didn't you see this coming?
Yeah.
Didn't you see this coming? You know, well, help me get my car back. Well, whose name is it in? You know, no, help me get. I need that car back from him. That's what they would say. Help, I need to
Mm,
get that car back from him. So, okay, whose name is it? It's in my name. Well, bitch, it's not his car. It's yours. Well, you know
mm,
what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean.
Mm.
I don't understand what you mean. You see, so it's again, it's three card Molly with the kid with that with Down syndrome. It's playing three card Molly with the retarded child. How can you not see this? How can you be this dumb?
mm.
How is it possible for you to be this dumb? And so our position once upon a time is I don't see why the white man should be the only beneficiary of a nigga's stupidity. That was
Mm.
my position. And that's
Mm.
still my position to a certain extent. I don't see why the white man should be the only beneficiary to a nigga's stupidity. I don't. You
Shit.
see? So I mean, it's there. I mean, it's evident. I don't know what else to say or how else to explain it. But again, it's taking candy from a retarded baby. So
Wow.
are you surprised?
I
Well,
mean,
go ahead.
go ahead, Maxie. Go ahead, Big Mike. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
well, basically, like I said, we have certain individuals on YouTube, man, who basically taking the talking points of the Democratic Party. And Tony, you're basically stating that, I mean, oh my God, man, I forget what you had just said, man. It slips my mind, man. But you're saying that the white man should not be the only beneficiary of black folks' stupidity. And that's the same thing that's going on with the Democratic Party, man. The Democratic Party, for the longest, have always been, you know, promising black folks this and promising them this and that and that and the other, but they never deliver. But black folks still repeatedly, you know, vote Democrat. You know what I mean? So we have individuals on YouTube who have taken the philosophy or the hustle of the Democratic Party per se. You know what I mean? Well, you can promise them any and everything in the world, but you don't have to deliver. You know what I mean? So I mean, like I said,
Absolutely.
it's just not indicative. It's just not representing uh, the retardedness or the retarded mindset of a black woman or a black female. You know, it's really the black folk as a collective, men and women, actually. You know what I mean? But it just seems like women are more successful, they're more programmable than men for the most part. But
Hmm.
man, I'm awestruck, man, just to see how many people is actually over there in that nigga's chat, man, when he had them lives, man. And it's basically a situation where I'm reminiscing about all the conversations I had with these females who had their eyes dotted and their arms broke by a particular dude, but they just couldn't seem to leave him alone. And
Well,
they
yeah.
was they was right there. They was right there taking cases for the nigga, getting locked up for the nigga. You know what I mean? And and they was looking at me like I was the bad guy because I wouldn't listen to the bullshit that they was going through with the nigga. I'm like, I don't want to hear that shit. I'm like, well, please stop it. I'm like, I don't have no sympathy for you, girl. You know what I mean? If you come back over here with them sob stories, you know what I'm gonna put in your mouth. And that's exactly what happened to the Hydra. When you talking about that Hydra story when she had that ring around her eye, I'm
Yeah,
like, I don't want to hear it. Get to work.
yeah,
Shit.
yeah. And
Horrible.
no, and Vector, I guess Vector's trolling tonight. No, I am not co-signing Taz scamming. No, I'm not. I'm
Uh-huh.
explaining why it happens. I'm not co-signing Taz scamming. I'm explaining how it happens and how it occurs. And I'm explaining how he looks at it and how other people, how predators look at it. Predators
Mhm.
look at it that they see it. They said if you can see a fool, you use a fool. I'm not co-signing it. I'm just explaining how they look at it. I'm just explaining their perspective. So no, I'm not co-signing uh Taz is scamming. So no, that's
Mhm.
not the case. But yeah, I mean that's what they do consistently. I mean, again, I talked about the anti-lynching bill earlier. I mean, he made a bunch of promises, and none of those shit, none of the shits he could ever fulfill, or he hasn't fulfilled. I was in a discussion with a dude on Clubhouse, and he was going back and forth about the Democratic Party, and he said, "Well, Joe Biden created this cabinet wing." And I'm glad he actually, made his comment. And he was unlike the average dude that's the Democratic Party shield. Um, he actually was informed on his position. And he caught me with a good one. He said, "Well," I said, "Well, what about the black farmers that have been suing the government, the USDA, for so long for relief? To get the loans that they need so that they can keep their properties going." And he says, "Well, Joe Biden did this, and he put this administration in the White House to get them relief, and he gave them, he awarded them $5 billion." And I said, "Okay, that's wonderful." And then when I said, "Well, what was the outcome of it?" Then he turned around and said that, the farmers sued and they blocked the money, and, the farmers couldn't get the money. So I decided to do a little research. I said, "Well, what is it about this $5 billion? What is it about this $5 billion that Joe Biden was supposed to help these black farmers and get them out of hawk?" And then when I actually looked at the shit, the white farmers actually sued
Yeah.
uh, to
Yep.
block the payments. They got
Yep.
an
Block the
injunction,
payments.
and Joe Biden didn't even though he supplied the lawyers to advocate for the black farmers, they didn't appeal or set aside the injunctions. They're just letting these black farmers stay on the hook for all this debt, and
Yep.
their farms are approaching foreclosure because while the USDA is not going to allow any foreclosure on their loans, the private banks or the private lending institutions that they took out loans against, those people are foreclosing on their loans.
Yep.
So by the time they get this $5 billion, which they probably won't get for the next 10 years, even though this shit has been going on for the past half century, for a little more than a half century, by the time the money comes, the farms are gone.
Gone.
They're gone. They're just gone.
Yeah.
So he created this cabinet to fix a problem. The problem is still here. They did not file to set aside the injunctions. They did not file to with the banks. They did not file an action to stop the banks, the private banks, from foreclosing on those on those loans and on that land of those farmers. And this is the problem with the Democratic Party. They always, the cavalry always shows up after the people get lynched.
Mm-hmm.
They always show up after the fucking massacre and then say, "We here to help." Everybody's dead by the time you get here. But when he brought that to my attention, I mean, he caught me off guard with that. He was slick with it. But then when I actually looked at it and I said, "Okay, well, okay, where is this $5 billion and who got it?" And then come to find out nobody got it. It's being held up in the federal Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals because the white
Wow.
farmers are saying that the money that was given to them because they were discriminated in the first place, that's reverse discrimination, and you giving them money based on race, and that's against the Constitution. And the injunction still stands to this day, and those farmers are still in the same position they were in 50 fucking years ago.
So I got a question for both of y'all. Um, with that being said, in regards to the Democratic Party and how they behave, why is it in this
Hold on,
country?
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Vector wants to Vector wants to troll me tonight. No, Vector. No, Vector. I'm not rethinking my fucking statement. It is a statement where I'm saying I understand why he's doing what he's doing, and I understand because the white man does what he does. I understand that. It doesn't mean I agree with it. So no, I'm not rethinking it. I said what
Mm.
I said, dude.
Hit the
I
link,
said
Vector.
what I said. Yeah, hit
Hit
the
the
link
link.
and come up. No, I'm not rethinking it. I said I understand it. I didn't say
Mm.
I agree with it. It doesn't put me in lockstep with it because I say I understand it. God damn. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So with that being said, knowing that what we know about the Democratic Party and its history, and obviously with the environment with President Joe Biden in office, what do you think is going to be the outcome with the black vote in this going into the midterms, knowing that he's just pretty much done said, and I listened to some recent political science analyst, and he was like, it seems like the Democratic Party is trying to hold on to the middle-aged white women right now versus anything with the black caucus because
The
they
Democratic
realize.
Party is the Democratic Party is pivoting right. Okay, whatever vector, hypocrisy, whatever you want to call it. If you want to come up and argue it, yes, but no, it's not hypocrisy. I think most people understand what it is I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
Anyway, Joe Biden will nothing will happen for the midterm. Nothing will happen. I think the Republicans. I just had this discussion with my man on the ground in Washington, and he said that the House is vulnerable. The House is vulnerable. The Senate is vulnerable. I predict that the Republicans are going to pick up one of those two, and the Democrats won't have a majority anymore because black folks don't vote overwhelmingly in
Mm,
midterms. They don't. They don't vote
gotcha.
overwhelmingly in midterms. That's why the state houses and state government tends to be right of center or center right.
Gotcha.
They're always more conservative. The houses are always the state legislatures and the state houses are more conservative than the cities are, and so that's where the real
Mm,
power is. The congressmen, the governors, these little offices is where the conservatives exercise their strongest sphere of influence. So I don't think that black folks are going to show up for the midterm. I think the Democratic Party is going to pivot. They're going to go back and pick up some of that that working class, hard right demographic. James Carville, who is a Democratic Party operative, have said that they tired of the left woke mob. Now you know who they talking
mm,
to when they use that kind of language. When they're saying that they're tired of the woke left mob, what they saying is they tired of the Black Lives Matter. They're tired of the defund the police. They're tired of all of these politics and these issues that
cancel
doesn't do
culture.
anything, that cancel culture that puts the Democratic Party in a vacuum. That's what he's saying. He's saying that the
Mm,
Democratic Party is sick of these people. They're tired of these people and they're going back to where the votes are. You're going to see the Democratic Party turn right. But before they do that, they need another minority to put in the place of the black vote. I think they're courting the Hispanics. They've been courting the Hispanics and other minorities to counter the power of that black vote. It's the same thing the
mm,
Republicans did with the Southern strategy. Now, what they're going to do, they need another model minority to sit right there in that black voting block and then use that against black people to now uh, crowbar their influence out of the Democratic Party, the crowbar their influence out of the Democratic strongholds in places like Atlanta, Georgia, in places like Detroit, in places like Chicago and New York. I think that the black voting power in the Democratic Party over a period of time, it may not happen all at once, but I think over a period of time, you're going to see the black voting power of in the Democratic Party. You're going to see that power diluted. You're going to see it diluted
mm,
and dispersed because they have to come back and catch some of that white working class demographic voting constituency. They have to come back right. They have to pivot right because nobody ever believed in a million years that Donald Trump was going to beat Hillary Clinton. Nobody believed that. But then when I
facts.
started looking at what they were saying, I started seeing Trump signs out in the front. When you start seeing signs out in rural areas in rural America, when you start seeing these signs on these white folks' farms and they living all out in bumfuck
Hell
Lebanon,
yeah.
you know
Hmm.
at that time that a shift is happening. And so when I said, this man, he can actually win. Donald Trump can actually win because he's getting the people that are not going to go on Fox News. These people are not going to advertise their political affiliations. They just going to quietly go into the voting booth and they're going to hit that red R, and they're going to
Mm-hmm.
put that man in office. And that's exactly what happened. Nobody liked Hillary Clinton. She reminded people of Maud. Most of you guys, you're not going to know who Maud is, but she reminded people of Maud, and he was the lovable Archie Bunker like bigot that they could wrap their arms around. He was,
Wow.
and they called him a racist, but he wasn't a racist. He was just a rich asshole. He wasn't a racist. He was just a rich
Mm.
Right.
asshole. And so
Right.
most people saw that and they identified with the fact, okay, yeah, whose uncle hasn't said that they grabbed a woman by the pussy? Whose uncle doesn't talk like that? And so when
Mm-hmm.
he was able to connect with people like that, what happened was that turned into votes.
That
That
opened
turned into
Pandora's
votes. That,
box.
that opened Pandora's box, and that turned into votes, and they put him in office. You know, so it's not a surprise, but I see the Democratic Party. They're going to have to pivot if they want to survive. They're going to have to,
Do you think?
because America is conservative, and I've come to that conclusion. America is not a progressive society. It
Yeah.
is a conservative society. And until, the Democratic Party understands this. Black folks don't understand this shit. But American
Mm.
society is a conservative society because that the people that vote are the people that matter. It's the people that pay taxes. It's the people that have jobs, the people that don't give a shit about welfare. And those are the people that the Republicans go after. Even if the Republican Party is quote unquote racist, those black people can still rock with the Republican Party because you know what they're saying? At least they believe in entrepreneurialism. At least they believe in hard work. At least they believe in
Uh,
pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. So even though Republican racism or conservative racism can be toxic, they're willing to endure that because they like so many other things about the Republican platform.
I see what you're saying because it doesn't infringe on their ability to move forward in any direction they
in
choose.
any direction they choose. Of course, there's going to be racism. They've already calculated it's going to be racism. But if they look at it, okay, the Republicans stand for the businessman. It's the party of entrepreneurial ability. It's the party of entrepreneurial enterprise. It's the party of small business. It's the party of poor, Horatio Alger, the
Hmm.
man that can get it out the mud. The man that goes from rags to riches. That's the Republican Party, and it's that part of the Republican Party that they identify with. And so you have some black folks that are willing to vote Republican for the simple fact that that's what they see in that party, and they can ignore the racism because, after all, the Democratic Party was racist.
And still is.
The Democratic Party was racist. So if we can get along with the Democratic Party, which was at one time the terrorist wing, at one time. Now there are nuances and there are certain uh, variations of how this came to be, or certain deviations on how this came to be. But at one time, they were the party of the Ku Klux Klan. They were the terrorist wing. Excuse me,
Mm,
they were the terrorist wing of the Democratic Party. The Ku Klux Klan was the terrorist wing of the Democratic Party. But
gotcha.
there are nuances, and we can go into the weeds about that, but we're not going to do that tonight. But anyway, the Republican Party seems more appealing because at least the Republican Party, if nothing else, they know that the Republican Party is all about getting your paper on, stacking your mail, so they can
Gotcha.
deal with that, even though they may not be able to digest the racism. So they won't vote Democrat, they just won't vote at all, which is what the Republican Party essentially wants. You won't vote at all because you agree with their platform. You just won't vote Democrat. So if you have this
Mm,
large body that's simply saying, well, okay, we're not voting at all, we're not getting involved in this, the Republicans can, they can get the Congress, excuse me, they can get the Senate, they can get the House, they can get the state houses of legislature, and ultimately they can get the White House.
let them have it.
And that's the way it works.
Wow.
So
All
Wow.
right, well, check this out. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and throw the link up there one more time and see if anybody else wants to join in on the discussion. Once again, we're talking about Taz and Nyla and these con artists coming on here doing what they do. Does anyone have a differing opinion? Does anyone see them other than con artists? If so, you're more than welcome to come on and plead your case. Or if you want to go ahead and dogpile them and just read them the riot act, just like we did, you're more than welcome to do that as well. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And otherwise, I got my man Tony on here and James, and if Tony and James want, I don't know if they have any other topics they would like to discuss or flesh out. I'm
There,
more.
Well,
Go
there's
ahead.
somebody in the chat that said that America, that CD is in the chat. He says none of which benefits blacks, by the way, which is interesting. Well, it does from the perspective of it encourages them to get it out the mud. If you're talking about policy, no, it probably doesn't. But in terms of motivating them to
mm,
save themselves, and that means it is positive. But he's saying America actually leans left. America's left on social issues. When it
on
comes to
social
economic
issues.
policy, America's right. And now with the overthrow, with the looming or impending overthrow of Roe versus Wade, you
Mm,
have to ask yourself, is America still leaning left on social issues? He says, well, the economy does quantifiably worse under GOP administrations, and blue states are the more economically prosperous. Okay, well, I would give him that. Ronald Reagan, when he came in office, we were a creditor nation. When he left, we were a debtor nation. So I'll give you that. But in the final analysis, when you look at a city like Flint, Michigan, people look at Flint, Michigan. Flint, Michigan has been under Democratic rule forever, and
mm,
they're talking about the water crisis, and they're talking about the financial position that the city was in during the water crisis. But the Flint city water crisis, the financial crisis in Flint, they've had 4 or 5 financial crises in Flint, and they were all under Democratic administrations. The one that actually brought the state into the city was the administration of Woodrow Stanley, who was a Democrat. So when you say, well, the states are more prosperous, I would have to take issue with that, because when you look at how it's actually done, when you look at the corruption involved in predominantly what they call majority minority cities, they're almost inevitably poor,
yeah,
no matter which way you slice it. He says bootstrapping, tax cuts, entrepreneurship, meritocracy does not work for blacks, but we believe in American platitudes that whites don't even practice. I would argue that
I disagree with that.
I disagree with that. I don't think it works for, he's saying it doesn't work for the collective, but it does allow more black people to come up than Democratic administrations with a whole lot of red tape that
Hmm.
promises to even the playing field that never really does take into consideration um the issue of affirmative action right, which was actually given to us record by Republican President Richard Nixon. But if you look at what they did with affirmative action, it was meant to give black people a level playing field. But what actually happened was they turned around when they put the word minority in there. Shout out to Claude Anderson. Now anybody can claim protected status.
Yep.
So what they did with the U.S. versus Baki, excuse me, Baki versus the UCLA case. And that was the one that really turned everything on its head. Was when Alan Baki was able to challenge for admission in the UCLA because they had given it to this black law school candidate that they said was better qualified. And they said, well, giving it to this black student, it was a quota program and it was unconstitutional. But what happened was that in other places, you had white women challenging and white men challenging
Yep.
affirmative action because they were saying that the policies that they were enacting on a state level, for instance, you had this thing called a rule of three. And the rule of three says that if there's a white candidate and a black candidate and they're equally matched, the rule of three is, those candidates, those African American candidates that scored the highest, the pool would be chosen from them. Well, at the state level, the white police officers and fighters started challenging that rule of three, and they said it was a quota program, and they were successful, so much so to the point where the attorneys in Flint, they wouldn't take discrimination cases if the client was black. They took
Mm,
discrimination cases if the client was white, because they
wow.
knew that they could win that case and force the city to settle and pay huge attorney's fees, because these white men
could argue that the practice of the Rule of Three was a quota program and thus unconstitutional, and they would use Bakke in other cases as precedent in order to jimmy their way into those positions. And that happened in Flint, Michigan. It happens in Detroit. It happens in Chicago. It happens in Boston. It happens in Cleveland. It happens everywhere where there's any type of job of any prestige or status, and they want a white person in that job. So, though the Democratic Party meant to even the playing field with this so called piece of legislation, it's now turned on its face against the very people that it sought to help. And that's the biggest indictment of Democratic Party policies that I could ever think of. That tells you the extent of the politics, that tells you the extent of the political power and influence of the Democratic Party. It's much ado about nothing.
All right, check this out. We got a new let me see here. A new participant, my man Macbone. Macbone?
Max, how you doing, man? I remember I made a comment on one of your videos about his bruising. You know what I'm saying? But they was trying to put you in a certain category, but you was like an educated lame with Pookie and everything.
Okay.
And then I put like a list of videos by Cousin T-Talk and Ron Wills, where they talk about the kids, the Malik and all that, about how some brothers saw like both and everything. But like think about that dude Vector, he was actually trolling the hashtag comment that I made about common sense trumps rape. You know what I'm saying?
How you doing, Mr. Rob?
Common sense trumps race.
Okay.
Because when these Negroes and goofy bras complain about stuff, you try to come with like basic simple solutions. They up there said it's like my head hurt, I can't deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Like but some of these goofballs down the street complain about dealing with the bras. I said, well, let me give you the 3 degrees of gain. Sex, money, and power. You focus on the 3rd degree of gain, power. All other stuff don't matter because it's the power that matters.
Okay.
But like sometimes it's like catching the crows before swine, so to speak. Because for years and years, you got people like LAR Movement, AM1, and Slot 75, and YouTube, like I said, Limits Information been dropping solution games that were the problem. And it's like, hey, Negroes would rather run toward bulls than run toward common sense.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I meant by the hashtag common sense trumps race, because you even got, people of other races on dumb nigga shit. Hispanics, white folks, and Asians. And that's the thing. Some people just don't want to deal with like the higher level thinking of common sense. Like with that Flint, Michigan thing, I remember I first heard about that on that video, Capitalism, a Love Story, where it talked about that during the time they were struggling with dealing with the water. The people, the politicians or the county commissioners, city commissioners that were supposed to deal with the money, they were vacationing out of town somewhere on like a island resort somewhere during the time it happened. Not having to care in the world about it.
Okay.
And then when some people like Truth Teller 410, shout out to him, who was the expert at dealing with like water filtration problems. They just gave the side and tell them to go ahead and get rocked.
There it is.
So
Hey, Macbone, hey, are you at work or something?
No, yeah. I'm still at work, man.
Okay.
My bad, man.
Yeah, because it's just kind of hard to make out half of the stuff that you was saying, man. I was trying real hard to make. Yeah. Plus, y'all got y'all need to change the battery in y'all smoke alarm.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it just depends on the area where you at, man. Sometimes I have to be involved in moving, doing different things because I'm on the phone and all that, man.
Yeah, but hold on, let's push rewind right quick because you said something about Vector. You said Vector is trolling you. What'd you say?
That comment that I made saying that hashtag comment I put in the chat says common sense trumps race.
Oh, okay.
He thought I was talking about Donald Trump. I said, no, I wasn't talking about Donald Trump. I'm talking about how these low tier thinking Negroes, male and female, be thinking about stuff. Like, like I gave an example in the chat. A lot of Negroes think that single mother run households make more sense than 2-parent households.
Yeah,
that's the example I gave them in the chat.
Right.
Like what Tony Maceo said. I mean, you try to tell them about the basics. That the basic model that works is like the mom, the dad, and the mom in the household. they rally against that 24/7. So
Right.
that's common sense right there. It's common sense to
Mm-hmm.
have the dad and mom in the household.
Yeah.
But the ninjas rather focus on the stupid stuff, which is the single mothers front thing. And look what's going on.
Yeah. That's sad but true, man. Sad but
Yeah,
true.
I mean, and then like when Tony Maceo talked about the aggression. I mean, hey, I grew up with that learning about that too in South Side of Little Rock, Arkansas, where I'm from. Where you be like that mad, angry, strong black man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the bras gonna gravitate toward
There's
you.
no doubt about that, boy. Shoot.
Big,
But
big.
yeah. Well, hold on. Who else talking? Who else?
No, I was gonna
Someone,
say, big. I had a question for you, Big Mike, and Tony needs some advice on something.
All right, what up?
So, I'm dealing with a shorty, man, and man, it's been an interesting ride, right? So, through this whole entire process, I've been trying to get shorty, get educated, get smarter, get a game up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all I keep getting is excuses, right? Like, oh, I need to take care of this, need to take care of that. And I'm at a point where I'm just like, yo, do I just move on because it's getting to the point where even the mother, when I'm noticing the mother got like a stronghold on her. And we got into a little argument, and I'm just like, yo, real talk, I think you need to just go see a therapist and just get some mental clarity. And she went to my Dukes and her hubby, and they were like, oh, you don't need to listen to him. We're going to be your therapist. And I'm just like, oh, man, I could tell this is going to be one of them, like, she going to run to mommy for all types of shit. So, what is your thoughts and opinion? Both.
Man, you was coming in real garbled, man.
Oh, my fault. My fault. If I got to repeat, let me know.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you was saying, hold on, let me mute my man Macbone right quick because he got that chirping going on. Hold on. All right. You said that how long have you known this chick?
Man, we going on like, oof, I say 3 years now.
3 years?
Yeah.
And what was the conversation that you had where you said that
So
she need to
basically,
do?
I've been encouraging her to go to college, get more educated, right?
Uh-huh.
Because I'm looking at her situation. I'm like, she's smart, got no kids, but it's just like what I'm noticing. She said something to me that caught me off guard one time, and she was like, I'm a bad bitch. And I was like, what the fuck?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And I'm like,
Uh-oh.
I'm like,
That's a danger zone right there, son.
and I said, I started scratching my head. I'm like, and granted, I'm from the East Coast, Big Mike,
Right.
right? And she
Uh,
from the South, so I see, I done seen a lot of variety on the East Coast. So when she said that shit, I'm like, what the fuck you? I mean, you all right, but I don't know.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying? But it was weird because it was like that was her way of challenging me, right? And I'm
Okay.
sitting here like, and like you guys mentioned like the logical. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about all that. I mean, there's plenty of bad bitches, but can you get on a movement where we can start making some real moves?
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like I'm getting this entire rebuttal. So we got into another argument. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, and I'm starting to realize she having like these weird mental breakdowns. I'm like, yo, I think you need to see therapy.
Mm-hmm.
She run to my Dukes. My Dukes looked at me kind of sideways one time, and then she told me what happened. She's like, oh, I went to my mother, and they told me that I don't need no therapy. My mother's gonna be my therapist. And I said, oh, I might have to get the fuck out of this relation because my Dukes got the grip.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Now how old is the mom?
Oh, mom's in her.
Did she have the daughter when she was in her teens, like when she was
Yeah,
6?
man. So like, she's one of them mothers, man. They from the West Coast, so
Mm-hmm.
Shorty's moms had her with a white dude. Her father's white,
Okay.
but what happened was the father, educated white dude, just left the mother,
Okay.
and then so when they separated, she ended up getting pregnant. The mother got pregnant by another dude, but this nigga was whipping her ass. She wouldn't leave until something crazy happened.
Mm-hmm.
Then she bounced around, met another dude, had another third dude raise the kids, raise her and her sister. And then she left that dude because I guess he quote unquote he wasn't a real man, but he was taking care your daughters, feeding them everything, never took care of them. And then fast forward, she was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna leave my daughter with a neighbor," which I ain't never heard no shit like that.
Okay, hold on.
Now,
Let me ask you this.
go ahead.
So she's a half breed, your girl.
Yeah,
So is she a trick baby?
break
You
that
know,
down. What do you mean?
a
Break.
trick baby is basically, a black woman get with a white dude, and the white dude basically, he's pretty much basically a trick to the black woman, and they don't really have no real relationship, but they done fucked up and had a baby, and once she had the baby, he bounced.
I don't think so. He was with her
Was it a
for
real bona fide relationship?
yeah, from what I tell, it was a real bona fide. But I think it was when he was one of them white dudes who just didn't amount to shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like he had the aspirations, he was educated, but then like to the point right now, I think the father he's homeless.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it was one of those things. I think she's a bigger woman,
Mm-hmm.
right? Somebody showed us some little interest.
Right.
She, you know what I'm saying? That interest became she had, had a daughter, and she just chose wrong.
Well, already right off the grip, I've
Go ahead.
experienced this a lot.
Oh
Jesus.
wow.
Yeah, man. As far as, in my hustle, man, I've met a lot of half breed chicks, man, that pretty much come from the same sort of background that your girl is from, man. And
Mm,
it never work out right, man. These females are, kind of fucked up in the head, man. They're real entitled, you know what I mean? Because, they think they cute and they think they special, and of course they come from a background where their mama is more so trying to be their friend, and the mama is in
uh,
competition with them. And so they really don't, especially since a man's not there to guide them and give them, instruction. The woman is there to actually feed them all sorts of bad information about men and relationships and life and whatnot. So your girl is starting off really bad, man, in life, man, as far as her getting the amount of instructions that she really needs to persevere and actually become something in life. You know what I
wow,
mean? And she meets a man like you that actually tries to give her instructions. She's going to rebel against that, man. Only
wow,
time she's going to take instructions from you as if it's from a nigga like Taz. Oh, I
wow,
hate to say it, but yeah,
wow,
man, she's only going to take instructions from the worst of the worst because the mama didn't show her anything other than the worst. You know what I
wow.
mean? So, I
Okay.
mean, if you can show me where the mama actually had some man in her life that was worth his shit, you know what I mean? It'd be different. But it would appear that the mama's made all sorts of horrible choices, all sorts of horrible moves with the men that she's had in her life. So, I mean, she's been imprinted to a degree about what kind of dudes that she's going to take instructions from, or what kind of dudes that she's
Wow.
actually going to be with, and actually have a serious, I don't know, what's what I'm looking for, actually taking serious instruction from, man.
Got
So
you.
you actually talking to her, trying to speak logic and reason to her, man. She ain't really trying to hear that, man. I mean, I've seen this a whole lot, man. I mean, myself, I was sitting down talking to a whole bunch of females just like that, thinking that I was getting through to them because I'm thinking, I'm a family man, I'm a military vet, I got a stable job. They see I'm hustling, they see I'm grinding, and everything that I was talking to them about, you know what I mean? Because they was half breed trick babies, man, and they weren't
Mm,
listening to me, man. But come to find out, they was listening to some other nigga that wasn't half the man I was, as far as the pedigree was concerned. You
wow.
know what I mean? So you're telling her, look, you need to go to school, you need to make something of yourself, we need to come together and form Voltron. And she ain't trying to hear it. She like, it's all about me. I'm a bad bitch. Like, what? You a what? Like, what's that got to do with anything? You know
I
what I
said,
mean?
yeah, that's real
So
talk.
you're gonna be butting your head against a brick wall with this female. It would appear, because I like to go all the way back to looking at the female's mother and how the mother
Mm,
interacted with the opposite sex, and that tells me a lot about how the female is going to interact with me. You know what I mean?
I see what
So
you're saying.
yeah, I don't have a lot of info on your chick, but she already sounds like she's going to be a handful, and she's going to be She gonna be a problem, man. She ain't
Gotcha.
really. She don't really sound like she about the right thing, man. Sound real superficial.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's real
Uh
game.
oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. We got the goat. Say Candy Man. Hold on. Add to the string. Yeah.
What your bitch ass want?
Yeah. What the fuck you want, nigga?
I mean, you talking about me, my nigga. I just heard my name again for the 1,000th time.
Who cares?
Shit.
You come up here to do what?
Obviously, you gay ass
Nigga, you gay. Don't come up here with that cussing shit. You ain't
I'm
scaring nobody with that
like
shit.
I'm
Go
not here
sit
to
your
scare
dusty
you.
ass down somewhere.
You sound
Shut
scared.
up, nigga. Eat a dick.
Right.
Eat a dick, bitch.
Now
Eat
who's
a
that
dick. You
talking
ain't
to me?
scaring nobody. This is
Who?
Tony Maceo. That's who talking
Oh,
to you.
the
Eat a
pedophile.
dick. No,
You a
not a
pedo,
pedophile.
nigga.
Not a
The
you
fuck?
pedo.
I got the motherfucking audio of you bitch ass niggas sitting up talking about meeting girls at the high school.
You a
Did you
ain't nobody
forget?
sitting about meet no
You
bitches
forgot
in
what
high
you
school.
said?
That's your dirty
You
ass.
forgot
I
what
didn't
you
say that.
said?
No, I
You
didn't
need me
say
to
that.
run the
I
audio
didn't
again,
say
fuck
that. Run the
nigga?
audio, nigga.
That
Run the
shit
audio.
sounded good when y'all was
Run the
talking.
audio. Run the audio, bitch.
That shit sounded good when
Run
y'all
the
was talking
audio
that
or
shit.
shut the fuck
You
up.
and this Mac
Run
City.
the audio or
So
shut
I'm here
the
now.
fuck up.
What's your problem?
Run the audio or shut
What's
the
your
fuck up.
problem?
Run the audio or
Hey,
shut the
little
fuck up.
nigga, what's your
You
problem?
ain't no problem to me.
Hey, you
Use
a
a
con
whole
artist,
fleet
nigga.
of me.
Stop talking to me.
Use
So
a
what?
whole
My
fleet
name
Con
man
artist,
to
my
me.
nigga.
Use a
Other than
whole
that, I'm
fleet
just here
man.
to figure out why some bitch ass niggas saying my name.
Hey, we trying to figure out why you conning niggas, nigga. Like, what's up? What's up
Who
with
I
you
con, fam?
all them hoes in your motherfucking chat? Just how you conning,
No,
nigga.
I've never conned anybody. What are you talking about?
Really?
Yeah, lay it out for me. What I do to con somebody? You calling them hoes? The hoes is the ones that saying they got con but can't show no goddamn proof of it. What happened to men standing against those types of women? Because they ain't got shit on me. I'm wondering why the niggas who claim to be men that don't believe women running around following them.
I'm not
There's
following
nothing on
anybody.
me.
I'm not
Absolutely
following
nothing.
anybody. Nigga, you got a record on you.
Yeah,
You got a
right.
record on you.
Right.
You got a record
That's
for beating up homeless
Tony
bitches.
Maceo.
You
Hey,
got a
Tony
record for
Maceo.
beating up homeless bitches.
But
So
I
you can't
don't
say
know. But
nothing
don't let
to
nobody
me
spin my
about
record
being
for
a
you.
pedophile.
You're
That
supposed
is
to
your
be a
record. That is
lawyer.
your record. You beat
You
up
can't be that dumb.
homeless bitches.
You
No,
can't
you
be
can't
that
be that
dumb.
dumb. I
You
take that
can't be
back. You are that dumb.
homeless women.
You
Where did
are
that
that
come
dumb.
from?
Yeah, you beat up homeless bitches. The homeless
Where
bitches
did homeless
in
come
line, but
from?
they didn't testify against you, nigga. Check
Homeless
your
women.
record, bitch. Homeless bitches. Yep,
Yes,
you
man.
beat up homeless
Pull my record up, bro.
bums.
Let's see that.
I've already pulled your record up.
Right, pull it
Go
up
get
right
the
now. I'm
audio.
right here
If
though.
you don't have
Cause you
the
sound like
audio,
the rest of these
if
niggas.
you don't have the,
Bro,
then
if
you
you
sound
pull
like
my
the rest of
record,
these
pull it up while I'm right here and
niggas.
show me where I beat
Nigga,
somebody homeless.
nigga,
You a
eat a
fraud
dick.
ass nigga, bro.
Eat a dick.
What
You
the
a
fuck
fraud ass
wrong
nigga.
with you,
You a
bro?
fraud ass nigga, and you and
What
your
wrong?
dust
What's
like
wrong
on
with
your
you, little
channel
nigga?
a fraud ass nigga.
You would
What's
sit
wrong
your
with
bitch ass over here and lie
you?
on a
Your
nigga.
bitch ass over there. I'm not lying on you, nigga. I don't need to
So
lie on you.
pull the paperwork, my nigga. I'm here.
Your little $300 corner ass.
Pull the
Don't nobody
paperwork,
need to lie
nigga.
on
I'm
you.
here.
Your record is there, nigga.
A
Your
homeless
record
woman?
is there.
That's
There's nothing
crazy,
about
bro.
you that anybody can pull up that is
Bro, y'all
nigga,
niggas
you're not
doing
Bill
bad over
Armstrong
in
the
these
Crimson.
spaces. Y'all
Who the
doing bad,
fuck do you
man.
think you are? Get your
You
gay
can never
sound
grow no
ass out of here.
platform sitting
Eat a
around
dick.
lying on black
Sound like
men.
you got a bunch of nuts in the
You
bottom
really
of your
against
throat.
everything you
Get the
claim you
fuck
stand
out of
for.
here.
Bitch
Get
ass
the
bitch who
fuck out
claim
of
to
here.
stand for black
There's
men,
a
but
bitch.
over here
If
trying to
there's a
smear my
bitch,
name.
it's the bitch that's
Brian never
residing
put my
on
hands
the
on no
border.
homeless black
What is
woman.
that place he
Why
is?
would you
El
lie on me, my
Segundo?
G?
I'm not lying on you, nigga. It is what it
So
is.
why
You
the
did
fuck
beat up
would
a
you
bitch
say I did
homeless.
some shit I
The
didn't
bitch
do?
didn't have an address. You did do it. You did do it.
She didn't have an
Because the bitch didn't
address.
have
So pull the police report, bruh.
nigga. It is
Pull
what
the
it is.
police
I ain't
report, fraud ass
saying
bitch.
shit. You are that
You a
unimportant
bitch,
to a
bruh.
bitch ass nigga. You a
And
bitch.
that's
You a
why it's
bitch.
sad, bro. You
You
niggas
are
bitches.
a
You just
bitch.
make up anything, bruh.
Nigga, I didn't
Like
make
what
up
the fuck
anything.
wrong with you
There's
niggas?
no
You can
need
say
to
any
make up
fucking thing.
anything.
So now I beat up
It
a
is in
homeless
black
woman.
and white, nigga.
Now,
It is in black and white. Oh,
right, so
dirty
let's
ass
see
nigga.
it. So let's see it. You forgot I already went and pulled all my paperwork. Show me the paperwork I ain't seen, pussy.
Nigga, I'm not finna pull up no paperwork on
We
your
know you
goddamn
not, because you a fraud just like the rest of
But I
these
tell you
niggas.
what,
Every time I
tell you
pull
what
up
I will
somewhere, it's
do.
just a nigga
I tell
crying
you what
about
I
me.
will do. I tell you what I will do.
What you gonna
I
do? What you
won't
gonna do,
pull it
fam?
up, but I will post it in the comment section of this video. I will
Mm-hmm.
post it in the comment section of this video where
Bet.
you got that domestic violence attack where you beat up on that
Bet.
bitch and they tried to send her a summons to testify against your dirty ass and she didn't even have an address.
All
That
right,
is it. I
we'll
will
be
put
waiting
it
to
up in
see
the
that.
comments.
Yeah, we'll
Okay,
be
so wait
waiting
on.
to see that.
Good. I'm
But
glad you'll
if
be waiting. I
was
take
this a
your
random
dirty ass
person?
bitch. Take
You're
your
supposed
dirty
to
ass.
be a lawyer. I'm trying to figure out how
No,
you beat up
no,
a homeless
one of them
person. So,
dusty ass bitches that orbit your dirty ass.
oh,
That's who
okay,
it was. It's one of
right,
them dusty
right.
ass bitches that orbit
You got
your
a name for me? You got a name for me?
I have a name for you. I have a name. I have the charge. I have the court. I have it
What's the
all.
name?
I have it all. I told
What's
you
the
it's in the
name, man?
comment section. It's in the comment section.
No, I'm saying right
It'll be
now
in the
though.
comment.
I'm saying you
It'll
did
be
it
in the
right.
comment.
You pulled it.
Man, shut your bitch ass up, you hoe ass nigga. Your ass get
It'll be in
dragged
the
all up and down
Man,
these bitch
you
ass
niggas
nigga.
everywhere
Hoe
talking
ass
about.
nigga, yeah,
in the
nigga.
comment
Your ass
section.
Niggas
losing
everywhere
subscribers,
Dirty
you bitch, nigga.
rag
talking
ass nigga.
Hoe
you
ass,
And
you a
what?
hoe.
talking
You a
about
And
hoe,
me.
what?
nigga.
And
Stop
You
what?
are
smoking crack.
talking about me. I
Stop
am a
smoking crack.
star,
Crack is
nigga.
whack, hoe ass
I'm
nigga.
a star, nigga. I got a
Crack is
little
whack. You ain't no fucking star.
Star.
Your monkey
The
ass
only
been
star
on
you
YouTube
got is on your
for
eyes.
4 years,
That's the
every
only
goddamn
star
day,
you got.
and barely
I'm a
got 13,000 subscribers. You had 14,000 a few days ago. That
what
shit
Mac
dwindling.
City?
I'm gonna pass your ass up real soon, you
What
bitch
Mac
nigga.
City got?
Told
What
you,
Mac
yeah,
City
now
got?
I'm on your ass, hoe ass nigga.
Hey,
I'm
what
on
Mac
your
City?
ass, hoe ass nigga. Let me
How
tell you
many
something. You know how I know you got a weak chin? You ain't got no
yo,
motherfucking teeth.
you got a big
And
ass
because you ain't got no teeth in your mouth, that means you ain't got no bone in your goddamn jaw. I knock your
You
motherfucking ass
mean
out, you bitch ass nigga.
you mean
Thought
this
it was
nigga up
over,
here
huh, hoe ass
asking
nigga.
somebody he ain't got no
nigga.
teeth in his
Anytime somebody get that task force bitch, he
I'm gonna
always
send
the
you.
victim. But
serious?
I'll
You
victimize you for real, you with your bitch
I'm gonna send
ass.
you bitch ass right
Shut
back
your
where I
bitch
had
ass
you
up.
last
He's
You've
time.
been
up here
exposed, hoe ass nigga.
up here with no teeth in
You've
his
been
mouth.
exposed. You've been running around here cussing
Ass,
black women out. Now you the protector of black women with your abusive ass. But
bitch ain't
Amiri out of you, man, you a bitch ass nigga. Hoe
nigga.
ass.
Ain't help you,
And I
nigga.
told your dumb ass when you come up on my
There's
panel,
nothing
you come on the task because I don't acknowledge you as the goat. You ain't no fucking goat, nigga.
nigga. They can't help you.
You a dirty
They
goddamn crackhead.
can't help you.
Running around here popping all that shit.
Run behind
Hoe
these
ass.
women. Well, what's your smoke
Shut
for
your
me?
motherfucking bitch ass up. Shut your ass up, nigga.
Behind women,
Let me
bitch.
tell you something. Until you get a life insurance policy on Nyla and yourself and put her in the house, you shut your motherfucking ass up.
Now,
Shut your ass up. Shut up.
you
Hoe
start
ass.
with your
Your
bitch
bitch
ass.
ass.
You ain't got enough
Shut your
bass in
bitch
your
ass up.
talk to me, little
Hoe
nigga.
ass.
You ain't got enough bass in your voice.
Hoe ass. Shut your hoe ass.
Over here,
All
son,
that
bitch,
goddamn
make
hunting
man
y'all jacket come to find out you old dirty crackhead.
pedos. I
Oh, dirty
understand.
crackhead. Now, everybody pedos. You the one refer to little girls as cunts.
Look,
Oh,
nigga.
bitch ass, now you want to try and talk it out. You ain't want to talk it out 4 years ago. Now who's Ja Rule, hoe ass?
Or you
Who's
nigga,
Ja Rule now? Who's Ja Rule now, you bitch ass nigga?
you,
Oh, hoe ass.
you,
That's why your ass getting
you,
dragged off all up and down these streets.
I,
And let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all something. Black women ain't stupid. Taz know what he done.
and
Taz
you,
know what he done.
oh my dick,
Taz is damn near irrelevant.
want to
And
bet.
by the time we get finished with his whole ass, Cynthia ain't gonna be able to goddamn protect him. Cause that's the only reason why you got the little bullshit you got with your bitch ass. Shut your ass up.
All right, so you just
Oh,
me, my nigga. So I'm gonna go ahead and bounce. Y'all niggas some hoes.
yeah, get your ass up out of here.
That's funny.
Oh, hoe ass. And get off the goddamn narcotic.
That shit was
That's a
funny.
good little clip for me to play. Old hoe ass got ran up off of man. Y'all don't know how bad I've been waiting to tan to that nigga ass. He been fronting. I knew he wasn't shit when I met him. That's why. Then he did that.
That
That's
video
why.
that Ramil did on Taz. You see that video that Ramil did on Taz where he exposed his tent on the block?
Nah.
No, I ain't see that. He got that too.
There was a live stream, man, where he showed Taz up there hollering under an abandoned building online.
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
no.
I need all that, man. We gonna drag this nigga, man.
Oh no.
And there was a tarp outside the building.
That dude,
Oh
man.
no.
Yo, this motherfucking broke ass nigga show up trying to regulate, nigga.
Yeah, all that goddamn
That's
There was
fronting.
why
another
you come in
video,
here with
man,
all
where
that
Saul
shit about
never,
bitch ass
where
nigga
Saul
this
never
and bitch
refused
ass.
to turn the camera off. When Taz doesn't turn the camera off, there was
Right.
a live where he was Saul Netta, and it looked like his face was melting on the camera, man. He had Saul Netta to turn the camera off, and Saul Netta did. Yeah.
Oh, so that's how he got exposed.
Oh
Yeah, he
man,
got exposed. Yeah,
Uh-huh. Up there
They
got
left
tweaking,
exposed.
the
doing
camera
all
on.
that talking.
Mm,
Oh, ho
mm,
ass. Taz is a bitch ass nigga, man. See, and that's what he do. He come online and he know he got a deep voice, so he can intimidate them women with that. But like
right.
I said, real recognize real and real recognize a fake. You see what I'm saying? You can tell a paper man. Taz is a paper man. Taz ain't about shit. And that's how I know the nigga got a weak chin, because he ain't got no fucking teeth. If you ain't like when you lose your teeth, you lose all the bone structure in your face.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Because it's the nerves in the teeth that keep the bone stimulated, so it replenishes. But once you lose those teeth, the
The
bone
jaw
starts
becomes
going away. Yeah, man, you're not Taz eyes out with one punch. You've been sitting there here selling wolf tickets to these women because you know you got a deep voice. Oh, ho ass.
I'm
and he
Taz
gets
is
his
tripping,
a
talking
bitch
man.
ass
points from
nigga.
his women, especially his wife Nala. He got his talking points from Nala, man.
Yeah,
So,
they've been on here.
Hey,
They've been on here doing dirt since they've been on here. Now it's all coming back on their ass. You see what I'm saying?
shit. Yeah, I ain't seen you. You Amiri Brown, right?
Yeah, I'm a Mary Brown.
Ah, damn,
oh,
man. Where you been, Jack? I ain't seen you in a minute. Yeah.
Man, that's it. I've been, grinding, doing my thing for my family. What men's supposed to fucking do? Taz ass be on goddamn YouTube every day, screaming and howling at the top of his lungs. You see what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
know niggas like that. Taz don't even have. I bet you, if something was to happen to Taz, this nigga would leave here and his kids wouldn't get shit. But you gonna protect the community. Everybody else ain't shit, but you the fucking goat.
Oh
You see what I'm
man.
saying? I'm tired of it.
He definitely ain't got shit to do, man. Cause I'm like, well, damn, nigga. Like, cause see, I was
hey,
gonna put his
yeah,
name. I was gonna put
right.
his name in the title, but I was like, man, I don't want to get that nigga that sort of press. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
But
yeah.
then again, I was thinking, I would like for the nigga to show up, but then again, I don't want to give him that sort of press. So I'm like, damn, someone must have ran and told that nigga we was talking about him or
They
something.
Yeah.
did. Somebody in the comment
Put
section.
that
Yeah,
nigga
man.
free
Which I don't mind. You know what
Somebody
I
in the
mean?
chat,
But
rather.
that just go to show he ain't got shit else to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Oh,
troll
dirty ass.
and fuck with niggas online all day, man. But
Exactly. That's what he do, man. That's
yeah,
what that whole ass nigga do. And see, he been figured out now. Did y'all see the sequel to It? Did y'all see It too?
yeah, I seen it.
Yeah, I
Now
saw it, man. That was sick.
remember how they beat Pennywise? They started talking shit to him. Then the real come to find out the motherfucker wasn't shit. You see what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah.
That's
Right.
Taz.
Just a small bug. Just a
Yeah,
small bug, man.
yeah. Became a small bug. Taz ain't shit. You see how he ran up off of here?
Well,
He been able to run
shit,
that game on them women.
he gonna use, because I did mute the nigga because I wanted to hear what you had to say, and I couldn't hear
Right.
what you had to say
Right.
because the nigga kept talking. You know what I mean? I was
Yeah.
gonna let him roll and say what the fuck he had to say too. You know what I mean? But fuck it, he bounced. I don't give a fuck, man. But yeah, but I was thinking to myself, if he come over here with all that, shit talking, because I peeped how he did what's this nigga named Brother Moses and
Yeah.
what's the other nigga?
What they doing?
Logic Sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he be sunning them niggas, man. I be like,
Yeah.
damn, they letting this motherfucker just talk to him any old sort of way. I'm like, man, couldn't be me. And
Yeah. A fucking crackhead. You know what I'm saying?
my nigga Tony went off like, damn, Tony, calm down.
Yeah.
Go on, Tony.
Big Mike, like I explained to my nephew the other day, he up to ask me why Boom Quisha is trapped to Pookie, and I told him this, that Boom Quisha is trapped to Pookie because they both fucked up, they both dysfunctional. The dysfunction attracts dysfunction.
Right.
9 out of 10, man.
Hey, Taz, you're more than welcome to come back and get this work, nigga. You know what I'm saying? This is entertaining. This is entertaining. I know you listening, nigga. Come on, man. This shit is getting good, son. You know what I mean? But I mean, periodically, I will have to mute your ass because you won't shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we want to hear everybody.
Yeah, he talk over everybody and shit, and you know what I'm saying. And them those women, little goat emojis in the chat and fire symbols like he just the shit. You know what I'm saying? You're a piece of shit, man.
Oh shit, man.
Can't stand him.
Yeah, boy. I'm like, boy. Well, how did you hear about this, Amiri, man? Like, what brought you over here?
It just showed up in my feed. And then I said, let me see what they talking about. And I saw it. Then I heard Taz's voice. I was like, oh, let me get on this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Man, that's perfect timing.
Yeah, see, because that's what he did to my co-host,
right.
Him and Nana, old dirty ass niggas. Because back when we had Google Hangout, when you give out the link, Once they get the link, they in the show. You ain't like see on StreamYard, you got to add the person still. So remember, Nyla came on YouTube fronting like she just had like Taz wasn't a man.
Mhm.
So I sent Nyla the link for a show. So we up there talking. He did what I just did to him. You see what I'm saying? He just came in there and started over talking and cussing. So I booted him out the chat. Right. I mean out the show. You see what I'm saying? Oh, bitch ass. So that's why I did his ass like that.
Oh man, boy. Hey,
that's how I know the women not. That's how I know JV Dessalines and them women not lying on Nyla, because she did that with me. She dirty like that. Just dirty hood rat niggas, man. Taz and Nyla are black rednecks, man. Like you'll never see them around middle class, working class, and upper class blacks. Like these are niggas,
right?
On YouTube, really trying to front themselves off as this couple or example. Think of how insidious that is, knowing y'all on the fucking narcotic and living pillar to post.
Wow.
See what I'm saying? That's
Amiri, my homeboy told me this, that man, that B1 stands for bullshit person.
Yeah, I caught because y'all know, Black Womansphere just posted a screenshot on her community wall, but a show this nigga used to do on Blog Talk called Anal Sex Politics or some shit. Man, Taz is a weirdo, man.
Wow.
Taz is a weirdo, but then he'll come on here trying to make it like you feminine. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because this nigga like to get pegged and shit. That's the type of shit Taz is on, man. Taz is a dirty gutter snipe, man. That's what he is.
Hell no, boy. Yeah, we can say what we want to say, but yeah, he's definitely entertaining because he misses calling. He should have been in WWE. With all that bullshit he be on, because he would make a real good heel.
Yeah.
Boy, but instead he on here conning all these women, talking about how he for the black community, how he for the black woman and all this kind of shit. I'm like, nigga, take your stupid ass on somewhere, nigga. And man, as soon as he came over here, man, I was like, ooh, it's about to get good, son. And then I mean, damn, Amiri, you pop on, you just added some more spice to the cake, man. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, who is this? I'm like, Amiri is on this motherfucker's ass.
Yeah, I'm on his ass. You know what I'm saying? Old punk ass. Because he said that, he was talking. See, he was talking grimy because like how I'm gonna get to you.
Right.
He would never say the stuff he said, but he would never talk like that in public or when we face to face. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So he'll do it. So he does that shit online. And I remember in that hangout, Nyla was right there egging him on with her bug-eyed ass. And see, that's what I'm telling you about. Like Taz and Nyla, man, they are the types of individuals that are the reason why we got a fucked up community. Because Taz ain't shit. You can see that. And the type of woman Nyla is the type of woman who she's so inert for a fucking man, she'll excuse anything he do that's fucked up. You see what I'm saying? So Nyla is the type of chick where she'll choose her man over a child. That's the type of chick Nyla is. Right. So if the dude is doing something to the child and shit, you shouldn't have been walking around here like that. Well, what did you do? It's gonna always be the victim's fault. That's what Nyla is about. It's always the victim's fault. Like if you notice, they always try and explain it away. The reason why one of them doing something fucked up to somebody. And Black YouTube tired of. That's why everybody on their ass.
Right.
But don't think Sarnetta didn't do that shit on purpose. See, I didn't know that. Sarnetta probably left that camera on purpose because he heard like, look at this motherfucker. You see what I'm
saying? Now explain that again. Sarnetta left a camera on, and what did it pick up?
Well, I thought that's what y'all said. That Sarnetta left the camera on.
That's why I saw. Yeah, because when Taz was acting like he's about to pass out, with his messed up jaw and everything, he asked Sarnetta to turn the camera off, and Sarnetta didn't do it.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
it was Ramil, the radical, that showed the footage.
Yeah, and let me tell y'all something, like, because me and Ramil done had our run-ins and differences, but I got more respect for Ramil than I do Taz, because Ramil ain't no fraud. Right. Ramil tells you what he about and what it is. Even if you disagree, you can respect that. Taz up here and this nigga been doing this for 4 years, pretending to be something he fucking not, talking with that deep voice, fooling these goddamn women and shitting on all the goddamn men with his whole ass.
Right.
The thing about Ramil is that Ramil back up this stuff with facts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So like at least you can goddamn respect that. Taz is a crackhead. That's all that nigga is. Like I said, Taz is the type of dude you'll send to the store to go get you a honey bun and keep the change so he can use that to get his little rock money up. That's the type of dude Taz is, man. I mean, think about it. Anytime you 6'6" and ain't got shit at 40 something, that tell you everything you need to know right there. Nigga, you was born with a genetic lottery.
Right.
You can be, let me tell you, you can be 6'6" and go play in the D League, go play overseas, be a bench warmer in the NBA and make anywhere from $250 to $300,000 a year just because you saw. And all you got to have is the fundamentals and get good grades.
Hey, Amiri, I asked one of those hotel hooligans, man, have they ever heard about the book of the bargain? Or do they know about the 9 principles of Ma'at? And when I asked them, man, all I heard was cricket. Okay.
Exactly.
Do you know about the 10-point code of the Black Panther Party? They didn't know that.
No, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it was like, because one of the codes was, brothers love the sisters, sisters love the brothers, brothers support the sisters, support the brothers. That's four of the 10-point code right there.
Right. Yeah.
Because my relatives on my dad's side were in the Black Panther Party back in the day, back in the 60s and 70s.
Right.
Fred Hampton was like a household hero, talked about a lot in our family reunion circle. And then, but when you ask these hotel hooligans, okay, do you know about the 7 principles of Tehut? Do you know about the 10 virtues of the Egyptian mystery schools? They don't know this. I said, well, then what you up there wearing that ankh symbol for then, nigga? Well, you know the eye horse, you don't know what the philosophy of it is.
Right. Yeah.
Because I'm 52 years old. I was born in '69, and I was raised up in the shit.
Okay. Yeah.
They asked me, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
see that I'm interested. I'm gonna look into that because I ain't never really been into the hotep stuff. Like the way I approach things, I more approach things like from a practical sense. Like just I'm like about practical stuff. Get life insurance, become a homeowner. You know what I'm saying? Because it starts there, but I find value in that type of stuff you were just talking about too. You know what I'm saying? But you're right though. Like a lot of people there. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's the basics you talk about, man. About getting your money together, getting everything together, and everything. Basically, because like Tony Maceo said, the basics, the man, woman, and child. You know what I'm saying? But these Negroes, man, want to deal with like bizarre land where hey, the single mother knows everything, and then like it said in that movie, The Waterboy. No, survey says mama is wrong again. Survey says mama is wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because mama don't know everything.
Exactly.
Because like I told these dudes, life is the real master teacher of game because the game is virtual for life. And
That's
you
true.
gotta live. You gotta live experiences lessons of life to master the game that life is trying to teach you.
Right. Yeah. That's deep right there, man. You know what I'm saying? That's deep, but that's the truth. That's why you say experience is the best teacher. Like it's it's a difference between like having book knowledge and that real world life experience, having a practical knowledge. Like book knowledge and practical knowledge is two different things. Like reading about something and knowing it from like the academic perspective, and then actually having to be like the on-job training thing where it's trial and error, because that's what makes life what it is trial and error. We make mistakes and we learn from those mistakes that we make. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, Amiri, do you really think that it's an actual realistic vantage or a realistic point of view that we can actually get this dude deplatformed and like diminish his YouTube presence? Do you think that can possibly really happen?
I mean, we damn sure gonna try. Now, even if we don't get him the platform, my goal is just to separate him from Cynthia G, because that's the only reason why he's relevant anyway. And we just make it so irrelevant where it don't even matter. So either way, he's finished. Like that's the goal. That's what I'm focused on. See, because I just was sitting back biding my time, because like I said, a lot of it was like there's the women protecting him.
Right.
So see, Black Women's Sphere gave me the opening to get on his ass. You see what I'm saying? Like Cynthia was protecting that whole ass nigga. And you got to look at it. Him and Cynthia got a lot of the same traits, like with how they communicate. She gonna overtalk you. She got that loud, shrill voice. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they kind of like kindred spirits on YouTube with that bullshit. And if you, ever since they've been in this firestorm for the last 2 or 3 weeks, they ain't been able to get over their tour. They ain't been able to do streams together. You know what I'm saying? And none of that. So,
Hey, Mary, there's 2 words they can get Cynthia G to shut the hell up. Those 2 words are Robert Burke.
oh yeah, like that's like a skeleton key. That's like Solomon's key. How you know how you bind up the demon.
Yeah, you bind up those demons.
Yeah, all you got. Yeah, you say that, she gonna have to be quiet. You know what I'm saying?
All right, hold on one second. Okay. Wait, is that C-Boogie? Boogie, is that C-Boogie? Who's that? All right,
man. What up?
Hey, what's up, Boogie, man? How you doing, man? Been a long time.
Yeah, what you got to contribute, C-Boogie? What's going on? And when I see you jump in and jump out.
Oh nah, man. I had jumped down when the mayhem was going on, man, and I let you know what I mean. They ain't too much had nothing to do with me, man. So you know what I mean. I fell back for a minute, man. But really, man, I had jumped on earlier, man, when y'all was having the conversation. Man, I kind of forgot where y'all was at, man. But I was I was just gonna come in because y'all was just talking about just a few different things, man, and really, I think somebody had brought up somebody had used the word power. You know what I mean? Like black men should.
Oh, that was me, Matt Bone. Yeah, about 3 degrees of game, sex, money, and power, where the players focus on sex, him focus on money, Max focus on power. And
yeah, like no doubt, man.
You monetize that stuff to you. Yeah.
Like no doubt. I heard Tony Maceo talking about the black farmers and everything.
Yeah.
How they getting fucked over and shit. Like my question is, real talk, man, and I just want to just a real no bullshit, no nonsense answer, man. What as a collective, man, what are black men really doing, man? You know what I mean? I ain't trying to be funny. You know what I mean? I'm just being 100. Because it seems to me, man, you know what I mean? We kind of got at least a skeleton of a blueprint on how other cultures are able to build wealth and certain things, and you know what I'm saying. And but it just seems to me, man, certain things we just can't get right, man, amongst our ranks, man, on how to further our wealth, man. You know what I'm saying? To me, like that's really where it all starts, man. You know what I mean? Like no disrespect, the 7 principles of my yacht. They ain't got shit to do with my Capital One bill, man. You know what I mean? That's cool. You know what I mean? I'm down with the spirituality shit, but I think a lot of people way too deep into that, and then they forget about the economics of things and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And so it's about really trying to seek a balance. But really, I jumped on, man. I was listening to one of Tony Maceo clubhouse rooms and shit, and he was talking about are black women, as a group, bigger hustlers than black men. You know what I mean? Better hustlers than black men. And he had a lot of good points, man, going both ways. I really had to think about this shit. It was like, you know what I mean, beyond the government subsidies and some of the handouts that a lot of these sisters get and all of that shit, what goes without saying. At the end of the day, man, we just got a sister on the Supreme Court. You know what I mean? She ain't get up in there no different than Clarence Thomas ratchet ass got up in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna keep it a buck.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And so my thing is, you know what I mean? What are niggas really doing to advance this power game? You know what I mean? Because you know what I mean?
Nothing. Simple. Nothing, man. Nothing, man. It is what it is, man. Nothing. And you can't come back. See, that's again, that goes back to, the uninvited guest, man. You don't have to do nothing. All you have to do is be aggressive. All you have to do
Right.
is come in and act aggressive and talk all loud and all that shit, and that's enough for them. You see, for that kind of chick. But if you're talking about, what they doing, they ain't doing nothing, man. These women are they doing what they doing, man. That they're in corporate America, they are in public sector jobs, they're everywhere, man. They doing their thing, man. So when you start talking about power, nothing's being done, man. Nothing's being
And
done. And when I say getting it, what I mean is, man, if you look at where they're earning money, man, they're out earning, the dudes are out earning them in blue collar jobs. So it looks like that these women are making you know, it looks like that these dudes are out earning these women in the blue collar positions. There's a chart that is on blackdemographics.com, and I use that because that's the chart that a lot of niggas here in the black manosphere love. They love using blackdemographics.com. So it's a chart there. It's an article there. It talks about the inability, this whole thing of black women finding black men that are on their level, that make as much money as they do and whatnot. And so the chart has it broken down on there what each age range makes. And according to this sector, and in every one of those age ranges, except for income sectors, it's income sectors and age ranges. It has it broken down, and it shows you on there what the women are earning and what the men are earning, and it tells you who earns more for what particular uh, sector, what particular income sector. And in every one of those income sectors except for one, the black women were out earning the black men. The only exception was the sector of the income sector of 100,000 or more. Black men were making more than them in that sector of 100,000 or more, but it was only like maybe by some minuscule number they were beating them by. So the difference is like a free throw. But all up and down that scale, if you look at that, um, you can see where they're out earning them all up and down the scale. So the brothers turn around and say, well, no, that's not true because they're looking at the blue collar positions. Well, you're not going to find them in blue collar positions. You're not going to, I mean, who want to get out there in the hot sun and pick a fucking brick up? Nobody want to do that shit. But
So
they'll
Tony, you
be
talking
in,
about the
they'll
section,
be
the
in, they'll
corporate,
be in the corporate, they'll be in the BMV.
right?
They'll be in the BMV, they'll be in the Social Security office, they'll be in the
The
Internal
government,
Revenue office, they'll be
yes,
in, all these places where there's a heavy administrative emphasis on their job. They'll be in HR, they'll be in corporate finance, they'll be in these jobs in
or
real
police
estate. You'll
station,
see them in law. They'll be in all these jobs that pay livable wages. And you can talk
right?
about where they got up in there because of the double minority. You can say what you want to say, but the fact is that they're there for whatever reason you want to say, it's there. And you're not going to be able to tell that kind of woman or that woman making that kind of money that she has to submit when you have no power, no authority. You have nothing
Right.
by which to make her submit to anything. So when C-Boogie said what they're doing, they're not doing anything.
well, here's the thing,
You know,
man. Like I got to take a I got to take a quote from your clubhouse room, Tony, where you was like, it's a bunch of black men online sitting around talking about fucking Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something about this shit, man. And this is a true story. You know what I mean? I recently lost like $4,000 dealing with this Bitcoin shit. And let me tell you the scam of it all. Don't let these black men lie to you. White men too, but don't let these niggas lie to you about this Bitcoin shit. So I fooled around with it. You know what I mean? Through somebody that I trusted. I was middlemaning it through him. Long story short, you know what I mean? I pulled my money out of Bitcoin, lost like 4,000. But here's the major key. So end up doing my research, and I got advised by this white guy. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, look, don't ever do that shit again. All that Bitcoin mining, if you're not gonna go out and buy one Bitcoin, right now, to buy one Bitcoin is about 36,000. So 36,000. And he was like, you buy one Bitcoin and you sit on it no less than 10 years. He was like, don't ever do that shit that you did again. He was like, all that shit is a scam. He was like, you get it, you pay, you buy one, and you sit on it. All right, that was that. So maybe in the future I'll dive back into it, and maybe. But right now put a bad taste in my mouth. But here's the
And
point.
that's exactly why I stayed away from that shit.
For all these niggas online talking all this Bitcoin shit, all that's cap, bro. You see what I'm saying? Now, we never truly hear about niggas making money off Bitcoin. It's not like day trading. You can make some money off day trading or whatever. But at the end of the day, all that shit is capped. Now, all we hear is niggas talking about, oh, Bitcoin went up today, Bitcoin went down today. And I kind of fell into that shit like, word. All right, cool. You know what I'm saying? So I invested some money, but that's not how you do it. That's not how those people that invested in Bitcoin 10 years ago are millionaires now. No, they bought one Bitcoin, which was, a lot cheaper back then. But long story short, all that shit is capped. So all these niggas having these 2-3 hour long conversations, ask these niggas to show you the receipts on them, making, let's say they invested 2,500. I didn't invest 2,500. I invested a lot more and I got fucked over on that shit. But let's just say they invested 2,500. They're not going to be able to show you no receipts that they made any money. You see what I'm saying? That's more of a long-term game. And then, now you got Warren Buffett that just came out and said, Bitcoin is worthless. I don't know the results of that. In due time, it'll show its ugly head. But at the end of the day, all that shit is capped. So I say that to say a lot of these niggas be uninformed on shit. I had to pay money to sit down and get it.
Is that a surprise to you? Is that shocking?
No, but I'm just saying, like, because when you said this shit, Tony, I was dying laughing because I was like, you know what? A lot of these niggas don't even know what the fuck they talking about. And a lot of these niggas ain't even got 36,000 to buy a whole Bitcoin. You see what I'm saying? So, that shit is pretty much a money dump if you ain't putting no real money and letting it sit, you know what I mean, for 10 years plus. So, a lot of that shit is delusions that I think niggas be like fantasizing about. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Sitting around. I think a lot of niggas want to make money off Bitcoin, in which, probably should. If it's white guys making money off of it, there is a way, but you gotta have some real paper stacked up to even get into that shit. But at the end of the day, besides that, a lot of niggas ain't doing shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna be 100. And I understand a lot of black men working the trades. You know what I mean? That's our bread and butter. A lot of brothers is truck driving. A lot of brothers just hustling, trying to get it. You know what I mean? I'm not necessarily talking about them because, if you really think about a lot of blue collar black men, for the most part, they really not going to be heavy into politics because they're too busy hustling. You see what I'm saying? They too busy working 14 hours a day, 12 hours a day sometimes, overtime. Niggas dealing with child support, whatever the fuck they got going on. They're really not going to be heavy into the politics, nor do I truly expect them to be. Because I understand that life is a major grind. And, you got to be really informed to really get into the politics shit. But my thing is, this kind of power game, that we kind of play with the word a lot, this kind of power game, what is really the blueprint? I mean, the Jews showed us that you don't even have to have a lot of numbers to really control a lot of wealth. You see what I'm saying? But you got to stick together. You got to be on quote unquote code and all that type of shit. So it's a lot of internal shit with niggas that really got to change. You know what I mean? Honestly, that really got to tighten up amongst the ranks. And I just don't truly really see it happening, man. Because the bar is so low, right? You can what like what Obsidian brags about having a job for 17 years and never taking a vacation, and he think he's an elite black man. Are you fucking serious, man? No, for real. Like this is the kind of shit that niggas be talking about online. But when you talking to niggas that ain't gonna challenge it and be like, well, truth be told, that ain't even no shit that I would brag about working for 17 years and not taking a vacation, nigga. What type of what type of shit is that?
Hey, C-Boogie, I got something funny to tell you, man. I was on a panel with Obsidian and everything, and then my niece Elena came in. She said, Uncle Lee, you watching cartoons? No, I'm on a panel with Obsidian. So wait a minute, I thought that was a cartoon you was watching. No, that's Obsidian. You want to holler? No, Uncle Lee, I'm all right.
Yeah, I mean, fuck all that, man. I'm, you know what I mean? Because No, it's all good, man. But it's that type of shit that just lets you know where a lot of niggas' minds at. Like you got niggas like that thinking they the creme de la creme, and I'm like, I don't really think so. You just probably just somewhere in the middle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to, all work is good work as long as it's honest. But
yeah,
damn,
yeah,
nigga. But this is where the bar is truly at.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And that's very odd to me
yeah.
that a
Oh,
nigga can come online and brag about that and nobody even put up any kind of fight and be like, yo, dog, you bragging about working 17 years and not taking one vacation, nigga? Nigga, that's on you.
all
That's
right,
right.
hold on. Check it out, man. We got an individual up here, Chaos Rain. I know the name, but I'm not
Yeah,
necessarily,
yeah.
sure who he is. But I know the name. The name does ring out here in the manosphere, man. So Chaos Rain, what's going on, man? What you
Well,
got to contribute, right?
I circle around many places on the internet besides Manosphere, but if you recognize the symbol, it speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey, Chaos, long time no see, brother.
Yeah, it's good.
What's
Who's
up?
that? I can't tell. The avatars are so blank right now. I can't tell who
No,
it is.
that's me, Mac Bone. I was on the panel
Okay.
with you on LA panel one time.
Oh,
A
wonderful,
few years
wonderful.
ago.
Oh, good. What's good, Mac?
Yeah,
That's
reality
good. Yeah.
check. Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
the only thing I keep it short in regards to black women and this abusive thing is conditional, in my opinion. A woman that takes abuse and stays, she's comfortable because that's what she's been engraved in her physically, mentally, and I could say spiritually. And it's very hard to weed that out. Even a man that comes to her with sincerity and with the grace of loving to her, it's kind of hard for her to accept and adapt because that's not how she was groomed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the only thing you could do, and I don't like to say this, but we're all men here, is she is just only be as a what these guys call it pump and dump,
Right.
or left alone, one or the other. You get me? Because she has to do the work to reverse that trauma, which a lot of our people refuse to do. See, once you've been in and develop really serious harsh habits, it's going to take a lot more and to work yourself to break those type of habits, not only mentally but spiritually, and that will take a while. It might take years. It's going to take to a point where you might have to go cold turkey just to put your body in another form of reduced trauma. But nonetheless, these are methods and these are things people got to take and do to reverse that type of trauma. And the ladies are no exception to that rule, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So when I hear about this man did this, this man did that, and you tell other men or whoever, I look you dead in your, well, not aside, but dead in your straight, say, well, it seems to me you love that type of abuse. It's something that you endure. It's something that you get wet over. Now that she might find that weird and strange, but I will tell it straight truth, but that's what you like. Because why would you tell other people this is where you're going for, you hate it, but go back and stay and love it?
Right.
It's a contradiction. You can't have both ways, sweetie. You have to make a serious decision. So, yeah.
Yeah, I concur. I don't find any fault in none of that. Yeah. Shoot. All right, check it
So
out. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's
Yesterday
1:30 in the
coach,
morning, man. It's 1:30 in the morning. I always tell my wife
yes,
she
sir.
can't stay online at 1:30 in the morning, so I'm being a hypocrite right now.
Okay.
And I'm about to get out of here and go to bed
Oh
because I'm
man.
tired. I done had my excitement for one night. I'm getting old.
No doubt. No doubt,
And
man. Shit, that was
It's,
hilarious, man.
so it's honor and pleasure to be on the panel with you, man. LL Movement told me a lot about you, bro.
where is Amiri? Is Amiri still here? Is Amiri gone?
Nah, he bounced, man. I wanted him to stay, man, but he
I want
bounced,
that
man.
video. I want that video of that nigga up under that bridge. That nigga up under that bridge.
Maceo, you ain't.
I want that video of that nigga up under that bridge. Get in touch with
With
Amiri.
that
See if
car.
we can find him. And I want
What's
that
your,
video
what's
of
your
that nigga
email,
up under
Tony
that bridge.
Maceo? What's your
Huh?
email? If you got email, I'll hit him up. What's your email? I'll probably.
Wayofstrategy44@gmail.com. Wayofstrategy44@gmail.com. Let him know I want that video of that nigga in that empty abandoned building yelling, man. I want that video, man. I want that. I got to have that video.
Wait. Do me this. If you could
You
type
know,
it back.
You
Back
know
check.
what we got? No, I put it here. You know what
Okay.
we have to do, Mike? We have to do a thumbnail.
Right.
You gotta give us one of your world famous thumbnails.
Oh hell.
Yeah, give me one of those world famous thumbnails of that nigga living in that being in that abandoned building. I want to see that shit.
Oh
I
boy, I'm
wants to
trying to
see
tell
that
you.
shit. I wants to see that shit up under that bridge. I want to see that nigga with no tooth in his mouth, no teeth in his
Right.
mouth. You know, I
Hey,
want to see
Tony
that, man.
Maceo, a funny thing. When Ramil was showing that, Taz didn't come up once. He didn't come
I
up
want to see
once,
that.
man.
Oh
When he was
man.
showing that, I mean, when Taz was showing that footage, he didn't come up once, man. Try to holler at nothing.
I want to see that.
Man. I'm about to peep that.
I got to see it, man. I got to see that video. You know, Sinetta is
Man,
good for something, goddamn. Sinetta is good for something. Next time I see that nigga, I'ma cash app him $25, man. 25 whole big ones, man.
God
Mm.
And
damn, boy.
you know that
so
I got
so
tell
25
Amiri
instead of
I got to
65, right?
have that. If anybody knows what Amiri is and how he can be contacted, tell him I need that video,
Well,
man.
I could put
Yeah.
his email in the back chat. You contact him directly. It's up to Tony
Hold
Maceo.
on. Hold on. Let me see here.
Okay.
Hold on here. Wait a minute. Damn it.
That you really hate that nigga.
Oh shit,
You know what
man.
the truth is I could care one way or the next, man. Well, actually, I'm just gonna be honest, man. I don't care, but I don't even like niggas like that in my presence, man.
Right.
I don't even like niggas like that in my presence. There was a movie called The Butler, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a movie
Oh
called
yeah.
Uh-oh.
and
Yes.
the white when she was training Forrest Whitaker to be, she said, "Nigga, get over there and don't let me hear you breathe." You know, that's how I
Right.
feel about niggas like that. I don't even want to hear you breathe. I don't even want you in my presence. I don't want you around me. You see, because I just I just I just don't want them around me, man. I just don't because I know what it is. They're gonna fuck up shit. They're gonna fuck up shit. They're gonna tear up shit. They're destructive. They're counterproductive,
Mm.
and nothing good ever comes of them, man. Nothing good ever comes of them at all. It will always be some fuckery. It will always be some trash. It will always be some bullshit. It'll always be some niggardry. It'll always be some form of bestiality. That's just what it is. I don't want them nowhere around me, dude. I don't want them nowhere around me. I don't want to see them. I don't want to hear them breathe. And that's
Hey,
Man.
like
just
I said
how I
that,
feel about
like I said in that movie, Forrest Gump. Stupid is how stupid does.
it. Stupid
You know.
is how stupid does. But anyway, Mike,
Yeah,
uh,
man.
Mike, see, you get to be the good guys always. You get to be the good guys always. See, you always set it up to make me the fall guy, and you
Hey,
get to be
hey,
the good guys
this is
always.
Tony. This is Tony Snow's fault. Tony Snow
Hey,
wanted
hey,
me to put
Tony.
the show together.
Yes,
Hey,
Tony
sir.
Snow.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Go ahead, Amiri.
Yeah,
Amiri.
what's up?
Is that Amiri?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Amiri back?
Yeah, he's on the phone. Come on. Yeah.
Amiri,
Yeah.
I need that video, man.
Which one?
The one with Sinetta to show that nigga in that, what is it, under an empty house or by a bridge or some shit like that?
That was
I
Ramil
got
that
the
did
one.
that.
I
That
got
was
the
Ramil
one
that
where
had that video.
he
Hold
did
on.
that
What did he say?
in Bali.
I can't hear him. What did he say?
Say it again.
I said I have the one where he's debating, where he's debating Jabari. Is that the one you want?
The one where Sinetta kept the camera rolling.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the one I want. The one with Sinetta kept the camera rolling. That's the one I want to see. I want that footage. I
All
want
right, I'm
that
about to send.
footage. I want that. I want that video. I want that footage because that shit just might become a thumbnail.
Oh, damn.
To make that shit into a thumbnail.
What's your
No. Don't worry. Just send me it to me, and I'm gonna say it to Tony. Tony, I send email.
No.
Yeah.
Amiri, you there? Can you hear me? Way of strategy 44 at gmail.com.
Wait, okay. Let me get your pen. Hold
Way
up.
of strategy 44.
Let me.
No, don't worry, Amiri. You don't. No, I'll send
Hold
to
on,
you.
let him finish. Let him write it down. Let him write it down.
I
Way
sent
of
you
strategy.
from social media. I
Way
sent
of
you
strategy 44. Way of strategy 44 at gmail.com. Way of strategy 44 at gmail.com. That's what I gotta have that, man.
Yeah, I'm sending it to you now.
Word.
All right.
All right. Good night, y'all.
All right, thank you,
bro.
Tony. It's good
All right.
seeing you on YouTube again. You know, thank you.
Same here, man. Y'all take care of yourself.
All right,
All right, good.
Shoot.
all right, cool.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna call you back. All right.
Okay.
Hey, Big Mike, I got something deep to drop for you, man. Like,
Oh, what's up, man?
I discussed with a homeboy, man, that told him about the new religions of Black America. You know, the
Okay.
new religion. One is entertainment, two is social media, and three is dysfunction. And added a little
Obviously.
like 4, single mothers, number 5, stupidity, and number 6, the hunger for white validation, strong as crack.
Mm.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's even like that in the Hispanic community, man. Because I'm here in like Texas, right? And I
Right.
meet a lot of essays and Rosses, man. They're up there, you know, using the names Steve and Julie instead of Esteban and Julie. You know, it's strong over there, man.
Shit, man.
But
Woo.
hey, like I told her models and Imana, it's like yesterday us, tomorrow you. Watch.
Right. True.
Yeah.
True. Shit. Hey,
Yesterday
Vector.
us, tomorrow you.
Vector.
Yeah.
Vector.
Is that Vector on the panel? Oh.
What up, though?
Man, what
Hey,
you
what's
doing?
up?
What you doing causing all this ruckus in the chat, man?
Causing what ruckus?
Man, you irritating, badgering Tony. You know he don't like to be badgered.
Man,
And you over there fucking with him, man.
Tony is contrarian. It don't matter. Me and you have had this conversation for how many years now? He gonna go opposite of whatever I say. I could say the sky's fucking black, and sky's blue, and he'd be like, no, it's black. Like, that's why I don't even bother talking to Tony. He got to feel like he's the smartest person in the room. So it ain't even worth getting up on with him half the time.
Oh man. Anyway, how you been doing, Vector, man?
Shit, man, I'm getting ready to head back over the pond.
Okay, about to do your thing.
Nah,
That money. I heard that.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Shit, yeah, man.
You
enjoying these last few days in the ATL, even though it's raining. Just started raining a couple minutes ago. It's raining hard as fuck right now.
Shit, you enjoy the show, man? Enjoying the festivities?
Oh, I mean, I was a little bored till Taz got on, and that, you know, then I had to go pop some popcorn in. I was like, okay, shit, here we go. Like, respect. Hey, yeah. I respect that the nigga pulled up.
Hey, check this out,
most
man.
People won't pull up.
Look, I done told y'all, man, you know, at the beginning of the show, like, I ain't never had no real problem with this nigga, man. Like, I appreciate his energy, you know what I mean? But he going around with all this pedo shit. Nah, we can't be doing that, nigga. We can't be doing that.
He's still talking about that?
Yeah, man. So it's hard for me to actually hate him because, you know me, man. I'm about that warrior spirit. He definitely got that. But, nigga, you ain't about to be coming around here, you know, pointing your fingers, calling niggas pedos. Nigga, fuck you. You know what I mean? But like, when he started doing that,
you know me, you know how I get down. Shit, you know, my wife is what, 16 years younger than me, so
exactly.
I'll be that.
But yeah, I was mad the nigga left. I was like, nigga, what you leave for? Nigga, it's getting popping.
Yeah,
getting popping now, and he left. I'm like,
he came in. I thought I was listening to the Kenneth Thomas stream. I'm like, oh shit, the Grandmaster Troll panel right here. Motherfuckers just start streaming. Like, oh shit. Who was that dude that was going hard at Taz like that?
That's my boy Amiri. Amiri, boy. I ain't seen
that
Amiri.
Nigga was going in.
Yeah, he hate Taz, nigga. He hate that motherfucker.
That nigga was going in. I was like, damn, son. That shit sound personal.
Yeah, Tony and Amiri was going in.
Taz understands that the young women are attracted to the silver fox gray hairs, man. You know.
Well, I mean, that's kind of why I was saying, like, a lot of this shit is, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of this shit is not even worth talking about, because I mean, women, and that's why I was saying, like, Tony was kind of being a hypocrite, because like women understand subconsciously what we understand consciously, which is we lack power in this dynamic. No matter how much money we got as black men, our money ain't really pulling, ain't really doing shit. I mean, Boogie, you know, me and Boogie talk offline about this stuff all the time. So that's why I was saying Boogie kind of channeled his inner vector. It's like at the end of the day, man,
Okay.
if niggas ain't offering nothing better, then what you complaining about? And that's kind of why I was saying, like, you can't, if you're not offering these chicks that Taz is quote unquote so-called scamming nothing better, then how you gonna go at Taz? Like, I mean, you ain't offering her nothing better. And that's why I was saying, you know, when Tony made that statement, he said it used to be the philosophy here at Mac City, and it still is to a degree, that the stupidity of black people shouldn't be only enjoyed by white people. Well, and that's why I said, well, that's a hypocritical statement. If you gonna scam bitches out of pussy, what makes you better than Taz scamming bitches out of money? You still support taking advantage of black stupidity. That's why I said that's a hypocritical statement. He might want to rethink that one.
How can you scam? I'm gonna have to rethink that.
Huh?
How could you scam a woman out of her? How can you scam a woman out of her vagina, though, bro?
It's called game. That's what it's called.
Man,
game.
Come on, man. Game is something they created.
Yeah,
they will when they giving you sex, they willfully are just giving you sex.
Yeah.
The
so
whole
what's the difference
concept
between
of
them giving you money, though?
I mean, if they're gonna give it to you, they just giving it to you. You're not just, doing something magical to their mind and nothing like that. That whole concept of game, bro, I just think it's just overblown. Brothers need to really get off of that, man. I mean,
I agree there.
I think it's set us back so much, thinking that we finessing women some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? They're either gonna be cooperative, give you sex or whatever, and all the other stuff are they not? All the other stuff, you wasting your time being on the phone, all in her ear, thinking you just the man and shit. I just think that's just time wasted. You could be
It's
using
not
your
time wasted
more
to a scammer. He gonna get some money out of it or some pussy. But in your perspective, you are correct. It's a waste of time if you're a man and you're thinking about community and nation building or whatever. Not all this shit is a waste of fucking time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
nation building. When you say nation building now, do you mean like as far as the so-called black community? Because there's not going to be no black community in America.
Well, I mean, that's my philosophy, and Mike could tell you that. Like that's why I married a Kenyan wife, and that's why I own property in Africa. Like I'm a divester, as in I've divested from the United States. But
right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What I'm saying is this: even if you are talking about, even if a black person buys into the black community in the United States, even the shit we talking about is hypocrisy. You know, I got kicked off of Alan Roger Curry's channel about 3 weeks ago because he was talking shit to his to some of his people on his live stream.
Yeah.
Because he was trying to call out dudes saying that they hypocrites because they, Alan Roger Curry always talks about the Madonna whore complex. Like, too many dudes got the Madonna whore complex where they be shitting on women for having sex.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like, okay, ARC calls himself being part of the black. Well, I don't know if he really calls himself part of the black manosphere anymore, or the manosphere. Somebody.
I'm sorry, y'all.
No,
yeah. I'm gonna hit the mic.
A few years ago, he cut himself off.
Yeah, or the manosphere in general, right? So a lot of the manosphere talking points goes towards the culture being fucked up in the behavior of women. And, ARC will go in and to be like, y'all motherfuckers talk about these bitches having high body counts, but y'all the ones out here doing it. And he's right. He's got a point that motherfuckers want to go out and fuck bitches and not do right by them and then complain about them later. But at the same time, he's the motherfucker charging motherfuckers to teach them how to get pussy and go out and fuck bitches and leave them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like ARC is on some Lucifer shit. Like, I don't know if y'all ever seen that TV series Lucifer on Netflix, but ARC, he charming, he's nice, he not lying. He'd be like, tell me what you really want. And he gonna sell it to you. But at the same time, he knows that what you really want is an addiction and that shit ain't no good for you. Right. And then I brought that shit up and oh boy, I got the boot fast.
Well,
I mean,
because
hey,
he's a businessman, man. That's how he makes his bread.
Yeah, but he's
Not
a
to say,
fucking hypocrite.
well,
And
yeah,
I
but you
like
know what?
ARC. I like ARC.
Yeah,
If ARC wasn't talking about being for the manosphere, then I wouldn't say he's a hypocrite. But at the end of the day, he's out here helping motherfuckers have indiscriminate sex and have high body counts, and that fucks the culture. It just does.
I agree. But he's an older guy. He's made a living doing this, and he's probably too old to pivot now and try anything different.
Well,
You
no,
know
I
what I'm
mean
saying?
that's just how he is. Like I said, he on some Luciferian shit, and then he as soon as you say something like he'll flip and turn into What do you call his alter ego? Rambo. He'd be like,
Hey,
he'd be like, put your bitch in the
yeah.
same room with me. I'll fuck your bitch.
Hey,
And I'm like, damn,
hey,
ARC,
what
are you for black men or not? Like he be on some ego shit. He'll flip into some ego shit. You'd be like, yo, what's up with this nigga? Like,
Now, Victor, what I learned from the dude, it's not really about whether you like about the pumping and dumping or being honest or being like another type of lifestyle. It's about being honest about the lifestyle you're about, whether it's going to be pumping and dumping or being like the one man, one woman thing. That's what he's about.
understood.
Yeah, be honest and straightforward within the first few seconds, the first 5 minutes of conversation. Just get to the point. That's his basic thing.
Right.
Whether
So
you want to be there or not. He's about being honest about what you're doing.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I'm saying. He's
Yeah.
honest. That's just like I said. If any of y'all ever seen that TV show Lucifer, or y'all just know about Luciferian, it's like the devil can't tell a lie.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
But the devil understands that men have a sinful nature, so he just gonna cater to your sin and let you destroy yourself.
Well, that's true. I think one of the most valuable things about ARC is the mode 1 approach. You know what I'm saying? That is something that most men should embrace and try to apply to their lives.
To their
It'll save
lives,
them.
but it sells to apply it to women and sex.
You know what? I say fuck the women. Go your own way. Stop trying to appeal to these women. Stop trying to appeal to these women because they're a waste of fucking time.
Well, I mean,
everybody who's stressing themselves out trying to get these women, what they want is they want gangsters, they want thugs, they want hooligans. They only want the Wall Street brother if the Wall Street brother can provide for the money. They want the street guy if he can provide the dick. Listen, let these tramps sink and swim and don't even give them a lifeboat. Go your own way, love yourself, have a life without these bitches, and enjoy yourself.
True.
That would be great, but the music. Go ahead.
Ask time ago, man. I mean, what's the best selection criteria in there with women? The uncle slick, uncle let's go with it. So, well, nephew, two things: assets and liabilities.
Incel 2022.
What is that?
Assets and liabilities. The asset. A woman is an asset. She helps improve.
It's not a good sign.
Yeah.
That was not a good sign that dude left off with. Incel. What? Come on, man.
Turn up your volume a little bit, bro. We have a hard
No,
time.
I just heard a man said Incel 2022. That's not somebody proud of as a man being an Incel person.
Well, yeah, I mean that's something
I don't know that. And here's why: because when I did a video about sex dolls, I had one young dude. I'm not sure he told me his age in the comment section. He told me he was going to say, "F it, I don't want to deal with the women. I'm gonna buy me this sex bot." You know what I'm saying? It's too much work. I said, "Oh shit."
But that's still not in. That's still, incel. It's got this fucking floating definition that nobody can hit, and then they try to tag you with that bullshit. Involuntarily celibate. There's that fucking population of people who literally can't get laid is so fucking small. The motherfuckers are voluntarily celibate.
Yeah. Well, that's true. Because right now, all it takes, if you don't want to, all it takes really to have sex in this time now is transaction.
Exactly.
Yeah, you might have to pay like a couple 45 or do what Tony Maceo said, I got 75, baby.
Well, and even that, man, if you willing to fuck a fat, ugly bitch, you can get laid too.
Well, yeah,
For free.
because a 6 and above right now in today's times, 6.5 and above, they are looking for the highest bidder. You know what I'm saying? Because those IG models, they getting flown out, and then all the other chicks see that, so they feel like, hey man, I'm gonna hold out for the big baller. You can't be no regular dude like who is that? Jason Black sometimes saying being an average earning dude and expect to get a nice looking chick unless you a jawline dude. Unless
Well,
you are above average looking dude, you're not going to get that average woman
are you talking about for dating or just for strictly sex?
You're talking about
for
the above
dating.
average.
For dating, because a lot of dudes still have this romantic thing about they want this family with this nice woman, 2 kids and everything like that, or they just want to have a girlfriend. And
Okay, so
these chicks are not going to be your girlfriend unless you're bringing a certain thing to the table.
so we're not talking about being an incel then, right?
Hey,
We're
hey,
talking
hey,
about
hey,
dating.
hey, bros. I made a joke that they asked me what type of woman I want. I said, man, I just want a woman that takes a meds and stay on the meds, man. Without to be quiet every now and then. I'm satisfied. Those are to calm down once in a while, take her meds and stay on the meds. You know what I'm saying?
Because I mean, if you're talking about, I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, because a long time ago, this young dude asked me how do I get the fat chick? I said, man, all you need is some buffalo wings,
Mm-hmm.
and the secret say it's a grape soda. That
Mm-hmm.
you'll be fine.
And
Hey,
to
man,
that point, man, to that point,
Yeah.
whether we're talking about dating, well, I'm sorry, I was just talking about celibacy, like not getting
okay.
laid. You can still
Not
get
yet.
laid. You can lay a bad bitch without being rich. You just got to catch her on the right day at the right time,
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
at the
timing.
right price. Even the baddest, look, man, my home is here in Atlanta, and let me tell you, I done knocked off some Magic City bitches. I've
Yeah.
told Mike, I showed Mike, it was one chick I used to mess with in Magic City that ended up stopped fucking with me because she was fucking with J.R. Smith when he was playing for the Denver Nuggets. So this was a long time ago.
Uh,
And then she ended
Yeah.
up fucking with Idris Elba after that. So I'm like, I
oh,
done fucked some bitches that fuck with millionaires, bro. But you got to
Mm-hmm.
catch them at the right time.
But listen to
catch 'em
this,
on.
bro. Listen to this. You have done that because you probably have. Let's face it, man. If you look like Obsidian, and I'm not, bagging on Obsidian, but if you was 5'7" and had a cane or whatever, you wouldn't have been able to get them chicks that
Hey, pimp.
you
Hey,
got in
pimp.
Magic City.
Listen, pimp. I won't deny that
Okay.
I might be average or better or above average looking, but
Okay.
I'm telling you, this girl I'm telling you about in Magic City, this was back in 2006. This was before I even went to Iraq. I was
Yeah.
just working a regular IT job here in Atlanta,
It was
but it was
before
during the
Tinder.
BMF. It was during the BMF era. Like
Okay.
that was the height of BMF era, 2005, 2006, 2007.
Nah,
Let
it
me
was
tell you.
before Tinder. Tinder changed the
Let me
game. And
let
what
me
up, y'all?
but let me tell
That's
you.
true.
Let me tell you, I used to go in Magic City, and I won't even lie, bro. I go in that bitch and blow half my check. I would get me and my homeboy would go. Me and my homeboy would go in there, and I might have got my check that week for like. At that time, I think I was bringing home like $1,200 a week,
Mm-hmm.
and we go in there, and bro, I drop $500-600 and come home sick to my fucking
Yeah.
stomach. But it's other motherfuckers in there just throwing it up. And the thing is, them BMF motherfuckers, a lot of them niggas look like Obsidian, and they fucking Magic City bitches.
Yeah.
But they had that
Listen, I'm
bread though.
telling you, your looks don't fucking matter, bro. If you get them at the right place, the right time, and you got the right either game or money, you can get one.
Money.
Like I said, the vibration of your flow determines the quality of your flow.
Yes,
In 2006, it was a different world.
And
it was.
I told
It
Sidney that on
was.
the panel,
It
he had to act
was.
like he can understand that.
It was.
Tinder. Now, I think what I heard earlier, I came up because there's a confusion between black pill and incels, right? The incel community invented the black pill, but you don't have to be an incel to understand the black pill.
You think they invented the black pill? I don't think
I
so.
was there. I was there from the beginning.
What is the black pills? Explain that. What is
The
that?
You want the whole story or the quickest version?
Go
Shit,
for it, man.
whatever you
Because
think
I
is
can give you some
necessary.
insight that many don't have, right?
Well,
So
give us the insight.
what really happened is that there was a pickup company back in the day in the Bay Area, and what they began to do is they would only take good-looking dudes as students, right? And
Mhm.
that's what sort of fractured the pickup community and led to PSL. PSL was 3 websites: PUA hate, slut hate,
I heard of it.
and
Yeah.
lookism, right? That's where it all came from.
Mhm.
And so the black pill basically said that, you know, genetics, things you can't change, have a much bigger impact on your dating life than many want to promote. Because you had people who were making their money trying to teach game, and there is some truth to game, but if you don't have the right starting material, it can't do much for you. And
Right.
so the dissonance was you had people who had a monetary interest in hiding the truth about genetics and looks from those who didn't. That's what really caused the schism, and then they ran with it, and then we have the modern day black pill and all the incel communities and whatnot.
Wow. Do you agree
So
with
height,
that? I mean, do you think that's real?
that was definitely real, and it became more real in 2012 with the invention of Tinder and these other dating apps, which are, because they're so entirely superficial, right? Nobody really cares about the profile, right? It's mostly just swiping based on looks. That sort of
That's right.
magnified what was already always there, but now it became um, much more important. So
Now I
height,
see why Ron Will shout to him stresses his body game so much. Like my uncle told me, man, it's sort of like a toolbox. You gotta have the right game for the right woman at the right time, the right atmosphere. You know.
Oh shit. Yeah, the body game is important. If you lack height, you gotta have a body. Like
Yeah, you gotta have the
I'm Obsidian's height, but I'm built. I'm 180 solid.
But
I
okay.
hit the
but
gym
that's
6 days
that's
out of
to
the week.
get a certain target of woman. That doesn't necessarily make you incel or
I
black
think
pill, though.
it's I think it's much more generic than people want to admit, in my personal
Yeah, it
experience.
is.
And I think I have a lot of experience. All right, I'm trying to be modest, but
No,
You think
I
what's
I
more
feel you. I
generic?
just I just don't I don't understand the correlation between being involuntarily celibate or being black pill when it's really you just being choosy about the type of bitch you want.
now
Yeah,
Because I
because
mean,
not everybody want to fuck a fat ugly bitch though.
but that's what I'm saying. But then
You
that's a voluntary
all right.
decision.
Now that has already been considered in the community. So we have a thing called juggernaut law, right?
Okay.
So juggernaut
Oh,
law is the
look at that
idea
part.
that, okay, lower your standards until you meet a woman who will accept that.
Okay. I
Okay?
need to look that up. Juggernaut
Yeah,
law. Okay.
juggernaut law, right?
know.
Hmm.
The black pill community has gone through all the
So
twists and turns, man. No joke.
develop your game
No,
in the
you
gutter
just
before you
you
take
just
it to
taught me
the
something.
multi-state road.
I never heard of that term
Yeah,
before. Let me
so
look it up.
juggernaut law is this, right? Many women who you would consider not that attractive actually get almost more approaches than good looking women because many men believe they are easier.
Well, true. That's
True.
true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true. But there
Like,
is a certain chick that just you not gonna be appeal. She's just not appealing.
Talk
We
about
can look at her like a 4.5, sometimes a 5.5. You can find something cute about her. She might got a fat ass, but a kind of a bigger stomach, but you could deal with it. But there are certain dudes, they can't even get that. They might have to settle for the 2 or 1 if they go by that juggernaut law, and they just ain't gonna do it.
right now,
right.
the
They
question
just
is,
they just ain't gonna do it.
will those ones and twos settle for them? Because remember, the women
Well,
always get a vote.
yeah, that's true. So
They
you might
always get a
have, yeah,
vote.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
That's right. You're right.
that's kind of the dynamic, and what's funny is that it's international. So because people had a lot of theories about, is the dating market different in countries where prostitution is legal, right? And so it took some
Yeah.
time to really think about it, but It seems to be no, not really, because we
No, it's
have
not.
because we have people from over in Europe and Australia and other places in Eastern Europe and so on, Thailand,
Hmm.
and some truths that have come out is that there's an ethnic component to the
Hmm.
black pill, right?
Yeah.
And the reasons for it.
Expound on that, bro. Expound on that.
So there's a theory called JBW, just be white, and it says that white men have an advantage in the dating market.
Okay, hold on. You teaching me a lot of shit now. Get my Google on.
Well,
Well,
they
JBW.
do with the
It,
sisters here though. They
it
do.
didn't work
yeah,
out with Rogers though. It didn't work
yeah.
out well with Elliot Rogers.
It
It didn't work out.
began with the issues with we had a lot of Asian brothers in the community, and they were saying that basically none of their Asian co-workers, fellow students would date them. They only wanted white men. That's kind of where it got started from. Because
Okay.
a lot of
Okay.
people
Okay.
in the community, from pickup to the black pill, are Asian dudes. Which
So let me ask you, since you follow that community, let me ask you a question. Why, or maybe they do, but why don't we see SYAB SYSAM like why don't we see Asian men
they have one.
traveling out of
They
like
do.
okay
They in
okay
Africa.
So they have
They
a
in Africa
contact.
right now.
because from my
Yeah.
experience, right,
Yeah.
Asian, well, in Africa,
They got
I've
they
been
got
around
them.
Africa. I haven't seen too many African women choosing up on Asian men.
Hey man, I
They
heard
choose
they
up
getting them
on
girls
white men.
pregnant over there and everything.
They choose up on white men. The ones that do end up with African families are usually ones who work there and are established there. Like the Chinese might be there building railroads or some shit, and
Yeah.
they'll start a family
And you'll
if
see
they have the
That's what
African
I'm
business.
women.
saying.
But
And you'll see
no,
African women in
I'm
China
talking
too.
about like us, like us as black men in the U.S. who travel out,
Yeah.
but don't necessarily work in other areas to find women.
Yeah, they
So,
try.
okay, because
Now, so they have
I know in
so
like Korea,
They're all,
Japan.
they're all
I mean,
Japanese, Korean.
the Asian women choose the Asian men in Asian countries. But when they go to Africa, when they come to the U.S. or when they go to Europe, then they're not getting chosen because white men are getting chosen. So I was just curious
Are
about
you
that.
sure? Are you sure? Because they
Now,
birth rate is
other
way down in
people from
Korea and
Taiwan, the
Japan.
Korean, and
yeah,
now the Japanese women and the
herbivore
Taiwanese
men.
women
Yep.
gravitate toward the brothers.
Yeah. Now it's
Hmm.
not.
I mean,
I think the
Japanese women
situation is
gravitate
much
toward
more
the brothers.
generic.
House 1576. You know,
You
Interesting.
think it's more generic? What do you mean by you? What
That
you mean?
that it's much more universal than people want. Like we all have our little intricacies because each subculture is a bit different, right? Now I'm a Black
Right.
American. Black
Mhm.
Americans have it a little bit different than white Americans that have the standard issue MGTOW and the standard issue red pill, but they're not quite as different as people think.
Yeah.
Now, for the
Okay.
Asian
Okay.
situation, there's a cool podcast. It's called Escape from Plan A, and it's basically they talk about a lot of Asian identity issues, but it comes up often about the dating problems between Asian men and Asian women, and it has sort of
Mm.
a black pill filter.
Really? What is it called again?
Escape from Plan A.
Escape from.
Escape
Yeah,
from plan.
and what's
So
funny
would
about
you say
them?
the Asian? Go ahead.
Well, I'll say them because they often comment on the black YouTube sphere. They comment on like SYSBM and all that, and they compare and contrast it. So it's kind of
Oh,
interesting.
really? And
Yeah,
this. Okay. Oh, I'm looking at. Is it the Apple Podcast?
it's Escape from Plan A. I think it's on every. They have a YouTube channel. They have
I don't
all
see
the
the
usual.
YouTube, but I see the Apple
So
Podcast. I'm gonna have
The
to check
most
that
famous
out.
so
episodes. Go ahead.
are the Asian dudes? All right, are they having the same type of problems that the average black man are having with our women? Would you say?
See, it's funny because they get it from the opposite direction, right? So in the black community, we always hear about dusties and black men have no power. We all know what that's being said. So they get
yeah.
Yeah.
sort of okay. The Asian men have good jobs and careers, right? And that's a stereotype that they
Mhm.
don't like either. But they may be missing some other things,
Right.
right?
Okay.
So
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
okay.
So
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
like the inverse, right? It's like an inverse. Now I think a lot of the problem with the black community is that for whatever reason, black women can't just admit they find white men attractive physically. For some reason,
True.
they can't say it out
True.
loud. So instead, they have to meander and do all these other things to try to get to the same ending, but they can't just take
Yeah.
the direct route. They have to say black men are
Yeah.
terrible. Black men. So
Yeah.
the Asian women seem to have a similar pathology, but they can't just say they prefer 6'2" European blonde men.
Right.
Instead, they have to say Asian men treat us like this, Asian men treat
Yeah.
us like that, and that's
They
how
don't
they
want
get.
they want Thor, right? They want
Yeah,
Thor,
But
right?
they all want Chad. Chad is the stereotypical alpha male now. Is that what you're saying? Over Tyrone?
I mean,
No, well, what no, no, what not is over Tyrone. What it is it's a power dynamic, man. When you look
Yeah.
at these countries, bro, like what my man is saying right now, you probably won't hear in China, you won't hear it in North Korea, but you're gonna hear it in Vietnam, you're gonna hear it in South Korea, you're gonna hear it in Japan. Why? Because the white men beat their ass in the last war.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
and their economies are driven by Europe and the United States. So
I don't
and
know, man.
and that's the same thing you'll see in some parts of Africa. Like I'll go to Djibouti or Somalia or to Niger, the Muslim countries, and as a black man, I'm an alpha. But if I go to Kenya, where it's a fucking UK, a former UK colony, you see these Kenyan girls running up behind Germans and Italians and shit all day long.
Right.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's a former
Yeah.
Depending
British
on who
colony,
colonized and
and
colonized,
it's a
right?
Damn.
and it's a Christian, mostly
Cool.
Christian based. So I feel
Yeah.
where my
And those are the
I feel
women
that.
that
I
are
feel where
now
he's coming from with that. I do. I feel that.
and
Yeah,
and
I
those are
don't
the
endorse
women
their
that's
conduct.
coming out and saying that they like white boy. They talking about how adorable Chad is and how they just adored
And
this
I
guy.
think
He looks
black
so
men,
good to them.
listen, I think black men should embrace
Didn't work
that
out
and
well for the
encourage
black
them.
girlfriend that Chad Wheeler though, the football player.
We should encourage them to admit that because I think that's a much healthier dynamic than when they
Okay.
feel restricted in saying that and they have to
Yeah.
meander around into the black male pathology lane.
Yeah.
I really do. I believe that a lot of that is simply to avoid the other issue. Because you see it with the men sometimes as well, where especially white men in America who can't get the Becky they want, they'll come up
Right.
with all kinds of excuses why white men are so bad, Western women, yada, yada, yada. I need an Asian wife. But in reality, that's just their excuse because they can't get the women they want here. So they want to
That's
Right.
what the
leverage,
thing don't push in the
yeah,
broom closet.
Yeah.
they want to
Right.
leverage the economic advantage they have over men in, say, Southeast Asia,
Well,
right?
they do that shit. I mean, they'll go to the Eastern Bloc and do that shit. Like I got colleagues, man, white boys. They got wives from fucking Kyrgyzstan and Poland and all that shit too. You know what I mean?
Those are very different countries, but yeah, I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's all Eastern Bloc. Like all of the Uzbek, Kyrgyzstan, Poland, shit,
Lithuania. Yeah.
even Ukrainian, like all of that stuff that sits between Germany and Russia. Anything that sits between Germany and Russia, that's fair game for white dudes.
Right.
Yeah.
Shit, Czech Republic, Bulgaria, all of that. And it's funny though, because as brothers now, if we go to Germany now, they jump on us like white on rice.
Yeah,
Like
but they say that's only because
I heard it's the same in Japan, Korea, and Taiwan where they jump on the
I
brother
have
too.
I
They
have
doing
much
this type of thing.
experience in these areas and in Japan, and
Yeah.
I think it's a lot harder than many make it out to be.
Yeah, I don't know
think
about the Asian
Yeah.
countries,
part of
but
the
I know
problem,
Germany is wide open.
like no, like I qualify as a passport bro, but it's more for me. It's more official duty, but
okay.
Right.
I
Me too. Me too.
a lot of
Yeah.
men engage in sex tourism but can't admit it. The
Yeah.
same way a
Yeah.
lot of men are tricking here, but don't, for whatever reason, and vice versa, because there's some other dynamics with the women from the other direction, right? That I don't understand mentally because I'm not a woman, but there's that element that for whatever reason people don't talk about.
Well, that's why I said Germany in particular. Because in Germany, you ain't got a trick. You just gotta show up at the
I
club. They there. But I mean, if you go to Thailand, the Asian countries, yeah, they tricking.
Now,
They sex
now,
tourists.
now, since when I came in, you guys were talking about like the other issues, like the social pathologies.
I think one other difference too is that in countries where women do not have to beg for or feel judged for using government resources if they're single working mothers, that
Mhm.
sort of facilitates a very different dynamic.
Oh yes, sir. I
Because
agree
so,
1,000%.
so I'm very like I understand the black manosphere and they kind of want to enjoy the blame game and make black women admit they're wrong. I'm very policy focused and I don't really care about the blame anymore. I just don't want to.
Right.
I just want to see good outcomes. So I've been trying to promote like the Swedish model here in
Right.
America
There
for
you
Black
go.
America because I think after about a generation of that, I think the social issues will kind of melt away because their bitterness won't be there anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Sweet as smoke.
Hey, that still won't make up for the fact that the dude, again, I'm gonna use Obsidian as an example. That won't make up for the fact that Obsidian can't get the Brittany Renner type that he really wants. And
No,
that's the
he.
whole problem with this. That's the whole problem we having, bro. In
Well,
this
what's
Well,
in this
I
black
don't
well,
agree.
manosphere.
I don't
what's the
agree,
problem? I
man.
mean, okay,
I think the dude want that fine bitch. The
yeah,
average dude that's fairly intelligent. I would say Obsidian is above average intelligence, even though he's not credentialed.
all right,
But he may be below average in looks on a universal scale, but he wants that above average bitch, even though it we know not in a million years that she would
yeah,
get with him unless
unless
he had above average income.
yeah. See
We
now,
know that.
it's funny because
Well,
there's a great book that like women and feminists understand that dynamic because they will talk about that, and I read their stuff, and that's
Okay.
why many cultures and some governments have these strictures in place to sort of channel women into taking men they really don't want, but they have no economic choice,
right,
Yeah.
right?
right, right, right,
And
right.
that's and you see
Right.
this in the tradcon space, trad cells, right? Tradcon is a portmanteau of traditional conservative, and they're sort of
Yeah.
a rival to the manosphere, black and white, because they
Mm.
promote social conservatism. Women shouldn't work because if women can work, they'll choose men based on physicality and looks and everything
Physicality.
else.
Yeah.
But so they're
Right.
saying, okay, look, if you take away women's economic options, then they're forced to take, men like Obsidian that could probably, if he were so motivated, generate a decent income to make him more competitive with good-looking men. But as long
True.
as women have economic independence, that mechanic isn't there,
Well,
right?
so there's a compounding. I agree with you 100%, and then there's a compounding component to that. So what happens is, what you said is true, but then what also happens is the shame that women give other women, or the overall image of what looks good to women changes. So I've
Mm-hmm.
seen that. I've been to certain African countries, mostly Muslim, that have that type of dynamic where you might have a dude that might have 3 wives and he's sending all his sons to fucking school and whatever and works for the government and he don't do shit for his daughters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now his daughters, all he looking for is husbands for them, but the daughters will end up getting married off to somebody who has communal status or maybe it's an arranged marriage. But then what happens is not only do they take something that they may or may not find physically attractive, but they're doing it for a financial reason. But after so many generations, that becomes the norm where looks don't even fucking matter. Like women will show up with their husband, he'll be ugly as a motherfucker, but they'll be like, "This is my husband. He works for the fucking the government electric company," and the other women are on her dick. Like, damn, that's your husband? That ugly motherfucker
But
right there?
why? But
Because
why would you want your mate to not desire you in some kind of way?
but that's what I'm saying. The desire changes. Not only once something becomes the norm, then the actual underlying desire also changes, not just the surface level. See, what we have in the United States is we got a lot of superficial shit.
I
Like
Yeah,
think
we
it,
do.
motherfuckers care about looks.
I
They
think it
care
goes
about that
Yes.
stuff.
dormant.
But other places don't care about fucking looks. If your dudes will take ugly wives as long as the pussy is wet and she can give him kids.
I think they go
You
dormant.
gonna
They don't
you
go
gonna
away.
no,
Really?
no.
Really?
Listen, man, listen,
You tell me
listen. Hey, listen,
a
hey,
man,
bro.
a man from
I got
South America will
I
take an
got
ugly woman as long as
look,
she's nice and wet.
bro. I gotta pull a lead attorney on y'all. I gotta pull a lead attorney. Listen, you know how lead attorney say, listen,
No,
listen,
yes,
man,
sir. He said,
listen, man,
listen,
man. If any of y'all, and I guess the other brother, he can probably relate to this because he said his travel is official, which means he's probably like me, government, military, whatever. All the time I spent in the Middle East, you will see the richest Arab motherfuckers in Dubai and in Kuwait and in Jordan, and they got the biggest, fattest, ugliest wives you ever fucking seen. But the motherfuckers is carrying around 5 kids, and they got a nanny. And then them same Arab motherfuckers will just slide out to the whorehouse whenever they want to fuck a bad bitch. But
See,
their wife
that's
don't look like
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. See, when you have
yeah,
that
For
sort of
the
that
pussy.
safety valve or that pressure release valve, then you don't have to worry about having. Because that's the thing about if you have a monogamous culture where you're not allowed to visit prostitutes or have mistresses and so on. Look at the competition you give to women, right? Tens prefer monogamy because they can probably lock down one guy, right? But if
Right.
right.
you're like a 7, you sort of become more apt to favor polygamy because sharing that one top tier guy is better for you than a parallel relationship with a
Facts.
man on your level. You see what I'm saying? So
Facts.
yeah,
Right.
Facts.
there's that
Right.
Big
back and
facts.
forth.
Big facts.
Because humans
It's
are
funny.
strategic. You know, we can plan out things. We can see it, right? We might not admit it out loud, but subconsciously.
But and that's funny because you'll see even these you see some fine ass Arab women. They have a big fat ugly Arab husband, but they draped up and dripped out, and then their husband, like in Saudi, man, the motherfucking Saudis will drive that over that bridge right over to Bahrain and pick up some Thai whores or some Thai, some Italian like I don't know if y'all know this, but Bahrain is a big fucking place for prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's where Saudi Arabia is one of the most restrictive places in the world. But them motherfuckers will get on the car and drive across that shit. I saw this Saudi dude in the club one day in Bahrain. This motherfucker had the longest. He had like a 4-foot straw in a bottle of fucking in a bottle of fucking Johnny Walker. And we were in this bar, and this motherfucker was drinking straight out the bottle through this long ass straw. The bottle was on the table. He was sitting way back in his seat, and he was like, and I asked the waiter, I was like, "What the fuck is that?" He was like, "Oh, well, in Islam, it's haram for them to touch the alcohol.
Yeah.
So we bring them these big ass fucking circus fucking twisty fucking straws that go 4 fucking feet so they don't have to touch the bottle." I was like, yo,
Boy,
some wild
damn.
shit, bro. But I say all that to say is, the other brother is right. You have other cultures that take out the superficial, the looks, and they go off of function. Because at the end of the day, what do we, even in the U.S., what do we say? Once you turn the lights off, all bitches look the same. They might not feel the same, but a ugly bitch with a nice body would do you just as good as a pretty bitch with a nice body.
Well, in the U.S., we have
Until
a
you
more
turn the light
competitive
on.
scenario.
Say again?
In the U.S.,
I
we
just
have a
said
more.
until you turn the light on. Sorry, until you turn the light on. Then when you look at that chick, you're like, oh fuck, damn. I mean, the body is tight, but you don't want to look at her.
Yeah, but if you don't care about women, so again, let's go back to Arabs. They don't even fucking give a shit about women. All they care about is can this women get my status is how many wives do I have and how many kids do I have? That's what gives me status in the community.
If that's the case, then why are they paying for these Instagram models to be
status
flying over there?
Because they just fucking them. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, they don't care about that.
They're not putting that shit out there. They not. When you see the Instagram models, what do you see? You see them. You don't see the motherfucker that sponsored their flight out.
Tag the sponsor.
That's true. That's true.
They're not doing it for clout. They just doing it to fuck.
But peep this, right? So now, in a society like the U.S., where essentially you can be born poor and become rich, right? It's not perfect, but we have that mechanic. You have a much more dog-eat-dog competitive model here in the U.S. because you can elevate your status and be able to compete in that way.
Facts.
A dynamic you don't really see in most other parts of the world, right? The
Facts.
Anglosphere is different,
Big facts. Yeah.
you know. And this goes back to even differences between like the Orthodox Church versus Catholicism versus Protestantism, right? In fact, this was actually a mechanic underneath what happened in Ukraine in 2014, because some of the financing for Euromaidan was the burgeoning Protestant churches in Ukraine, because they were tied into Protestants in the Anglosphere and the Lutherans in Germany and whatnot. An underappreciated aspect to the current situation.
Wait a minute. You're saying that the Crimea situation in 2014 had something to do with that?
Well, Euromaidan, right? The revolt of dignity. Basically, a lot of the financing to keep the protests in the street came from Protestants in Ukraine that had the Protestant ethic, right? So you know what that means, right? Worked hard, saved money. They were tied into international Protestantism, like Baptist churches here in the U.S. And in fact, they're being prosecuted heavily right now, right? But you have how Protestants see the world, right? Then you have the Orthodox Church, right? Before the splitting of the patriarchites that happened recently, you know, the Orthodox Church, because that was always a thing with a lot of commentators back in the day, was that the Orthodox Church and Catholicism was much more imperial-like, whereas in Protestant, anybody can go be a preacher. You don't have to get official sanction. You know, do what Wesley did? Got on his horse and just rode around and started Methodism, right? Just anybody, as opposed to being officially sanctioned in a hierarchy like the Catholic Church or the Orthodox Church. Or what they used to call Oriental despotism, like if you were a Mandarin in China. Whereas the Anglosphere in particular, we reject that. You know, every man wants to be the head preacher or thinks he's a king or thinks he should be or whatever, you know.
So you're saying that's what that guy Lukashenko was basically embracing, that type of ideal, as opposed to what I guess Putin was just trying to.
Well, no, he was.
Keep.
I mean, I don't know how technically you want to get on that, but basically, the legislative body voted twice to turn Ukraine more towards the EU, and the preparation for that at the last minute, you know, he turned his back on it, and that's what sparked Euromaidan, the revolt.
Oh, got him poisoned and got his face disfigured for that shit. That was that orange revolution shit. Okay. All right.
Russia had their own competing thing. They were trying to do something out there, and it was kind of janky, and they were like, nah, dude. But saying part of why Ukraine was starting to have closer ties to the West was because, you know, when the Soviet Union fell, religions that were kind of suppressed began to flower. So you had Protestants and you had other things going on, and they, you know, obviously, if you're a Baptist in Ukraine, there are Baptists in the United States, and that was an instant connection.
Sure.
And that's what kind of, because there was a lot of jealousy going on, should I say, envy, because the Protestants had networks. They were able to, you know, have import-export businesses and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, they were making a lot of money. And especially in the East, there was a lot of envy there. But the reason why is because they just had that Western orientation. They weren't trying to, you know, kowtow to Russia.
Interesting.
That shit.
I want to help. I think the opportunity for everybody listening, you know, with the strength, right? I hope Russian and U.S. relations will be normalized in 10 years, and it's going to be an event nobody's prepared for. Because everybody thinks things are worse now than ever. Well, not ever, but worse now than they have been in a long time, which is true. But I think the real black swan is going to be normalization in relations between the U.S. and Russia. And
you don't think that's already happening?
No. I mean,
I think during the Trump administration it started. I think if Trump was still president right now, Russia might not even be in Ukraine right now.
No, I think they'd probably be up knocking on Moldova's door.
Right.
Personally, yeah. Because I thought, you can look at my tweets going back from way back in the day. I believe that Putin had a major hand in Brexit.
You think so?
Yep. Which is ironic because, when I was a rookie, the idea was the European Union was the new Soviet, and it was a complete plan by the USSR to communize Russia. There are people like Christopher Story, who used to publish Soviet analysts, right? That was their big thesis. He died before he could see the modern situation, but it looks much more likely that Brexit was a big part of Putin's plans, and obviously, well, for those who believe in it, Trump. No, Trump was gonna probably try to get us out of NATO, or at least blunt NATO, and let.
He he already did when he told them they got to pull more of their weight, and he was putting more pressure on them to involve, because he's like, shit, we over here across the Atlantic. Y'all need to be putting more money in. Y'all need to be more engaged in this NATO thing than we are.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I think
So
I think his goal in that was to anger them and push them away. I don't think he wanted them to take the bait and do it. I think he was trying to push them away, because you look at Poland and the Baltic states, they had been warning everybody about Russia for a long time, but nobody took them seriously, and then you see what happened. Because you look at how Trump, he went to like 5 members of the EU and was trying to get bilateral trade deals and couldn't understand, nah, dude, they're a trade bloc. They don't do bilateral trade. It was one of the, if you're a nerd about trade policy, it was amusing, but at the same time, you have to wonder, was he just was he obtuse, or just
Or was he trolling?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
And what he did, like, watching how he destroyed the situation with Iran. We were on not the verge of détente with Iran, but we were making progress, and then we rolled it back 25 years. That was very sad to me. And John Kerry, Secretary Kerry, that was a significant accomplishment, I thought, at the time. But we'll see.
Do you think Trump did his job in the whole globalist scheme, or was he like a thorn in their side?
I see. Okay, there is no monolith, right? People think there's this one overarching conspiracy, and that is not the case. The Russians are their own power center. The Chinese are their own. You have the Anglosphere, which is not in lockstep, but we can communicate well, so we have our thing. But Europe, continental Europe, especially Germany, is definitely their own thing. France is increasingly more and more independent, because what used to happen is people were much more stitched together because of security concerns. And that's kind of how the U.S. took the lead, because we basically sacrificed our economy to dictate the security posture.
Right.
Right. That was what the deal was. Why people don't understand, the U.S. trade deficit is more or less our give and take with the rest of the free world to have the lead in the security posture.
That was as of 1971, after we went off the gold standard.
It goes back to Bretton Woods, really.
Bretton Woods, okay.
Yeah. What Nixon did in that was just sort of a fait accompli, because it was a misunderstanding of the role of currency reserves in the first place. It was a bad idea. Bretton Woods would have been a much better situation if we had went to an independent reserve currency. But the idea was everybody will use dollars as the reserve currency and pyramid off that. But the problem is that what we didn't anticipate was the current account situation, the investment. Right. The reason why we have a trade deficit is not because of manufacturing, even though that's bad. It's because all the export-driven economies, they put their excess money in the Anglosphere financial systems. Right. South Koreans who have excess money put their money in the U.S. stock market. That's what has eaten away yields here, and why the current account
Is this
deficit
the Anglosphere you're talking about, the U.S. stock market, like Wall Street and all that?
Yeah, by the Anglosphere, I mean the 5 Anglo-American countries: the U.S., the U.K., Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, because we have the
Right,
best financial laws for
right.
foreigners,
So long.
basically. Yeah,
All
like you
right.
can put, a South Korean can put their money in the U.S. stock market as easily as an American can,
Well,
and
I
same
mean,
for
you're seeing that right now as we speak. You're seeing that in the current. I mean, people are calling it a crisis, but I mean, you're seeing it right now in the current housing situation. Like a lot of this housing is being
yeah,
purchased by foreign investment,
hmm
driving the
True.
prices up.
yeah.
But it's
That's
about
a
to be.
very
It's a
acute.
bubble now, though. It's
Well,
about to crash.
is it really a bubble if the money keeps coming from overseas? Like it was a bubble for us back in 2006, 2007, 2008 because it was us and our banks that caused the inflation. But now what we have right now, all of this shit is foreign investment.
It's Tina, Tina. There is no alternative
Yeah.
because there's no room for these levels of investment in those home countries,
Yep.
right? A
Okay.
country like Singapore can effectively treat the rest of the world as infinite because Singapore's output will never be enough to significantly alter world trade. The US can't do that. China can't do that, right? When China does
Mm,
something, it affects the globe. Singapore,
mm.
they can throw as many rocks into the pool as they want to. Outside of a small ripple, it does nothing, but China's throwing boulders in there. Yeah.
Right.
Because that's what it was. Because, like, there's a great book, and I highly recommend everybody who cares about these topics. It's called Trade Wars or Class Wars. Or rather, Class Wars. Which way did that go? Yeah, Trade Wars or Class Wars by Michael Klein and Matthew Pettis.
Yep. I'm looking at it right now.
Yep. And they basically explain the mechanics in a really tight, concise way that it's because
I see
effectively
that.
household income in Germany and China, right, 2 export driven economies, is so low, all that excess investment ends up in the financial systems in the Anglosphere. That's the basic
Right.
mechanic behind the trade deficit that affects us,
Right.
right? Because in China, basically what the Chinese did was they said, look, we want to raise our level of domestic investment. How are we going to do that? We're going to basically starve Chinese employees, right? Keep the money inside the corporations because households will spend the money, and we don't want that.
That's
We want to
the
save it.
successful Chinese communities in Toronto, Canada.
Well, they're
Well,
talking
goddamn,
about in China,
in
Yeah.
but
China, but
it matters for them too because one of the exit valves is immigration with an E,
Immigration.
right?
Yeah.
Because if
Right.
you're stuck, because there's very few options for a Chinese investor in China.
Right.
They have complete capital controls. So one of the ways that the pressure is relieved is in immigration. And
well, I got a question. Got a question on that. Didn't China raise like 500 million people out of poverty though over this time?
they did. So the problem
Yeah.
is that the investment led model, it works until you've run out of good projects to invest in. And the problem is right now in China, there's a fight between the Central Committee, which understands this and wants to shift gears, and the provincials, which want to keep the mechanic running because they skim off the top. Right? The
Mm,
country should have shifted gears about 15 years ago and went more into a household spending model, but very powerful people are heavily invested in the previous model. Economists like Albert Hirschman, I think, was the lead intellectual on there, and Pettis is a professor over in China and talks about that. So the Chinese understand the problem, they just can't fix it politically because too many elites are invested in that investment-led model.
Right.
Because that's
mm.
every country does it when they raise up. The problem is that some countries are better able to shift gears to a more household income or household spending driven economy once they've had enough investment, right? There's no investment shortage in the US monetarily. We have a political problem. We have the money, it's just not going in the right spaces. China 30 years ago or 40 years ago didn't have the money, so they had to squeeze it, right? Let's say they did. But now they've done it, and they have, the ghost cities, they have all this malinvestment and so on
Yeah.
because it's hard. So like a fight in Chinese politics right now is that fight between more or less the central committee of the CCP that wants to shift gears and the provincials that are like, nah, no way. I don't want to give up the power I have from this.
Well, the
That sounds
CCP will be probably a win. They will just start cutting the heads off.
Well, it's a one-party state. That's one of the issues.
That
Jack
sounds
Ma
like a-
found that out, didn't he?
Yeah, yep. That's happened to Jack Ma.
Yeah.
That actually sounds similar to a lot of African nations, though. I mean, you got a lot of places there where the people who have money, they don't even want to invest in their own countries. I got Kenyan friends that are asking me every day, like, how can they buy land? How can they buy houses here in the U.S.?
Yep.
Like they don't even want to invest in Kenya. Because
I got a quick question.
Go ahead.
So let me ask you all this: do you think we're gonna head into a recession going into next year, or are we in a recession? Because obviously, with you know what I'm saying, with the high interest rates, and then you got the simple fact that borrowing costs are just getting too crazy, not only for just the everyday person, but for corporations and companies.
You mean just for the U.S. or global?
Oh, U.S. Well, just worldwide, because you got to think about Canada's raising rates. Everybody else is pretty much raising rates. So, obviously, the more it costs to, to borrow money.
Well, personally, I think it all depends on the people, if there's a culture shift, because the United States, one thing we do have the capability of doing, I think the brother just said it with the release valves. We have the capability financially to float our own people unless our people don't remove their heads from their asses and get rid of the hyper individualism. For instance, a lot of people right now are complaining that they're trying to call a housing crisis a crisis. And the thing I'm saying is, look, between Trump and Biden, they've been handing out so many free checks the last couple of years. Y'all had plenty of opportunity to go put a down payment on a house before this bubble that just happened in the last 4 months.
Yeah.
But people haven't thought forward that far. So
I remember
it's
that
kind of
first
I'm sorry, go ahead.
About the first couple of checks came out, they were concerned about buying the weed, the bells, the
I can barely hear you.
He said they're buying frivolous items.
Yeah.
The Negroes. Yeah.
I see.
No, it's not just Negroes. It's all Americans. Like we are everybody. It ain't just black people buying iPhones, bro.
I see it.
Yeah,
differently.
yeah.
So my thing is, we need the political will to allow the government to make more fiscal macroeconomic moves, right? And even some conservatives understand this now, and it's called the National Conservative Movement, and they're centered around American Affairs magazine, published by Julian Krein or something like that, something like that. And basically, they're using the phrase industrial policy, right? Basically, government spending has to basically double in order for the U.S. to avoid a recession and to get healthier growth. The problem is you have to spend it on things that increase output. So contrary to
education.
Well, maybe education, but I think much more capital expenditures like shipyards, rail yards, heavy rail, like real industrial projects, not the abstract stuff, in my opinion.
So you can attack it from two different ways. You can attack it from that way, but you can also attack the culture and have the people consolidate. You can consolidate the culture, and I think a lot of that legally is starting to happen. We just saw. No, well, I'm just gonna give you two.
I'll tell you why.
I'm gonna give you two examples.
All right, go ahead.
One example we just saw yesterday, the day before yesterday, is they trying to repeal Roe versus Wade. Now, why?
Yeah.
A lot of people will say, well, at least black people will say, well, that's a good thing because abortion is killing people off and killing off our population and this, that, and the third. But the way I look at that, combine that with some of the other laws that they're starting to address when it comes to parental custody and things like that, is we're going to start seeing legal policy shift back towards bringing families back together.
Oh, I totally agree with you on that.
And what's going to happen is once men are tethered back into the family, frivolous spending and independence is gonna cut down.
Well, I think
now you have a lot of brothers like us. Some of us are childless. Most of us are single. We just willy-nilly, and you got a lot of Americans who are just like, we exercising our freedoms. We got this great resignation going on because nobody's tethered to anybody. Nobody has any responsibility to anybody. They're just like, fuck it, I'm out here single. I'm just gonna YOLO this, and we're gonna have. I think the government is going to start changing laws to encourage us. Encourage being the key word. Like, it's not going to be hard set rules, but they're going to start changing tax law. They're going to start changing a little family court law here and there to try to reconsolidate families. And that way it will kind of start to, I'm not expanding. What's the opposite of expanding?
Constricting.
It's going to start contracting some of our spending.
Well, I think also you would need something to, like, you would need an alibi, a scapegoat. Like, that's why I wonder if they're going to do that, the economy would have to be either in super high inflation or something has to pop to force people, like, because even now with these high gas prices, a lot of these chicks who's talking this boss bitch shit, man, I know a couple sisters. Every time they go to that gas pump, they crying. They like, God.
I'm glad you both said that, and I'm gonna tell you what you said. That might be good for the culture in some other ways, right? But that will have zero macroeconomic effect because all balance sheets are connected, right?
Oh, of course.
Complexity science. If they spend less on weaves and spend more on whatever items you're thinking of, those people who make their income from selling weaves goes down and there's no net change. It has to happen at the level of government spending.
No,
and it has to go toward industrial policy, because what you just described, that's often the tinkering that neoliberals promote, right? From either the neoliberal side or the neoconservative side. And the blind spot they've had for the longest time is, well, there's two of them. One is the real role of government spending, and two, the role of bank credit in the money supply, because they've seen it always as just a matter of facilitating borrowers and lenders, and don't realize that bank credit is where the majority of the monetary expansion comes from.
Right.
So those policy, like, I'm glad you said it, because I think that's an error that many people see. Now, what might happen is if you have, and I often wonder, is it a horse before the cart thing? Because did the father leave the home because he didn't have a job, or did the jobs leaving cause the father to leave the home, right? Whatever direction you want to look at. Like, say, take Detroit, for example, right? Did the black family collapse in Detroit because the jobs went away, or did the jobs go away because the black family was collapsing, right? Might be a bit of reflexivity there. To bring them back, you'd have to have government industrial policy in things like shipyards, right? America has neglected our merchant marine. The Navy needs about 100 more ships. We need to have massive investment in heavy rail and passenger rail, expand airports. There's a lot of things the government can do that after the effects or after the facilities are created, they will lower the price of output down the road. And then,
but I think the problem is that government, you already know this. You got people like Nancy Pelosi, man. Their portfolio in the stock market is like millions. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to affect them. So yeah, that's why I think part of the problem with like Bernie and I think Elizabeth Warren is that they are also neoliberals who felt that the government had to tax and spend, but it doesn't. It can just monetize the spending, and it should.
Right. It's funny you mentioned Detroit because that's where I'm from. But what I wasn't necessarily saying fathers are not in the homes because of jobs. I think that many men are out here, they have money, but it's what and women have money. But
I don't
what
know
are
about
we
women.
spending our money on? Because we're not tethered to in a communal mindset. That's the point I was trying to make. So it's like, yeah, we could give people more money and more jobs all day long, but if they're only thinking about themselves, they don't care about if the government invests in schools or roads, or just like how we have these women out here now talking about, well, we don't need a man because the shit is already built. Well, okay, if the shit is already built, bitch, I need you to kick in some more tax money so the shit can stay built. Oh no, we ain't raising
No, don't
taxes.
you don't do that shit, nigga.
Yeah, because I can
You,
see like your argument. I can see that as culture is upstream from politics, if you
yes.
believe that, which I do in some degree.
Uh,
And so I'm already imagining that might be the lag we have to accept, right? We might have to change the culture a bit first, and then people will be more willing to vote for politicians who see things in more of that industrial policy way I just described.
correct, because even you just talk about like the Swiss model, right? Or if we talk about Germany,
Swedish model.
yeah, I mean Sweden. I'm sorry. If you talk about Sweden, Germany, I mean Germany, they paying what 52% income tax, and the Germans ain't even mad at it. Why? Because they got great roads, they got free outstanding school.
Great
They,
healthcare.
But
they the healthcare is good, but they bitch about it because it's slow. It's good, but it's slow, like
See,
Canada.
Germany's interesting. Their
Yeah,
taxes are where they are, but they should be mad at the Hartz laws and how much they get paid gross. The tax
yeah,
receipts aren't the problem, it's the gross pay because if you look at a German worker compared to, say, a UK worker, the German
Trust me.
worker is paid about 80% of what their output should be.
oh
That's
yeah,
the
yeah,
mechanic that gives Germany its advantage to have that massive trade surplus they have. And because they're in the euro, right?
It protects them.
Well, they're able to basically export that deflation to the other European countries like Greece and Italy. That's why you had the situation with Greece and why they had that major issue, with the troika and everything. Was it 8 years ago with Yanis Varoufakis and everything else? Because it's German.
right. I remember that, and
Yeah, because
the Germans were bitching because they basically had to bail them
well, no, they shouldn't because it was their fault, right? Because imagine this in a scenario where the Reichsmark, the Deutschmark still existed, and the drachma still existed, and the Italian lira. What would have happened is those national currencies would have devalued, and that would have balanced out the trade picture. But because they're all stuck in the euro, and Germany more or less is a hegemon for it,
right,
they're
right,
all stuck in that policy. And this was
right.
predicted by
Except for the UK, the motherfuckers, they
oh, this
still
is the
kept.
UK, Denmark, and some other countries. Yeah.
Yeah, they still on that. They still keep the pound. They like, yeah, we still gonna keep the pound.
Yeah, one of my favorite economists, Wynne Godley, he predicted this in '92, and he had a great article called "Maastricht and All That." Maastricht is the treaty that established the euro, the Maastricht Treaty, and and even Milton Friedman here in the U.S. And they're very different types of economists, but they both predicted that losing the ability for national currencies to devalue and reconfigure the trade picture means that certain countries are going to get stuck. And you can't have one country like Germany that has a massive trade surplus and then act surprised that other countries have economic problems. So you're either going to get a massive trade deficit, or you're going to get massive unemployment and a huge recession, or you get a huge spike in household debt, or all three. Like
I
it's
think
house.
I think we all are in all three. I mean, shit.
Well, no, not
God
every
damn,
country.
man. Hey man, what's your YouTube bro? I need
I
to
don't have a
chop it up
YouTube
with you.
channel.
I fucks with you. I like the way you think, bro. I think you and I need to have some conversations.
No, but some countries are export led, like Germany, China, the Asian tigers, right? So what would normally happen if they didn't have access to, say, the Anglosphere's capital markets is they would have to reinvest those profits domestically. In most cases, by paying their employees more, right? But if they
So
paid their
you're talking
employees
about
more,
basically what the United States did after we pumped out everything from World War I and World War II as a leading exporter, and then we turned around and built our own infrastructure.
no, we had a different model because we accepted an open market in order to have the the lead role in the security picture. That was basically the trade-off we had to establish NATO and have NATO more or less be U.S. run, right? But a country like, say, South Korea, export-led economy, right? South Korean excess savings ends up in the U.S. capital markets, the U.S. stock market, bond market, and so on. So what it does, one, they eat away some of the yield, right? We might get 8% yields here in the U.S. if we didn't have to share the yield with everybody else around the world that buys our bonds. And then likewise, if the money was stuck in South Korea, they would most likely have to pay their employees more as one of the exits for that excess savings. And then that would change the price of the goods, and then that would balance out trade, right? Because it all nets to zero worldwide, right? It's like double entry bookkeeping. It all nets to zero in the end. But if you have a massive trade surplus somewhere, you're going to have one of those three things somewhere else.
Right.
Because every balance sheet is more or less connected. And that's why I think complexity science is really important for, if you're young and you're hearing my voice right now, do not neglect complexity science. Whatever class is offering it, take it, because you need it to really understand sociological forces in addition to, the three body problem in physics and everything else.
Well, let me ask you this. With that being said, where does the output look like when you have like gross domestic GDP here is down like 1.4, and then you have outlooks from the IMF saying that we're going to have some type of downturn in growth in global domestic productivity?
Well, the question is, what do you want to do about it, right? Because you
Okay.
can accept it, right, and say, okay, let's say if you're a global warming person, you really want to lower overall thermodynamics in the world, and you accept a lower level of output, right, industrial output, and then you can say, okay, do you add things that currently are not in GDP in another metric and use that as a positive? Or if you're wedded to the growth model from the GDP point of view, should policy pursue that? You see what I'm saying? So that's more of like a political will issue. Now, I happen to think both is good. I think that we should be concerned about climate change, right? But my output would be geared toward shifting the economy to be more sustainable. And that's what's going to happen one way or another. We don't have a choice in the matter. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of how painful will it be for everybody to realize it's a problem, just like any other problem, right? If you can ignore it until you can't. Same with population pressure, crime. It's like housekeeping. You can't just sweep it once and you're done. You got to sweep it tomorrow and then come back in 4 days, sweep again. It never ends.
Well, what about this? The concept of automation to help with productivity and output.
Yeah, I think it's great.
So that means part of society. Do you think we will have part of society on a universal basic income because of that?
Well, the issue there overall is the issue of household income, right? As long as some countries are engaging in a race to the bottom where they're trying to underpay their entire population as a matter of geopolitical economic strategy, you're going to have that problem where labor doesn't have a seat at the table, right?
Mm.
A labor union is going to have a very hard time competing with one country's geopolitical veto at the WTO or in the UN or in the EU if you're talking about intra-European competitiveness and so on. Automation is very scary if a country is trying to systematically underpay its workers in order to subsidize their export sector. You see
Okay.
what I'm saying? If you get rid of, that's the mechanic that's causing these other problems, right? And the biggest culprits are basically Germany and China, right? If you look at German output compared to, say, the UK, which is where we have the most stats, and look at the pay, the German workers are underpaid relative to their output. That's what makes the German goods more competitive. the goods are great, but the price would be much higher if the German workers were getting, quote, a fair wage, unquote. But Germany had so in 2004, Germany willfully changed labor laws in order to establish this mechanic. And in China, we have much more, policy statements about doing this and doing that, right? We all know China's a quasi-communist country, so nobody's surprised that China's doing it. People are surprised to learn that Germany's also doing it and some other countries out there.
Hey, gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, man. I really appreciate this adult enlightening discussion. It's been good. I extended it an extra hour for the fellas, but we're going to wrap it up, man, in the next 5 minutes, man. Especially Shot and Vector. Y'all two definitely need to exchange communication, emails or something, because, yeah, y'all definitely are on one accord, man, because listening to Shot is like I'm listening to Vector. It's some weird shit going on here, man. Y'all basically, y'all kicking the same shit. So, yeah, I appreciate everybody that came on here. If y'all got a email or a channel, I don't know if you got some sort of brick and mortar spot that, know what I mean, your own, I don't know, anything that you want to go ahead and, speak on before we bounce, man, you're more than welcome to go ahead and, spit it.
Tell your Congress people to read the book Trade Wars or Class Wars. That's my recommendation.
Trade War and Class Wars. Today. Anybody else got any parting, closing thoughts?
Nah,
got 5 minutes.
I just want to say thank you, Big Mike, man, and Tony, for just providing this space, man, for brothers to learn, build, and find out what that cornball, what's his name, is all about. So I need to see that. I need to see that thumbnail.
Man, y'all stop messing with Taz, man.
Nah, fuck
Picking on that man.
Fuck that.
Stop picking on that man. Come on, stop messing with Taz.
Fuck shit, that man. Yeah, boy, that shit was hilarious, man. Yeah, I'm like,
y'all
God
picking
damn.
on Taz, man.
Yeah, quit picking on Taz. Hey, that motherfucker boy, he, like I said, he missed his calling in life. He should be on WWE.
Hey, but I mean, is he making money?
I don't know.
I mean, that nigga under the bridge. I don't know how much money you making under the bridge.
I don't know how much money, but hey, that motherfucker. All I know is he got to be around for something. Ain't no reason for him to be around this long and they ain't getting nothing out of it.
Oh shit, man! He might be just hanging on by a string, man.
Hell
you know what I
mean?
Hey, but that might be better than not.
Hey, but hey, that's cool. But the nigga running around here calling folks pedos, man, calling my partners pedos. So
yeah,
that's blood money that you just ain't gonna be able to spend, nigga. Not while I'm around. Goddamn it. You ain't calling my partner no pedo, because that's gonna make me a pedo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No
smack that nigga real. Underneath that cardboard box.
Oh man, we ain't gonna have that shit, man, for real. But yeah, I appreciate all the fellas that came on here, especially the cats, man, like my day ones, man, talking about how they've been listening to me and Tony, man, from like 2000 before 2014, and
so
like,
you still got 31 people watching.
Yeah, man, it's
the feds watching.
The feds is watching. hey, the way that the manosphere been acting, hell yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it, man.
And the funny part about it is, man,
yeah,
I ain't get to holler at you about that, but I used to listen to Prophet of Doom, man.
Oh, did you?
Bruh, for years.
Oh, wow.
For years.
I didn't know that. Okay.
And he used to spit some hot shit. We gonna have to talk about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you gotta put that in my ear.
Cats kind of ran away from that topic because people started saying, "Oh, the manosphere, blah blah blah." But I mean, he wasn't even part of the black manosphere. He was on some pro-black shit.
Oh, okay.
But they tried to pin it. They tried to pin it over here in the manosphere, saying, "Oh, these black in the manosphere incels." It's like, yo, that dude never talked about women ever. In family court. that cat was on some 1960s fucking civil rights. He was on some Al Sharpton. What's my man name from the
Jesse Jackson?
Black
Khalid Muhammad.
Science. God damn it! What's Drew Ali? Your
No,
man,
Drew Ali.
he was on some Drew Ali shit.
Oh man, some more Science Temple.
He was on
shit.
some more side. Yeah, that's a more Science Temple. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, he was on some. Yeah, but
okay then. Well, check it out. I'm about to go ahead and turn the lights out, man. Give me a little bit of rest.
Yeah, me too.
Appreciate you fellas, man, for coming on through. No doubt, man. I'll check y'all later. I'm out.
All right.